So you see it, think it, and talk about it. And when you go write some shit, because ain't nobody writing it down in real time, you writing it down after the time.
That's
So
right.
is that history? Or is that your rendition and interpretation of a moment in history?
Brother Smalls, good morning. It's again a pleasure to be here in your home. And I want to look at history beginning with looking at the time after the Confederacy, after the Civil War, 1865, looking at the condition of Africans in America, and what were some of the first things that they put in place? What did they do? Looking at, let's say, take for an example, literacy, because it was against the law to teach black people to read and write. But in a very short while, in a matter of 10 or 15 years, they had a literacy rate that was almost 50%. How did they do that? Can you speak on that?
Well, the first thing, let's not use the white man's standard of what's literate or illiterate. So if you don't read or write English, they call you illiterate. But if you have an oral tradition, that is literacy. Okay, and in your oral tradition, the concept of remembering is a significant part of your literacy. And so it's like if you look at the Bible is oral history written down. The Torah is oral history written down. The Quran is oral history written down. All history is first oral, because nobody's writing history in real time. And no one is really writing history. They're writing incidents, aspects, and moments of history. Because you can't write history, because that would be real time. And you could, that would mean if I wanted to see the history of the year 1840, I'd have to live out the entire year 1840. So you can't do that. What we are calling history are episodes from what is, in essence, an epic. So we're looking at these episodes from the epic, which is history, and we're looking at these episodes from that epic, and we're calling the episodes history. We're hoping that the episodes we pick are the important ones, because they then would be the ones that influence the rest of that historical period. And so as long as we kind of clear on that, we got a sense of what we're talking about, and we don't get caught up in the illusion of confusion that Dr. Jeffries talked about. And let's look at the period as best we can, because, you know, we don't have a lot of prep time for this, between 1865 and 1929, and see what African Americans were doing. And we are talking about the formerly enslaved Africans in the United States of America. That's who the African American is. And we must assert our identity. If you're from Jamaica, you're not an African American if you're born in Jamaica. If you're from Nigeria, you're not an African American, you're a Nigerian American. And if you're from Jamaica, you're a Jamaican American. There's only one group whose legal title is African American, and that's the formerly enslaved Africans in the United States of America, because that is a culture unto itself. That is a historical epic and episodes unto itself. And so we allow people to have us deny our identity as African Americans, while other Africans come from other places and try to assume that identity for economic reasons and political reasons, and yet do not ally themselves with the African American in most instances. That those immigrant African community tend to ally themselves with the European American, not understanding what the historical relationship between the African American and the European American is, or the war, the cultural war and the spiritual war and the economic war and the political war that still exists between those two communities. So when you're an African from another place and you come and say, well, I can't get caught up in that, I'm here to make money, then you ally yourself with someone I'm at war with and wonder why I treat you a certain way. So you need to understand what you have just done. Besides disrespecting me in my country, something I would never do to you in your country. I would not go to Senegal and choose the side of the French against you. I would not come to Jamaica and choose the side of the Brits against you. So why would you come to America and choose the side of the white American for whatever reason, economic, political, cultural, or whatever, against me and my interests, and then tell me I'm unwelcoming to you? I welcome my friends and my brothers and sisters. I do not welcome my enemies, whether they look like me or not. Let's get that clear up front. And then let's look at some of the episodes in the epic history of African Americans in this country.
Can you define one thing? You use the terminology, others come to my country. Can you clarify that my country, as opposed to...
This is the African American country. There's no country called Africa. There's a race called Africans. There's a culture called African. There's a continent called Africa. But there is no country called Africa. And in the geopolitical definition of nationality, your nationality is the nation, state, or country that you belong to as a citizen and you pay taxes in. In that regards, the United States of America is the country of the African Americans. In the same way, Jamaica or Trinidad or Haiti is the country of the Haitian, the Trinidadian, and Jamaican, and neither of them live in Africa.
Okay. While we're on that
subject, I want to be clear, because see, people get this real confused. Someone from Trinidad will come and say I'm a Trinidadian, but then tell me why you want to be an American. Because I am an American. American is the geopolitical definition. I am a citizen of the United States of America. And what people try not to understand, because our numbers are so large, that they think there would be, other blacks think they'll be marginalized for us because they don't come with the tendency to merge with us. And so what happens when blacks come from other places, they tend to ally themselves with white people because that's where they can get the jobs. So they pretend, oh, you black people don't want us. And so that, no, you're there because you didn't come here to be a brother to me. You didn't come here to be a comrade to me. You didn't come to be an ally to me in my crisis. You came here because you were an economic refugee or a political refugee, but in most times you were an economic refugee. And since the means of production and the economy of the United States of America is predominantly controlled by white Americans, that's who you'll ally yourself with. So don't make excuses about why you're doing it. Just tell the truth. Know the truth. Truth will set you free. And in fact, Malcolm told us that truth alone will set us free. So let's get the truth first. But I hear this discussion about nationality. My nationality is African American. I'm an African. That's my racial identity. America is my geopolitical identity. Now, and my ethnic identity is when I combine the two. African American is my ethno-cultural identity. But African alone is my racial identity. America is my geopolitical identity. So we understand that. Then we'll know how to look at our history and make it our ID tag.
Can you also address, while you're on that topic, a lot of people, especially from the Caribbean and other places, will point out that they come here and they're able to do well. They have stores, they have businesses, but African Americans have been here all this time and they don't seem to have accumulated wealth.
That's not true. There's no nation in the world black as wealthy as the African American. So what are they talking about? That you got a store, and I'm the majority of the municipal workers in the city. I'm the majority of the postal workers in the city. I spend $1 trillion a year. Your nation don't even make $1 trillion a year that you come. So what the hell are you talking about? What people are trying to do is play a little shell game with you. I own a grocery store that you shop at. You treat me like a human being. You don't say I'm gonna boycott you because you don't live here. You come and shop at my store and treat me like a human being, but I can't even treat you like a human being in reference. I shop at your store when you don't even share your monies in my community. You don't build in my social community. You don't even come and go to my church. You establish your own church. No white community does that. When the Irish comes to America, they go to whatever Catholic church or Protestant churches in the community they move in. When my brothers and sisters come from the continent or from the Caribbean, they set up their own separate Protestant church or their separate Catholic church, but they don't, or they'll go to the white Catholic church, but they won't come and make their home within the black church. right there, tell me who's discriminating against whom. But see, the thing is, you've come here not to partner with me. You've come here, you were brought here by the white man to partner with him. He granted you the visa. He granted you the green card. Why? He doesn't need you. Or does he need you? He needed you for the cheap labor. He needed you to work in the industries we were working in, because in the 60s, we broke their back. We broke their back politically. We broke their back economically. And they said, we'll reward you. You may have your civil rights bill. You may have your affirmative action laws. You may have disgraced us to the world, but we'll make sure you're unemployed. So we're going to bring blacks in from the Caribbean, Filipinos in from the Philippines, Chinese from Taiwan. And then when that market got saturated, then they started bringing in the Latinos from all over Central South America to be the cheap labor force, to do the work that we had been doing in this nation all along, developing and moving up in, and to make sure that you use economics and unemployment as a way of defeating and reversing the victories that blacks had won during the Civil Rights War against you. And then our brothers and sisters, in their ignorance and their desperation, don't understand none of this. They just know they got a job. They don't understand why they were given preference. Because they're not going to fight no white folks. They got no beef with the white folks. They got no historical relationship with white racism and white supremacy in America. They don't even know what we are angry about. And many times they ask us that, what are you angry about? Okay? Because in America, we went to war with the white man as the white man. That didn't happen in any Caribbean island or any African nation. After their enslavement and after their colonial enslavement, they tend to merge and migrate into that white culture and population, denouncing their culture.
No, the Jamaicans, for an example, would say that they fought their Maroons.
They
wanted
portion of Jamaica were Maroons. All of Jamaica were not Maroons. There was two main Maroon communities, and both of them signed, at least one of them under Nanny, signed an agreement with the British to capture the runaway and return them back to the British in exchange for their independence. And that was just a semi-independence. Most of Jamaicans were not in the Maroon community, and even today, most of Jamaicans don't even respect the Maroon community, which still exists to this day. I've been in that community. I've danced the Nyabengi in every church in the hills of Jamaica. I've sat at the table at Mr. Henry Palace and helped broker a peace agreement between the 7 families. I know more about the Maroons community. When I go among that community today, I'm greeted as a hero, a son, and a brother of that community. And they look at most of the other brothers and sisters in Jamaica as their enemy, and none of them would dare come up into those mountains after dark unless they had family up there. Even the taxi cabs will not take you after dark, because the everyday Jamaicans have no relationship with the Maroon community, and they still treat them as marginalized Africanists, bush people. So when people get over here with us, they try to play the little game to give themselves an identity, but when they're at home, they're not in that identity. If you meet a true Maroon, they'll come over here to be our comrades because they understand the relationship between black and whites. I remember he died, oh Lord, oh goodness, my brother, he died last year, actually, from heat exhaustion in Harlem. Ross McPherson.
Yes.
When Ross McPherson first came here, he didn't have a bachelor's degree, he didn't have a master's, he didn't have a doctorate. He died, he had just finished his doctorate of divinity. When he came from Jamaica, he came to my house because the Maroon leadership told him to come to me. And he was coming to try and find a place to settle, and I helped him in Harlem. And he was given permission to publish poems, true Rasta poems, that spoke to the Rasta cultural tradition. And if you look at Ross McPherson's works and his writings, the Rasta poetry that he published is different from, it's not reggae. Reggae is not Rasta. And I remember in 1992 when I was in the mountains with the Maroon community and the Rasta community, they were very clear that Bob Marley was not a Rasta. And his music was not Rasta music, nor Rasta poems. And we had 2 days to try and settle that. So they accept that at the end of the day, that he advanced the cause of Rastafari, that he advanced the cause by popularizing us to the world. but let's not call him a Rasta because his behavior was not that of the Rastafarian. And his poetry was not that of the Rastafarian, even though his poetry was very political, very powerful, Pan-African, and strong. So we just need to make sure we understand history right so people don't play us with words and little games. And then when we look at a lot of the movements that came out of Jamaica, the Pocomane movement and some of the other movements, and the people who went to Jamaica and did join the Rasta community, then you got to go back to the blacks who was taken by the British after the Revolutionary War to Jamaica, who founded the Pocomane movement in Jamaica, coming out of the Black Baptist movement in Savannah, what is now Savannah, Georgia, which predated the AME Church in Philadelphia. And a lot of that community was also settled as free blacks in Trinidad, while Trinidad was still in slavery. And you can go to their homes and their places today. And they had quite an impact and quite an influence on the culture of Trinidad. These are African Americans who had been here for a couple of hundred years and had formed an African American identity. And so some of them went to, the northern ones went to Canada, Nova Scotia, and then to Sierra Leone. But those who fought in the southern sector went to Jamaica and Trinidad. And nobody talks about them and the influence they had on the culture in Jamaica and Trinidad, both politically and economically. So before people start talking and play this little game history because of their alliance with certain white folks, especially the Jewish community in New York, who used them to build the Democratic Party to attack and destroy the Black Republican Party base in Harlem and Bed-Stuy, let them tell us the true history. Don't tell me J. Raymond Jones was the Great Fox. Tell me J. Raymond Jones was the insurgent that was helped to get Jewish control politically over Harlem and destroyed the African American political base, which was the Republican Party coming out of Lincoln. But we don't want to go there. That's enough on that. Let people chew on that and do what they want to do. Let's talk about the history of my people, your people, the African American peoples. We fought a war in America. They call it the Civil War. That was our war of liberation. 300,000 of us wore the blue uniform, and 500,000 of us fought in the war and didn't wear any kind of uniforms behind the lines. We won that Civil War. That's our war of liberation. And no one wants to talk about the extent to which we won what was called the Civil War. If you remember, the Battle of Gettysburg was fought in Pennsylvania. That's north of Washington, D.C. So the South had already just about surrounded Washington when Lincoln said, we better bring the niggas in the game. That's when they decided to bring black troops in because they could not win the war. It wasn't until the introduction of black troops formally in the north, from the north, that we began to win the war going towards Virginia. And then black troops was already fighting in the West and in the South because the Union general had recruited us when we left the plantations to fight for them and with them. Many of us were carrying out saboteurs, work behind the lines, espionage work behind the lines. We had Harriet Tubman working as literally the foundation of what would become the American CIA behind the lines. She had one of the best intelligence networks in the country. Even during that period, there were over 2 to 300,000 free blacks in America before the Civil War. And most of them was in Mississippi. One of the wealthiest men in Natchez, Mississippi, was a black man who was a barber and a blacksmith. And so we need to study African American history and stop dealing with white stereotypes.
Well, how could that be, that you had over 200,000 free blacks in Mississippi?
No, in America.
In America,
the
okay.
largest segment of that 200,000 was in Mississippi.
Okay, I got you.
And because we were the artisans, we were the craftsmen, you know? And so they were, and the slavery system in America was one of the most brutal in the world, but it also had a back door to it. If you were skilled, and the white folks needed your skilled trade, they weren't going to let slavery keep you from applying their trade to help them build their society. So many blacks who were like blacksmiths, who were plumbers, who were architects, they were granted their freedom while in the South, you know, and they were allowed to work. Or if they were on a certain plantation owner said, well, I'll let you go out to help Mr. George Vanderbilt build his plantation, and you can keep 20% of what they have to pay me for your labor.
Mm-hmm.
And so that black man would use that money to buy himself out of freedom.
How much of it?
And then buy his family. Because many blacks, and especially Mississippi, had bought themselves out of freedom, and then they bought their family, because you had to own your family. You couldn't have people. So if I was free, I had to buy my wife and buy my son, and they were legally my slaves.
Mm.
You understand? Under the law. But we were free to run our own plantation. There were many black plantations in the South,
mm-hmm.
run by black people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it wasn't just in the South. Dessalines was bought from his white slave owner by a black plantation slave owner in Haiti.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he took the name, and he took that name Dessalines from the black man.
Mm-hmm.
So this was something that was happening throughout the system. Mm-hmm. But remember, America is bigger than any of the Caribbean islands, bigger than most of the Caribbean islands put together. Mm-hmm. So when you talk about the United States, you're talking about an enormous piece of geography with varied cultural stuff going on in it. Mm-hmm. You're talking about a population in Florida around St. Augustine, around an encampment called Fort Moses that had been there since the 1500s. It was an African free town and one of the biggest forts in America. And when it was attacked by Andrew Jackson, he came back and told the President of the United States, and this is part of what's in the Library of Congress, you send me to fight Indians, and all I was fighting is niggas down in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the largest maroon community out in this hemisphere outside of Brazil, Jamaica notwithstanding. The Jamaican maroon community was small compared to the African American maroon community, which is Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Even after the Civil War, many of them didn't stay in the United States. Some went to the Bermuda, and some went to the Bahamas, and some went to the Dominican Republic. There's a city in the Dominican Republic, I forgot the name, where they speak English as the first language, not Spanish. Those are the descendants of those who left the United States after the Civil War, because they did not want to become, when Florida became a state, they did not want to become a part of the United States. Many other went to the Bahamas, and you find there's a couple of islands in the Bahamas that's all African American historical sites and places. Same thing with Bermuda. Mm-hmm. But no one talks about these histories. So come back to the Civil War.
But before you, and I do want you to deal with that Civil War, but while you're talking about the African American Maroons, Florida, I can't listen. The Seminoles. Can you? I mean,
the Seminoles. There's no such Native American group called the Seminoles. The Seminole was a nation of the Creek Indians and Africans that had genetically amalgamated. But the white man couldn't say that they were Africans. That's why I pointed out when Andrew Jackson was sent to fight the Seminole at Fort Moses, in his report back to, I think, President Buchanan, he said, "You sent me to fight Indians, and I found that I was only fighting niggers."
Okay.
And this is Andrew Jackson, who would become the President of the United States.
Right. And I think it was, 2/3 of the American Army was engaged in trying to put down...
And they were defeated handily by that community, which was an African community. That we had been escaping into Florida ever since the 1500s. I belong to a nation that's, if you look at me, you can see I'm more Native American than African. My community is called the Chicora Nation. The Chicora Nation live in what is now Pawleys Island, South Carolina, Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, Georgetown, South Carolina. In the 1520s, the Spanish came up from the Dominican Republic, and they settled in Pawleys Island, South Carolina. They had pulled a coup. They captured a lot of our chiefs, had invited a lot of our chiefs onto the boat, supposedly for a powwow, and then they captured them. While they were capturing our chief on one ship, the Africans rebelled and burnt down the other two ships and escaped into the community with the Chicora Nation. That is the genesis of my African experience in North America. Mm-hmm. On the other side of my family would come from the Burundi area. Mm-hmm. My grandfather was great-grandfather was a Tutsi man, one of the last people to be enslaved in the slavery at the slave market in Georgetown, South Carolina. Mm-hmm. So we have a very, and during that entire period, there's a place down there now, there was a place called Beth Village, which is on the Atlantic Ocean between Paulus Island Beach and Tapvideo Beach. That was an African American maroon community that much of my grandfather's people come from. And then further up about 20 miles, you had another community called, today they call it Burgess. That was the biggest maroon community. This is just in one little spot in South Carolina, in Georgetown and Horry County. And they never gave up. We were called the Freewood Niggers. That's what they call us, the Freewood Niggers. Because maroon is a Spanish term. And that was used in Jamaica because Jamaica was settled by the Spanish before the English. So they kept some of the Spanish terms. But the Spanish term for the runaway black was maroon. In the Portuguese area, they were called the Cimarron. But in North America, we were called the Freewood Niggers. So if you go to a place like North Santee, where some more of my family's from, that's the Freewood Niggers. You go to Burgess, that's the Freewood Niggers. You go to Old Beth Village, that's where the Freewood Niggers was. And we actually traded Beth Village with the white folks in the 1920s, just before the 1920s. We gave up the land we had on the beachfront for farmland beside a new highway they were building called Ocean Highway, which is now Highway 17. And we built 3 distinct towns that's still our towns. One's called Simmonsville, one's called 4. Simmonsville and Marysville, which is about a quarter mile apart. That's all the small family. 2 whole towns. That's our family. African Native American peoples. And then you go further up, you got Parkersville and Frasersville. Those are the other 2 black maroon communities that traded their land, the maroon lands, to come by the highway where they could get their goods to market. And so till today, our people still live in these areas. But nobody know our history, and we haven't written it. People talk about the Gullah Geechee culture. Some white folks come up with this concept and try to settle us just on the island. The majority of the Gullah Geechee people live on the mainland, not the islands. You know, the islands, yes, are more isolated in some ways, but some of these communities on the mainland is even more isolated than the islands. My oldest daughter, mother, God bless her soul, Barbara was Native American, but she was not from the West, and she was not Asiatic. She was Afro-Asian Native American, and they live on an island called Sandy Island, which is a big freshwater island that sits between the PD River and the Waccamaw River. Till this day, only blacks and their native cousins still live there on this island. And a few years ago, we were doing petitions up here to save. This white man bought 1 plot from one of our cousins, Mr. Frazier, who was an undertaker, and he wanted to build a bridge over there to get to his land. So we went to court because there's a little hummingbird there, and he only nestles on that island. And so we went to court to save the habitat of this hummingbird. The judge ruled in our favor, but not in favor of the hummingbird. He said the bridge would destroy the essence of the African and Native culture that is there and heritage that is there, which is a better ruling than the ruling for the hummingbird. So the bridge never got built. You can only get there by ferry boat.
One of the reasons I wanted to extend this dialogue is because you look at Florida today, the killings in Florida. I mean, but you know, it's all over America. But there's history that goes all the way back in terms of the resistance movement and why.
It's been all across the country. Florida was the biggest maroon community, but it wasn't by far the only one. And so, but we don't want to just dwell there. We resisted everywhere in America. We resisted in Boston. We resisted in New York. One of the first rebellions in this country was burned when we burned New York down in 1712.
Now they claim only a few blacks was killed.
It doesn't matter whether one got killed. We burned New York to the ground, 1712. Second year or so before that, we had the rebellion in South Carolina, where your people are from, up near the Stoner River, near Walterboro, South Carolina. One of the biggest rebellions ever in North America. They don't even know what the number was because most of the people escaped into Florida. They captured the leadership and the critical soldiers who stayed behind while the others escaped and fought the British militia, and they hung them. And it was led by a brother named, oh Lord, and they played drums and carried a flag. I wish I knew what that flag was they were carrying. The brother, from the sound of his name, I remember it sounded Ghanaian. But anyway, that was
it skips my mind too, and I know who you're talking about.
But the majority of people in South Carolina at that point had come from Angola and the Congo. So you had a few from West Africa. The majority was from Angola and the Congo. Matter of fact, the very word Angola is where the whites mispronounce it as create the Gola people or the Gullah people, as we say today. So they were talking about the people from Angola. Because people didn't say Angola like we said today, they said Ngola, Ngola. So that's where the white man got Gola from. So, but that's notwithstanding, is all of those things are significant. Like history has said, if done in real time, we could be talking about 1 month for a month, but we can't do that. We got to take episodes from the epic, the episodes that we think is significant. And so one of the things we know that it was the black soldiers that fought most of the critical battles of the Civil War, from Fort Pillow, where we got massacred by the whites, to the major battles in South Carolina, where we stopped them, to Richmond, Virginia, to many of the battles in the West. You find that it is the colored soldiers, the African American soldier, that is leading many of these the troops who are leading the assaults in these major battles. And what is criminal about white America power elite, after the war, you had hundreds of thousands of black soldiers, and they didn't know how to integrate them back into the community, because these people now know how to kill white people. Now listen to this clearly now. There are hundreds of thousands of black men, all of them on a rifle and a pistol, getting out of the military, going back to New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Baltimore. They said, oh, hell no. So what did they do with those soldiers? Dispatch them to the West. And they're known in the West as what? The Buffalo soldiers. But they dispatched them in the West to be killed off in the Indian Wars. Many of them kept on going into Mexico and never stopped. Okay, they just the hell with it, and they just kept it moving. Many of them joined the Native Americans, and many of them stayed in the American military. But that wasn't something that they did on one occasion. They would do the same thing in the First World War. They would do the same thing in the Second World War with black soldiers who had fought in one theater in Europe, and then they send them to be killed off in another theater. Like my uncle fought with General Page, who was an advanced guard of General Patton, in taking the Rhine. And my uncle was famous down south for the amount of Nazis he killed, and for the stab wound he took from a bayonet in his shoulder. Lived to be 96. That was like Snowy, who died a few years ago. But when my father, my stepfather, who raised me and was my true father, fought also in Europe in the 92nd. But what would become the 92nd, but they were all dispatched from Europe and not allowed to come back to America and sent to the Pacific to fight the Japanese to get them killed off. They would do the same thing in the Vietnam War under Johnson with the 82nd Paratrooper Division. They came home in the 60s to find themselves restricted to the base. They couldn't get up the base. I think they did allow their families to come and see them on the base, but they couldn't have leave. And then they sent them back to Vietnam because they didn't know how to bring those paratroopers who had been in those bushes fighting and killing Vietnamese back into the streets of America during the rebellions of the 60s. So that's something, going back to the Buffalo Soldier, was a trend in the American political military-industrial complex to murder off the black soldiers who had been engaged in combat and had learned warfare, rather than let them come back into the black community. That's one of the consequences of the Civil War that we need to look at. But we need to look at some other simple things. Like I say, we can only do episodes from an epic. So one of the major episodes was a young man who fought in he was in the Navy and during the Civil War, and he came out of the Navy and he was a draftsman. And he became, we know him in history as Lewis Latimer. He was a friend of a guy named Alexander Graham Bell. They were good friends. Alexander Graham Bell's father was deaf. So Alexander Graham Bell was trying to create something for his father to hear when he stumbles up on the telephone. He was trying to create a hearing aid for his daddy. And so the guy who wrote who did the drafts, who did the draft, the first drawing, what do you call it, when you draft? For the telephone. Yeah. That was Lewis Latimer. Right. Doing it for Alexander Graham Bell. So when you look in the book and you see this drawing of the first telephone, that's not done by Alexander Graham Bell. That's done by his friend Lewis Latimer. Latimer would then begin to work as a draftsman with a company owned by a young white guy in New Jersey named Edison. And he was not a draftsman initially, he was the patent defender. Most of the defending of patents for the Edison company was done by Louis Latimer. But Latimer wanted to be an inventor and a drafter. So the light bulb, which was not created by Edison nor Louis Latimer, was created by two British scientists, but they couldn't keep it burning more than a few seconds. But the concept they sold to Edison. Edison didn't know what to do with it, so he gave it to this young black guy who wanted to go do more than just be a patent defender. And so what Louis Latimer did, he remembered that when they were picking cottons, and what the people would do to keep their hand warm, they would burn the cotton seeds, and how it would just glow and glow and glow like it would never burn out. So that's how he come up with the carbon filament that made the incandescent light bulb a practical tool, which then allow Americans to begin to work 24 hours a day, light their streets, light their homes, and now factories that had to close at sunset could work right through the night, because now you had this artificial lighting called the incandescent light bulb. It created a revolution in the world, you know. And then you had what's our brother name who wrote the blueprint for the first street lighting for New York, for Paris, and for London. So if you think of what he did in America, when he created the gas mask and the street lights, but he also did street lights for London and Paris as well.
Morgan? No.
Garrett Morgan.
Garrett Morgan.
So all of this is occurring right after the Civil War. You understand? And these black people who were enslaved, these are the children of the formerly enslaved, one generation out. Now at the same time, the federal troops was in the South protecting blacks, so most of the people who are elected to Congress and to state government throughout the southern states who was in rebellion are now black immediately after the Civil War, the first 5 years after the Civil War, and they're rebuilding the South. But then we are betrayed by the white northern businessmen. And there's a good book, it's called Complicity, that people can buy, Complicity, on how the white businessmen conspired with those who would become the Ku Klux Klan in the South to sell the blacks out in exchange for them to be given national political leadership under Rutherford B. Hayes, so the American banking industry could control the economy of America. And so they pardoned then all of the war criminals in the Civil War and gave them their citizenship back, moved the troops out of the South, allowed the terrorist organization, the Klan, to rise, to then declare war on the free black population that for the most part have been disarmed and left unprotected by the federal government of the United States. Ended a period that was called Reconstruction. That was a betrayal by our government, but it didn't stop us. We still kept on going. Between 1865 and 1929, African Americans opened 75 banks, 100 plus insurance companies, okay? From a couple of thousand schools, nearly 100 colleges, and a couple of thousand of what you call benevolent association, or what they call penny association, today we call credit unions. And we built black business districts all over America. The most famous one is Greenwood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which was attacked by the white government and the white community in 1921, I think, and burned to the ground. But the same thing happened 10 years later in Rosewood, Florida, which was another black thriving community. The same thing had happened a few years earlier in Wilmington, North Carolina, where the black elected officials were driven out of town by armed rebellion on the part of the whites. Their homes and businesses were burned to the ground. It also happened outside of Raleigh, North Carolina, in a place we call Little Haiti, which was another thriving free black community, burned to the ground. It also happened in East St. Louis, okay, which is called the Great Riots of East St. Louis. These are white folks rioting, coming and burning the black business district down. And it happened in other places, but these are the more famous ones.
Mm-hmm.
And yet we still thrive.
Mm-hmm.
From coming out of the Civil War to 1929, we had seized 15 million acres of land.
Mm.
We've lost most of that between the 1929 and now. I think we only own something like 5 million acres out of the 15 million acres we seized after the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But in that period of time, we built hospitals, colleges, schools, and so forth. And some of the great leaders that were struggling up through that day, one of the greatest of all is the man we know as Booker Telefario Washington. There is no black leader greater than him in North America. Not Marcus Garvey, not Malcolm X, not Booker T. Washington. Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and Booker T. Washington had the benefit of the press in a certain way, especially Dr. King and Malcolm. But Booker T. Washington left us Tuskegee University. Mm-hmm. Booker T. Washington held the first Pan-African Congress. Nobody gives him credit for it. Most people don't know this man, Booker T. Washington, held a conference at Tuskegee University, 1915, 1914?
Yeah, 1914, I think.
1914, and it was called a Conference of the Negro World. Mm-hmm. Africans came from Nigeria, they came from Ghana, they came from Jamaica, they came from other parts of Central South America to attend this conference to talk about economic politics and culture and development in the African world. This is before the first Pan-African Conference in England. Then that first Pan-African Conference in England, guess what? Mr. Booker T. Washington got on a ship, went over to England and helped to sit down and plan that conference, and then came back to America and put the power of the Tuskegee machine behind promoting that conference. This is before W. Du Bois really gets involved. During this period, Mr. Booker Washington is communicating with a young man from Jamaica, a young printer named Marcus Messiah Garvey. Because the conference at Tuskegee in 1914, about 6 to 10 Jamaicans had come, but Garvey couldn't come because the British wouldn't let him leave because they saw him as an agitator. And so, but Garvey gets the report back from these others. So Garvey and Booker is writing each other. I read those letters when I was a young man. Booker T. Washington III, his grandson, was in Malcolm X OAAU along with myself. And we lived only 2 buildings apart. So I would be in his basement for hours and hours reading letters, which is now in the Schomburg Library, from between Booker Washington and Marcus Garvey. And so when Garvey came to America, he initially told Booker he wanted to come and teach at Tuskegee and bring his ideas there. And Booker told him, no, you can't bring those ideas down there. This is the South. We got to take these ideas into the Northeast where you'd be safe. Mm-hmm. So when Garvey got here, Booker Washington had died. And I contend that Booker Washington was murdered by the establishment. He was invited to New York to come to a meeting, supposedly a peace meeting, to broker peace between him, Monroe Trotter, W.B. Du Bois, and some others, and some white folks. He got sick at this meeting, and they put him into St. Luke's Hospital. He never recovered. He sent a telegram home to his wife and his aides saying, come and get me. If I must die, I'd like to die in my beloved Tuskegee. But he died on the train when the train pulled into the station in Baltimore, Maryland, on the way back to Tuskegee. Most people don't even know where this man died, you know. And it is clear he was poisoned, you know. But there was nobody doing an autopsy in those days and that sort of thing. And so his body was taken home and buried. So Garvey would get here a few months later, and his great friend, Mr. Booker T. Washington, who he was in partnership with, had been killed. And so Garvey said he came here to implement the Tuskegee model, the program of Booker T. Washington. And for people to discuss Garvey and never mention Booker T. Washington, it is a crime. And that means you didn't even read Tony Martin's book on Garvey. Because if you had read Tony's book, Tony would have told you these things that I'm now telling you. Dr. Tony Martin, God bless his soul, who has gone on to an ancestor now. And he wrote in his new book, an extraordinary book he did, is on the history of the Caribbean. Everybody must get that book. And I don't know what my copy is. Right now my head is spinning. I hope I didn't load it out. There are some other figures during that period of time that's significant. These are pre-Garvey figures, okay? And one was a man that worked with Booker T. Washington. His name is T. Thomas Fortune.
Yes.
Okay. He ran the biggest black newspaper in America, based in New York, before the African World, which is Garvey's newspaper, who he would become the editor of in the UNIA. But he was a newspaper editor running a black newspaper before Garvey got here. And you know what the name of his organization was? The Afro-American League, formed in 1892 in Rochester, New York. Then you had Martin Delany. Martin Delany was a major in the Civil War in the Union Army.
That's right.
You know, he was born free. His father, I think, and mom had escaped from slavery or bought their way out of slavery. After the Civil War, he found that from his grandfather, who was enslaved, that the grandfather had come from a place in Nigeria called Abeokuta. Abeokuta is an area that's significant for African Americans because many of us came from there. And it is clear now in the most recent genetic studies that 64% of the genetic structure of African Americans is Yoruba. Okay, that's very significant. And so Martin Delany, after the Civil War, got on a ship, went to Nigeria, went to Abeokuta. He formed an organization called the Niger River Valley Association, and he bought land. Thousands of acres of land was given to him to bring us back home to Africa. Garvey isn't in the picture yet. But when he came back to the country, his youngest boy was dying. And so he fought to save his child's life. And one of the things that was the consequence of that, he went to medical school at Harvard University, along with 3 other blacks. And 4 weeks before their graduation from medical school, the crackers say, "We're not marching with no niggas." So they were kicked out of Harvard Medical School 4 weeks before graduation. But he went on to be a physician, and he moved to Charleston, South Carolina, and became one of the major leaders in helping blacks organize to move to Liberia. Garvey isn't on the scene yet. Then you need to meet Bishop McNeil Turner.
Absolutely.
Again, pre-Garvey, African-American nationalist, Pan-Africanist, who, one of his best statements is like, "You've never seen the Chinese use a black god or non-Chinese god or white people." So he was telling black folks, if you walk into any place of worship, your God should be black. And he was clear about this. He was another one of them South Carolina boys. South Carolina put out a lot of very powerful brothers. And so when you study Bishop McNeil Turner and the work he did in Liberia and the work he did here, and all of these brothers were involved in some degree in the first Pan-African Conference. Okay. Booker T. Washington, before he died, had set up the Togo Project. People say, "Oh, he was over there helping the Germans." No, all of Africa, West Africa, was conquered by some European. Anywhere he go was going to be some cracker. Britain was running certainly French, Germany was running Togo. He was trying to come up with a way that Africans could be self-sufficient. So he came up with a strain of cotton that would grow well in Togo, and hoping that the Africans would use that to develop themselves economically. Of course, the German colonialists dominated him too, so he pulled his program out. But people blame him for, "Oh, you went over there and helped the Germans." He didn't go read the writing. He didn't go over there to help the Germans. He was trying to give the Africans a way to get themselves out of what was perceived poverty at that time under the dominance of the Germans. Garvey wasn't here yet. Okay. The AME Church had already built its headquarters in Liberia. Prince Hall had built its headquarters in Liberia. Liberia had already been built and was a nation state. Sierra Leone was built and was a nation state. Both of these things were built by African Americans going back to Africa before Garvey was born. So how does Garvey get to be the father of the Back to Africa movement?
Talk about
let's get
those
that
two
clear.
states.
Did you understand?
I understood. That's why I want you to talk about them and their structure, because it is presented as if the Europeans negotiated that, set that up, and put Africans there as a colonial real estate for them.
No, the Europeans wanted to get rid of Africans. Many of the people we call abolitionists, Liberia was a project that they would try to use to get rid of the free black population in America. Remember, Liberia starts before the Civil War. The crackers wanted to get rid of the free black population because the rest of us was locked down in slavery. So they wanted to get rid of the free black population, and that's why that was started. It wasn't started as a colonial project. Colonialism was the only political methodology of the day. So what else how else are you gonna design it? But the black folks who went had to pay their own passage. You know, they had to provide their own food to last them for a certain amount of months until they could grow a crop and get a crop out of the ground, etc. And in many cases, they were bamboozled and double-crossed. Matter of fact, there was a benevolent society founded in New York just to take care of the blacks whose money was stolen from them and they never got a passage on a boat. And they'd already sold whatever little land they had and chickens and goat or cows or whatever. And they were stranded in New York hungry and empty because the white people had robbed them. You know? But many of us made it to Liberia. Many of us died because we paid for 2 months' food supply and got them found we only had 1 month's food supply. So people, I've got the history of Liberia downstairs if they want to read it. We didn't go there. We bought that land from other Africans who were, many of those chiefs were selling other Africans into slavery. And they sold us the worst land. Liberia was the swamp, the mangrove swamps, the super infested malaria swamp. They didn't even sell us good land. Okay? But we turned it into something because we wanted to be free. People didn't care what the cost. They wanted to leave America and go back home. But they no longer spoke their language. They didn't know what part of the continent their grandfather or great-grandfather came from. They just wanted to get back to Africa. So that's where they landed. Sierra Leone was the same way. The black folks who fought with the British was taken to Nova Scotia. The British promised them land after the American Revolution. The British lost the war. So they took the blacks, they did take those who fought with them to Nova Scotia. But when they got to Nova Scotia, the crackers in Nova Scotia wouldn't give them land and started the same racist triping that went on in America. So the blacks said, then take us back to Africa. So the British hired a black man named Paul Coffey. And he took that population from Nova Scotia and a good population of free blacks under the Wilberforce Foundation in England, and they settled the area that's called Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone would blow up because what the British would do whenever they captured a slave ship, after the British declared transatlantic slave trade to be illegal, all the ships that the British captured, they would take those people to Sierra Leone. And that's how Sierra Leone gets to be such a multi-ethnic place. Most of the people they took to Sierra Leone were Yorubas. Matter of fact, the name Yorubas began to be applied to them in Sierra Leone. They weren't called Yorubas when they were in what is now Nigeria, which is another story people need to learn. But that notwithstanding, understand all of this is going on and there is no Marcus Garvey yet. You understand? So when Marcus Garvey gets to America and his friend Booker T. Washington had been killed, he tries to carry on the program that Booker T. Washington was calling his Tuskegee model. And Garvey merged his ideas with Booker's ideas, and that became what bloomed into the UNIA. But the element in the UNIA that if you don't understand her, you won't have any UNIA. And it's a black American woman, a school teacher, and an actress. They call her an elocutionist in those days. Her name is Henrietta Benton Davis. And she's the number 2 person in the UNIA. In any picture of the UNIA leadership, you see this group of men, and there's one woman standing in the middle. That's Henrietta Benton Davis. She spoke French, Portuguese, Spanish, and English. And she was the one going all over Central South America organizing UNIA chapters because she spoke all of the languages. And she was the one, because of her role in the AME Church, that used the AME Church to give Marcus Garvey a foundation to move around the country. The AME Church was the platform from which he was speaking and organizing all around America, and that's why he was able to do so rapidly and so successfully. And so she was the lady, when the Black Star Line was launched, she was the president of the Black Star Corporation. And was on that ship on its maiden voyage when it was captured by the white folks in Jacksonville, Florida, and held in port until they ran out of food and everything else, under the suspicion that there was 2 blacks who escaped from the chain gang in Jacksonville, and they were afraid if the ship left, there might be stowaways on the ship, and they would escape. And that was the routes to break the Black Star Line. And many of the Negroes blame Henrietta for that. How could she do anything about that? She was seized by the government and the police and the army in Jacksonville. And when they finally let them off the ship, because people started protesting, we've been on the ship for a month, we got to be out of food, we got this, and blame the Black Star Company for it, when it was the government of the United States and the law enforcement people in Jacksonville, Florida, working under the behest of the then J. Edgar Hoover. And that's that thing that we have that turn on us so viciously, sometimes more vicious than the real white man.
Yeah.
You know. So I wanted to talk about them because then there are others. In that same period, you got a fantastic lady named Ida B. Wells.
Oh, Lord, yes.
Who's fighting against lynching in America.
Yes.
There's a sister who, what's the name of the town Ida was from? Down in Mississippi. But anyways, two brothers that had opened a grocery store. Because the white grocery store in the black community was selling garbage for high prices. So these brothers opened their own grocery store and was selling good food at good prices. And we took all the business from the white man. So the white folks came and tried to shoot them up. They defended themselves and they killed a couple of white folks. And so they were arrested and put in jail. And then they were lynched after they were put in jail by a mob. So Ida B. Wells, who was a journalist, wrote about all of this in her newsletter. And then her office was attacked and firebombed and burned down. And she had to escape from home and come into Chicago and for safety. And she started a campaign that took her all over the world, France, England, Germany, telling the world about lynching and murder and genocide in North America. This is pre-Garvey. The Afro-American League, started by T. Thomas Fortune. Most of the members of the Niagara movement, including W. Du Bois, comes out of that movement. To found the Niagara movement. Movement was a reaction in some ways against the formation of Omega Psi Phi, the group we know as the Boule, which was the black, light-skinned, professional elite, doctors and lawyers out of Philadelphia, who felt that they had no class association for themselves, because they weren't allowed to mix with the white elite, and they felt they were above the rest of the black community. So they created the first Greek-lettered black organization in America, what we know as the Boule, so that they could have their own debutante, cotillions, and their own elite thing. And so there was a fight at that time about what we would be called Negroes. This fight talk we have now, whether we're going to be called Negroes, colored, Afro-Americans, Sudanese, Ethiopians, all of these were discussed at that time. So the Niagara movement was the militant aspect of the black movement. But then that's when something happened in the South. A Jew named Frank was lynched. He was a Jewish travel salesman, or police, or insurance salesman, traveling salesman, one of those, who was lynched in Georgia for the raping of a young white girl in a warehouse. There was a black man also arrested who was a janitor in one of these warehouses, but they let the black man go, and they captured the Jewish guy, took him to jail, and the mob came and lynched him. His name was Brown, I think. But at any rate, that's when the Jews formed the Anti-Defamation League. And they came to the black folks and formed a partner organization called the NAACP. And the NAACP, the only black person in the leadership was W.B. Du Bois, who was then, I think, the secretary. All the rest of the officers of that organization were white folks. So they were using black folks, and they would use black folks for the next coming decades as cannon fodder to change laws in America that would favor Jewish immigration into the South and development in the South. You know, and once those laws and stuff was passed, the same Jewish population who profited so much from integration and desegregation would turn against the African American population in their partnership with the white Southern business and cultural communities. But we need to understand that period. But during that same period, you had, before Marcus Garvey, the development of one of the biggest banks in America, black or otherwise, under the leadership of a woman named Maggie Walker in Richmond, Virginia. Mm-hmm. She started the St. Luke Benevolent Association a few years earlier. And by the 1929, when the stock market crashed, Margaret Walker's bank was so significant and so wealthy that she was able to loan money to the major white banks in Richmond to keep them afloat. Mm. She also started one of the first department stores in America that was run by all black women. Nobody talks about it, though. Mm-mm. Okay. When Black Wall Street was burned down, W.B. Du Bois organized with others, T. Thomas Fortune and others, one of the biggest march in America to that date down Fifth Avenue, which was called the Silent March. And it was all financed by Madam C.J. Walker. Mm. So you need to understand these things of our history if you're going to truly understand where Garvey fit. Garvey comes in the middle of all of that. Mm, mm. And many of those players that I just told you about that's already running organizations, already involved in Pan-Africanism abroad, already traveled to Africa, already involved in building in Africa, these people would all join up with Mr. Garvey because they didn't see Garvey as a threat or as an alien. Garvey said, I came to further and implement Booker T. Washington's Tuskegee model. Now, many of these people had fought against Booker Washington, like Monroe Trotter, who was the brother who was very strong, very powerful journalist who fought against Booker because he thought Booker was an accommodationist. Mm-hmm. You know, Trotter, and if he was to look at it today, I'm sure he would change his mind. But Trotter was a very militant brother, and when he went to the White House to meet with President Wilson and a black delegation around the movie The Birth of a Nation, he got so up in the president's face, he had to seek the service through the brother out of the White House, and said he would never be welcome back there again, you know. So, you know, you had some bad brothers back in that period between the end of the Civil War and 1929. And people need to study that period because it was an extraordinary developmental period for black people. We seized 15 million acres of land in that period. We opened over 75 banks. We opened over 1,000 credit unions. We opened something like 50, 60 or more insurance companies. We opened thousands of schools, one-room classrooms across the country. We opened multiple colleges across the country. We were graduating people who were doctors, people who were lawyers. We were graduating people who were school teachers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Who we weren't welcome in the white schools in most of America. So we created our own nation within America. It was that nation that would come under attack in the civil rights movement. The integration movement was about destroying that black nation economically and politically. And it succeeded because we got bamboozled and fell for the okie doke. Even Black Wall Street. I went out last year to Tulsa, Oklahoma to celebrate Black Wall Street. I marched through the streets. I went all over the places where our brothers and sisters fought and died. I went to all their memorials. I had a wonderful time. The people there are beautiful. And the one thing that people told me is that Professor Small, I was the keynote speaker at the AME church that was one of the only few churches that didn't get burned down, headed by a black woman who supported the movement. And they said what they don't tell the world is that we rebuilt Black Wall Street better than before.
No, I didn't know.
Nobody knows that. Then they said, but we lost it all with integration. We rebuilt it better than before. But we lost it all with integration.
How did integration thread its poison?
Through the church. Through the Jews and their money and the churches.
Explain.
That's why it was led by the preachers.
Explain.
I'm not going to go into deep. That's another whole lecture. Okay. To suffice. The black churches was leading that movement. The money that funded it and the newspapers that was projecting it were primarily the Jewish and the white left. And We fell for it. You didn't see Chinese integration, asking for integration. You didn't see Italians asking for integration. The only person who was asking for integration was us. To integrate what? Into something other than yours. What does that then say about your institutions? That means they will be abandoned. And they were. When I grew up in the South, I didn't go to a white anything. Our church was our movie theater every Wednesday night. Whatever movie the white folks could see in town, Mr. Joe Bly and my grandfather had their projector, and we watched our movie from Hopalong Cassidy to whoever else right in our church on Acadia Plantation, St. Anne Baptist. We used to go to town to a movie, and we were upstairs, the Strand and the Palace, and then our people said, no, we're not going to support that movie theater no more. They just stopped. Everything we went to were black in that town. Black restaurant.
Same thing when I grew up.
You know,
we never saw
somebody wanted to destroy that because the black economy had gotten so powerful, so that by the time we got to 1954, you hear about Brown versus the board, and I know you've heard Alton talk about this.
Yes.
But I grew up and I remembered the Camden, South Carolina case, which is the oldest of the case. Camden, South Carolina versus the state of South Carolina. And what the Camden, it was about busing our children to better schools, getting the money for busing. So with Camden, because I remember my minister, Reverend George Bessinger, was a part of that movement. Camden is not far from your home.
That's right.
And so what they were doing in Camden, they were asking for a proportional return of the dollar, meaning give us our tax money back and we will build our own schools. Wait a minute. Majority of the county is black. If we get the tax money back, we won't have no money. You understand? So if you did the proportional return of the black tax dollar back to the black community, we could have built anything. So that case was sent before the Supreme Court, but it wasn't heard. The second case came up before the Supreme Court at the same time, was Brown versus the Board of Education in Washington, D.C. Brown versus the board, Washington, D.C. Asking for what? Proportional return of the dollar, the same as the Camden case. So the Jews who ran the NAACP got the daughter of the president of the NAACP in Kansas to bring charges for integrating the Topeka, Kansas school. And then that case, which is also Brown versus the Board of Topeka, Kansas, was merged with the other two cases, but fought as though it was the Topeka case. And that's the one that they granted. Dismissed the proportional return of the dollar. That didn't even get argued. What got argued is the integration, which became the 1954 decision. But that's not what the black people were fighting for. That was the case the white people put up. The other two was the case the black people put up. That's when the betrayal came in the movement. And then it went downhill from there. We thought we were going uphill, but it went downhill. But let's come back to that other period, and then we can end in that period between 1865 and 1929, because you saw a couple other things happening. Because of the terrorism in the South that had followed the ending of pulling the troops out of the South after the Civil War, leaving us at the mercy of the Ku Klux Klan and the other terrorist organizations, Red Shirts of Mississippi and so forth. In South Carolina, Tillman and his Red Shirts, which was simply other type of Klan organizations, you had hundreds of thousands, if not millions of us, move from the South into the North. Two major paths, one through the Midwest into Chicago, Detroit, and St. Louis area, and one through the Eastern Seaboard through Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. And so out of that movement will come what we call the Harlem Renaissance.
Yes.
Okay. But it wasn't just in Harlem. That same type of Renaissance took place in Chicago, in St. Louis, probably more profoundly in Chicago and St. Louis than it did in New York. But because New York was the light of the world, and it was blown up in another way. And so you get great people like a Langston Hughes, you got Zora Neale Hurston, you got it's just all about great people who came out of what is called that Harlem Renaissance period would come up that time. And it wasn't really a Harlem Renaissance, because the Renaissance is a rebirth of something. So what they really don't want to deal with is that we were talking about an African American Renaissance or an African Renaissance in America, not a Harlem Renaissance, because we had never lived in Harlem before. So how was it a Renaissance for us? Harlem was a white suburban upper class community. We were fundamentally servants in that community, but now they had abandoned that community to move up into what is now Westchester County, where I'm living now. And so that community was then left open for the new immigrants coming from the South, the new refugees, if I would say. And so what you saw there was an African Renaissance, when we begin to go into our painting, our poetry, our history, our political ideology, our historical lecturing. That was an African rebirth. And it's not called that. But the same thing was happening in St. Louis. Same thing was happening in Chicago at the very same time. And no discussion is had on it. But the key thing, Marcus Garvey came here and became a part of a movement that already existed. And he brought some new elements to that movement. And I think one of the greatest elements he brought was his singularity of our Africanness. The one African concept. And because the movement of the Pan-African conferences, those things are already going on. People moving back to Africa, that had been going on for almost a century. People buying land in Africa, opening institutions like the MB Church and Prince Hall in Africa. That's already going on when Garvey gets here. So he's not the father of the Back to Africa movement. That's a myth. What he does, he galvanized what would become the Pan-African movement into being the Pan-African movement. That should be what we give him the great credit for. And he was able to do that in partnership with African Americans like T. Thomas Fortune and Henrietta Benton Davis and many others. But those were two key principal players, Benton Davis being the number 2 in charge. When Garvey goes to prison, you ask who's in charge, nobody can tell you because they don't want to admit it's an African American woman named Henrietta Benton Davis. Okay, so that's why studying your history is significant and important, because history tells you the truth. And remember, we're not doing history in real time. We're doing episodes from the epic that is our history. When you understand that context of episodes from the epic, then it'll all make sense to you. And then you can see the partnership between a T. Thomas Fortune and Marcus Garvey, Martin Delaney and a Marcus Garvey, what's our brother name, McNeil Turner, and Marcus Garvey, the one who's fighting with Booker T. Washington.
W. Du Bois.
No, not yet, but Du Bois and Garvey. But but those fights wasn't that big. If you read Du Bois and Booker, people made the difference between them. They blow that up now in today's history. But if you go back then, they had a couple of 2 skirmishes in the papers. The ugliest skirmish was between Du Bois and Garvey. And they said, well, Du Bois called him a monkey, Du Bois and Garvey was arguing over a most fundamental question. Garvey having a meeting with the Ku Klux Klan. And Du Bois and them objected to that as an insult and traitorous. Same thing happened between Malcolm and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. A year or so before Malcolm was killed, Malcolm went to Georgia at Brother Shabazz' house for a meeting around some farmland that they were trying to purchase in the South. And the person who came to the meeting to negotiate that was the head of the Ku Klux Klan. Wasn't David Dukes then, it was Bob Shelton, the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. Malcolm hit the ceilings so badly, and so much so, Elijah Muhammad barred him from ever going back to the South again to teach. This before he was ousted from the nation. So that kind of rift has been going on. The Klan is looking at the nation, well, we're separatists and y'all are separatists, so let's be partners, you know what I'm saying? And so Garvey was being looked at the same way. The Klan was saying, well, you want to separate from us, we want to separate from you, so we'll work with you, we'll give you some land and so forth and so on. So it wasn't a negative, but on the other hand, if you're an African American, fighting against Klan terrorism and murder and genocide, then any of your brothers having any kind of dealing with them comes off as being treacherous. Mm. So, but those are some of the things we have to study in literature, get a better understanding of. I would just like to show people some literature I think they really need to get into. You know, we showed them the book by our beautiful sister, Dr. Wright, who did a PhD at Temple on Booker T. Washington. It will be enlightening. It will blow your mind. It will show you that Booker Washington is the premier Pan-Africanist, and into the Back to Africa movement, and him and Garvey was brothers, comrades, you know, not enemies, not antagonists. That's a myth that people have pushed among us. And then you learn about a beautiful brother who in 1911, remember 1911, Garvey's not here yet. His name, his name is Noble Drew Ali.
Yes.
And he founds an organization called the Moorish Science Temple. And he's talking about we are the Moors of Africa. And that the history of North Africa and the history of Spain was our history. And that many of the people who were there was involved in those years of controlling North Africa and right down into West Africa and Spain and France were now enslaved in the United States of America, and he was trying to restore our identity. There's no Garvey yet. And then my gorgeous, beloved sister, her name is Zora Neale Hurston. She wrote, Their Eyes Were Watching God. And then she wrote another book called Jonas Gourd Bond. Zora Neale was an extraordinary writer, anthropologist, and ethnologist during the Harlem Renaissance. She was so militant, they actually drove her out of New York City, and she went back to Upper Florida. She ended up dying in poverty, of course, like many of us did in those days, but her writings are extraordinary when you want to look at African American culture and its linkages to Africa. And then if you really want to get deep, there's a brother who was one of my teachers, Hal Cruz, who helped me establish the structure for Black Studies at City College in 1970. And this is one of his great books. And this one is called Plural But Equal, where he does an analysis of the Civil Rights Movement and shows you who was behind it and what it was really about and how Black people were betrayed. He wrote another book called The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual. And so we need to read Dr. Cruz. And then you need to read the biography of my beloved, I love this brother right here, Martin R. Delaney. Dr. Martin Delaney. And you'll see that great period of transitioning from the Civil War right into the 1920s. And of course, you cannot talk about America unless you talk about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his premier work is Message to the Black Man. And it's sad, very sad, that every Black American have not read this book because the white man used the fight between him and Malcolm to blind us to the true works and value of the Nation of Islam and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, which comes into being around 1929 after the death of Noble Drew Ali and the fall of the Moorish Science Temple. And it would be Malcolm X in the 1950s that would bring this organization to its maturity and fruition and into the eyes of the world. But this book, Message to the Black Man, is an extraordinary document by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And during that period of coming through the falling of the stock market, there's this Black man, like Margaret Walker, who built the great bank. This is the Black man that built the first great cosmetology industry following Madam C.J. Walker. But Madam C.J. Walker didn't just have beauty shops, but she had beauty products. And Madam C.J. Walker had created a network that would become, we would know it later as is it Revlon, where they go from door to door selling those products? What was the name of that product? what's the other?
Mary Kay is one of them.
Mary Kay is a later one, but in between there. But that whole concept, that's what Madam C.J. Walker was doing. She trained her people at a school, but even before her, she was trained in a school, a college, a black college in St. Louis, where another sister, I forgot her name, who started this big cosmetology college in St. Louis. She was a nurse by profession. And then you have this brother who started not only a department store in Chicago, but he had one of the biggest beauty products industry in America for a couple of decades, you know. And he's very well known. That's S.B. Fuller. And so these black entrepreneurs, and if you want to look at some modern concepts, of course you want to look at Powernomics by our brother
Claude Anderson.
Claude Anderson. But another good book appears is called Black Labor, White Wealth. And to do some research, this is an enormously wonderful book. It's called The African American Archive. No black home should be without this book. This book is just an absolute must that you own for your children in high school, elementary school, and especially college. The African American Archive. And then there's a couple of books that you must have. One is written for the high school social studies curriculum nationwide. It's called African American History, A Journey to Liberation, and this is by Dr. Molefi Asante, along with many other black authors, including Dr. Rosalind Jeffries and others who contributed to it. An extraordinary work, will blow your mind, and it must be in every home. And there's another extraordinary textbook that's by Prentice Hall, believe it or not. Prentice Hall. It's called African American History. Next to the one by Molefi Asante, it's one of the most sterile history of African Americans dealing with major episodes out of our epic. And then I'm going to show you two more pieces. That's the latest, done by a very good friend of mine, Brother Mwalimu Suja, and his daughter, Sister Kenya Suja. And this is called Volume 1 and Volume 2, and it's African Cultural Heritage in North America. African Cultural Heritage in North America, Volume 1 and 2. You've got to get this. You can't say you know anything about our history unless you know about these books I'm showing you. And so when we think of African Americans, just in that short period between the Civil War and the crash of 1929, the reason I use the crash of 1929, because after that, we will never recover in terms of the amount of banks we opened, because with the crash of 1929 is about the major European, the German, English, and American banking family getting control of the economy in America. It's right after that that they create the Federal Reserve, which is not a government organization. It's an organization of a few rich banks and family, from the House of Rothschild to the major bank in Germany and the banks in America, that control the economy of the United States of America. And so after that point, black folks could not get the licensing and the charters to open banks. And so we were able to pull off a few that was funded and financed by white banks, like Freedom Bank in Harlem was underwritten by Chase Manhattan Bank, and is a way for Chase to process the drug monies and the number of monies in Harlem at the time. And once the CIA used the Cuban to take over the numbers industry, they had no more need for Freedom Bank, and so it was allowed to fail and dissolve. And that happened in many other places in the country. So there's certain things we need to understand about America and about Africans in America. Last year, we spent over $1 trillion. That's more than all of any nation in Africa, and more than any 10 together, and more money than all but 11 countries in the entire world. So African Americans would be the 12th richest nation in the world. We have wealth, we have riches, but we have not turned our riches into wealth. And that's where family organization, community organization, cultural organization, political organization, economic organization wrapped around our African American identity comes in, because when we're able to do that, we'll be able to turn our riches into wealth. We will control the economic, politics, and culture where we live. It means the stores in our community will not be predominantly Arab, Asian, Latino, or other foreign blacks, but they would be predominantly African Americans. And if anybody else opens a store in our community that's not African American and doesn't live in our community, they don't have to live there, but invest in our community, help support the institutions in our community, help build the daycare and the playgrounds and the health facilities in our community, help control the police in our community, then we should not shop there. And if we don't shop there, they will go out of business in a month. And so we just need to be clear. African Americans should own the African American community the way the East Indians own the East Indian communities, the way the Chinese own the Chinese community, the way Latinos own the Latino communities, the way the Italian own the Italian community, the way the Jews or the Jewish own the Jewish community. In those same regards, we should own the African American community. And if you don't understand that, you're sicker than I thought you were. I mean, Dr. Noble said that we are suffering from a shattered consciousness and a broken black identity. And I agree with that. But to fix that shattered consciousness, you got to come to the common sense that says, if you can't control the economic, politics, and culture where you live, you're a slave of those who does.
The archives is huge. It's 30,000 hours. Yeah, I mean, digitize it, organize it, and save it for African people.
I've seen lectures and lectures and lecture and lecture about spirituality. Most of it is bogus, most of it is misleading, most of it is misdirected. Spirituality is the resulting things from your comprehension of your reality. If what you call spirituality isn't the result of your comprehension of your reality, then it ain't spirituality. What happened back in the day of Abraham, Isaac, and them, that's nothing but the narrative of how they were trying to work out their relationship with God. We aren't supposed to repeat that incident. That's not our incident. How are we working out our relationship to what we call the divine? Right now, we look back at an Abraham's experience to get concepts, ideas, and principles that is useful to apply to our experience. But the only relationship, the only reality that you can call spirituality for you is how you resolve your immediate situation that you're involved in now using the fundamental principles that were sacred to your ancestors. If that's not what you're doing, if you're not fighting the revolution, you ain't spiritual. And as long as we're at war, and we're at war with the European community, and they're an aggressive, they're an aggressor in this war, if you're not responding to that war, don't talk about spirituality. What you're doing is not spiritual. Spirituality is your response to your reality. And being conscious that your response is based on the knowledge you have of the divine and the divine principles or laws or whatever we want to call them, being learned and used to respond to this conflict to create a resolution. If you study any history of any people and look at any holy book of any people, what are they? They're nothing but the ethno-narrative and history of a people's response to the contradictions they were faced with in trying to do food, clothing, shelter, safety for themselves and their families.
That's right.
Look at it. And trying to make sense of why there's a tyranny trying to stop them from doing that. And how do we respond, we best respond to this tyranny? That's spirituality. If you can grasp in the context of that, then you know how to use spirituality. I'm a priest of the Yoruba, but I'm not Yoruba. Yoruba is not a religion. Yoruba is an ethnic group that live in Nigeria. I'm an African American, not an African in America. I'm an African American. That's my tribe. And we need to get our labels straight. See, if you don't get your labels straight, you can't get your history straight. We defined ourselves. And as Dr. Noble says, power is the ability to define your reality and have other people accept your definition of your reality as if it were their own. So we gave ourselves these varied names at varied times in history as we became more conscious of who we were and what we had to fight against. Most of what makes this country what it is good, we've put it here, not the Europeans. Most of what have allowed people to come from across the world and enjoy this quote-unquote attempt at democracy, we've put it here, not the Europeans. So we built the model they are offering to the world of democracy. We have been the most significant builder of this thing. And don't let anybody take that from us. Most of us who are African Americans also have Native American blood. This is our land. Are we supposed to spit on those ancestors and throw them away? Give up their legacy? Show no respect. So let's define our tribe. That tribe has a history. We have not yet made that history sacred. And until you make the history of your lineage sacred, you can't even discuss spirituality. You can't even discuss it. If you think I'm crazy, read any religious book or any holy book of any people, from the Bhagavad Gita to the Bible, from the Rig Veda to the Upanishads to the Papal Buddha, to the Threefold Lotus Sutra, and all you're going to find is an attempt on the part of another people to explain the ethno-history of their ancestors and how they tried to resolve conflicts by using their understanding of the divine laws of the universe in their best interests. And that narratives become the holy book. You know, my brother, Reverend Oliver, was talking about the hand story. And that story is so significant because the European created hand as a metaphor for the whole black race. Yet, if you study history, one of the things you understand that when historically the white man is calling Iran Elam, that's an all-black population, many of whom still live in Iran today. When they're calling Iraq Sumer, that's an all-black population, and they know it. The only proof they got is that it's all black. Now, by the time you get the Akkadians invading the Sumerians, the Akkadians are the so-called Semite, you know, real crazy little white folks we see running around Brooklyn now pretending they're us, that comes down and invades that land. And as we study history, you know, Van Sertima has shown us, and Runoko Rasidi has shown us with his photo essays, that the question in the white world is how to control the mind. Stephen Biko, Dr. J. uses it all the time, says it more clearly than anybody. The greatest power in the hands of the oppressors is the mind of the oppressed. One of the most significant ways to capture the mind of the oppressed, is to define the parameters of the spiritual imperatives of the group. And someone has done that to us, where the our spiritual prerogative is limited to 3 theological expression of one theocracy. Because in Judaism, Christianity, Islam, if you're dealing with the Hebrew piece, you got the Torah. If you're dealing with the Christian piece, and the Torah instructs and informs the consciousness of those who say they're Hebrew Israelite. So if you're dealing with the Christian piece, you got the New Testament and the Torah. You got the supposed episodes of Christ, which is a very short part of the New Testament. And then you've got the dialogues and the writings of a guy named Paul, who was trying to murder Christ, who makes up most of the New Testament. And so you get that with the Old Testament and you got the Bible. If you get to the Quran, you got the Old Testament, you got the New Testament, and then you got the final revelations of Prophet Muhammad, and those three bodies of literature makes up the Quran. So you're not talking about three different religions, people. You're talking about three perspectives on one religion at different stages of its development. Okay? And be very clear, each of those narratives that make up those books is nothing but the ethno-history of another group trying to use a body of wisdom to gain an understanding of the ecology and the environment they have to live in so that they can live in it in a productive, successful way rather than an unproductive, unsuccessful way. So when we discuss spirituality, come out of the white metaphysical zoom zones, because that is what spirituality is. And then we impose that stuff on the black expressions. So people get into voodoo and they come with all this hocus pocus stuff. That's not what voodoo is. Voodoo is about reality.
That's right.
I've studied at the Voodoo Sign of Saint-Tropez, which is based right here in Brooklyn out of Haiti, for many years. And when I get trouble, I go to Alexander 70 and my others and seek it. And voodoo is about understanding and defining the laws of nature, how you affect it and how it affects you, and how to then take that assumed knowledge and apply it to your reality. You know, when people talk about orishas, we get so busy making shrine and killing animals. And, well, people kill chicken for Kentucky Fried. They ain't doing no rituals. You know? So them killing those chicken is something special supposed to happen. So we got to think. Rituals are tools of religions that the people of the religion design to help teach something about that religion. We get so busy with the energy, the chicken and the blah blah. Yes, everything that dies gives off an energy. And I suppose if you're smart enough, you can absorb some of it. But let's stop getting carried away and going off into these zones and to begin to teach what it is we know. If you got 200 and something orishas, and if you break the names down, the first thing you're going to find is that you're talking about 200 and something quality and attributes that can be observed and recognized in nature in many of its expressions, and can also be observed and recognized in human beings and its expression. And your job is to master that quality and attribute, or that power, that force, both externally and internally, and build it within yourself. Study Buddhism. That's all he was talking about. Read the Threefold Lotus Sutra, which is one of the best dialogue of the Buddha teaching that I know of. And since Buddha was African, he was teaching the same fundamental teaching that we established in Kemet. We call it there the Netchers, or Netcheru. The quality and attributes when we look at the parts of the divine, since the African says in all of our ancient literature that God is every and all things at once. But even the every and all things has pieces. And we, like everything else in nature, is an expression, a peculiar, each one of us is a peculiar expression of an aspect of that divine essence having this peculiar experience. Yeah. In that regards, all of our traditions that I've studied say that we should understand the other aspects. So say, I'm Shango. I'm the awareness for the need to transform myself to a higher spiritual being. That's what Shango really needs. What do I look for next? I look for my love. I look for my Oya. What is my love? Why would the need for change fall in love with Oya? Because Oya is change in process. You understand? Change in process. And why does Oya become the polyandrous? Because he go marry Ogun. Remember the story of Oya and Shaka, that's a metaphor. You know, no such story ever took place. That's a metaphor to explain the teaching. And so she marries Ogun. Why? Because Ogun represents transformation. What follows change? Transformation. What leads to change? The desire to change. So if we were to learn the true meaning of these so-called deities and loas and orishas and understand why they're taught sequentially, we'll even understand Prince Hall Freemasonry. and why it's taught in degrees. I said, I'm in the lodge now. I'm a Prince Hall member and love it. Having a good time up in there with them brothers. Because in the early days, I left the lodge because I thought it was a white thing doing harm. But as I got older and studied deeper, it was just one of those institutions we fashioned using the old way, and we fashioned it using it in a modern way. So back to the meaning of spirituality. Spirituality is your comprehension of your reality, using the tools designed by your ancestry to carry out conflict resolution in every aspect of your life. I think if we approach it like that, we won't get trapped by these false ideologies and theologies. And we'll understand that if there's something that is omnipotent, omnipresent, supreme, and divine, nothing else can exist but it. So everything in this room is an expression of an aspect of it. And there's no way you can prove that wrong. You can go to the best theologians you've got, and you can't fight what I just laid out here. Because everything from that asphalt tile on that floor to the metal in that chair to the wood that's there comes from elements of the earth that got into the earth from the rotting dead human, animal, and plant bodies that lived before they did. Everything is everything. Everybody in this room is made up of all of the millions and millions of genes of the ancestors before you. You can look up and see mom and dad, that's 2, and then there's 4 grand people, then 8 great grand, and 16 great great grand, and 32 great 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 grand. You go back infinitely to millions and millions and maybe even billions of people, but guess where you're going to find the end up? To the divine itself in the first emanation of a division of itself. You're just God having a human experience called you. The thing is how to understand that. And that's why you study the history of others who have had similar experience. But you don't copy that history because you can't copy history into your fundamental everyday reality. The most history can do is inform and instruct you on a way of approaching familiar experiences that you have to deal with. But your familiar experience become the holy book for the next generation if you dare write it down. And the weakness of the African American, recently in the last 2 decades we've been writing it down, but we have not been writing it down as our sacred script. And until we write our sacred script the way other people have written their history of sacred script, we will not be free. Because you can't free something unless you define what you're about to free, and then you got to define what you're freeing it from. But if you haven't even defined what's about to be free, how are you going to free it? And if Nat Turner don't become holy, if Nat Turner remains a criminal in our mind, because practicing was a criminal in their mind, rather than as a holy liberator for us, and until we can do that, we can't be free. We should not let another year go by where we don't pay respect to Denmark veterans. We should not let another year go by where not a month, not a week, not a day, where we haven't had for every single day an incident that's worth being glorified, that was done in our best interest by the community of Africans that lived in North America. When we can do that, we would then be developing in the spirituality that would be useful for African American liberation. And if other people been here, because we haven't been here 500 years, it was the late 1600s that they started bringing us here. We were free by the late 1800s. We were enslaved in North America shorter than any period of time than any other group in the Western Hemisphere. And maybe that's what people are a little envious of. And it's even shorter than that, because over 50% of us who were in slavery, whose family blood pools, gene pool was enslaved in 1865, hadn't come here until the mid-17th centuries. So at best we can say we were in slavery for 100 years. So if you don't understand that history, you won't even understand why we have resisted in the manner we have resisted, with the kind of tenacity with which we have resisted. around the issues we have resisted without resorting to the violence that most resistance have resorted to. Because there's another humanity that we came about, that we still are about, that most people in the world won't understand. And so many have come and tried to divert us away from that humanity so that we can be defined in the way they solve conflicts rather than the way we solve conflicts. So spirituality is how you comprehend your reality using the divine wisdom left you by your ancestry. And yes, we can claim that we created the foundation of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. That's all true. But the narrative that we're seeing, and some of that is not our narrative. That's the narrative of our brothers and sisters who pushed us out of the way and took our land and used our method of the Bible to save themselves. Okay. You study the history of each of the formation of those traditions, and you see they were formed at the end of an occupation of African territory, and it was formed by the mulatto Africans who was trapped by them, who couldn't come back to the black South, but couldn't go to the white North. Semite, why do we use the term? So I'm going to end this at this, because I've literally been on the road for 24 hours. But don't let spirituality be something out from you. You are God having a human experience, period. If you want to say it nice so people won't think you're crazy, it says I'm an expression of an aspect of the divine essence having the human experience. And that my history and my culture is my divine literature. If you're using any other divine literature, just read it. You're using the history and the culture of another group of people having another experience at another time in history, solving another set of problems in another geographical space. Some of the methodology may be useful to you, but unless you look at that experience that you have had, you will not solve your problem. And you can't call yourself spiritual. So I do thank you for allowing me to come in this week talking to you about me. But the little narratives I was given by myself, almost any of us could give similar narratives about themselves. And each of our biographies is a sacred part of the great holy book that we have to eventually write if we really want our children to remember what we did in these 300 years or 400 years that transformed and changed this world into what, not just what North America is, what we did have transformed all of what is the Western world for the good that's in it, and have impacted much of Africa and Asia as well. So we need to be clear. If we don't save this narrative and make it sacred so that it can instruct and inform the future, we're not spiritual at all. We're just like dying branches. Got to break it off and let the new branch have a chance to see if it understands what reality and spirituality is. So thank you very much. I'm honored to be here with my elders tonight, my comrade and friends. You know, me and Reverend Brown, we go back for as long as me and Dr. J. You know, brothers that brought the beautiful music, which is one of the first ways that we recorded our history and saved it. You know, people think music is just music. Well, there's some music that's just for dancing, but there's some music which is recording the history of the people, and that's how we save that knowledge. So we didn't lose any of our knowledge. You can go anywhere in Africa and they can play drum rhythms that can go on for the next 10 months and give you thousands of years of history, because that's been our tape recorder and it's in our music. Serious that. Why? Because the vibration that was in mama is in the child. The vibration that was in daddy was put through the sperm into the egg with mama. So that vibration that hits that child is a vibration that goes back for millions of years. The right rhythm, the right note will cause that child to hear something that we didn't even hear, and we gave the child the genes. But that's a whole nother lecture. The brothers in the music, when they're with us, understand how sacred that profession is among us. And our spirituality is a comprehension of our reality, using the divine wisdom of our ancestry to inform and instruct us on how to proceed. Thank you very much.
Please, Brother Small. Thank you. I think we have to. Okay. You'll be where, James? African Echoes in New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey on Central Avenue and Halsey Street on the 2nd floor. You'll be there on the 21st of
Every time I hear the word elder Ronaldo, I have to look back and see what they're talking about. Because you and I, we've been moving together for nearly 40-something years, close to, and we didn't have no gray hair back then. So I guess we've crossed into a realm of responsibility, because what eldership is about is being responsible for teaching, and that's our role. Because the brother was talking about race war. We have been in a race war for a couple of thousand years now. We didn't start 400 years ago. Probably longer than that. But we are so unhealthy, we're not even conscious of the fact that we're in a war. And that's why they keep winning. So I'm going to try to speak to the topic a little bit, the ancient spiritual greatness. And I was in Egypt last time. I kept crying, when am I going to get an ankh? So I was walking through the alabaster factory, and the brother said, what would you like most of all? I said, that white ankh. So my Obatala can have an ankh for Obatala, so that I can bring it with me and sit it here. But what I'm going to talk about today is spirituality, and try to explain to you about spirituality is your reality. It's not some spooky aside. It's not some mystery stuff. And the reason we can't get this thing, because we keep divorcing ourselves from ourselves, which is the thing. So you're going to give me that little gadget so I can do what I have. That's forward right there. Okay. So we'll start moving quickly. When I talk about African, by African we mean the original human on planet Earth, Earth's parent people. African, the first and only human creation to evolve from what we call God the divine, or being having this human experience. Africans properly said is God having a human experience. All other human groups are but mutations off of the African gene pool. And you got to get that straight, because a mutation is a mutation. And if you don't understand genetically what a mutation is, you're going to always have problems, because you're going to keep talking about we're the same. But we're not the same. Okay? There is a core, and then there are things that emanate from that core. You'll see this with the little green corners and the Haru and the Assad images. I borrowed these notes from my big brother. I called him and told him what I had to do. He's 2 months older than me, so he says it's my big brother, Dr. Wade Nobles. So he's allowed me to use his notes to help and explain this topic. And you know, Dr. Nobles is a psychologist, probably the best in the world when it comes to African psychology. So he's talking about psychological empowerment, reclaiming, resurrecting, restoring the African psychic worldwide. And there was this brother, Howard Thurman. I can't even see the date, but it was in 1890s. He was the dean of the chapel at Howard University. And then his wife had gone to study in Ghana, in Nigeria for some time. So when he returned, when Howard Thurman and his wife came back from teaching in Nigeria, Woody Carter said to him that you must have had a wonderful experience in Africa. Dr. Thurman said no. He said, I was very sad and couldn't wait to get back home. My wife and I would sit out in the evening on the veranda, and I could hear the rocks and streams crying because our people are so far removed from who they are. A lot of times we make the false assumption, because we speak an African language or we wear traditional clothes, that we are Africans, because we are not aware of our history and we're not aware of the damage that the race war has inflicted upon our peoples. Yes.
Remember, there's no recording of this segment at all. You can record the question and answers, but you're not going to be able to record it because we are live streaming on usalivestream.com. Sorry.
And that's important to understand, because we get confused, those of us who happen to live in the West. And it happened the other day, I was on Carl Nelson's show, and a brother called in, said, I heard that Israel is asking Ghana to help her get a seat on the African Union. And everybody was going off. Well, that's because you're not studying history. Israel had an observer seat on the Organization of African Unity. It was because of the crisis in Palestine, and it was appropriate, they should have never had a seat, that they were kicked off of the African Union as it evolved from OAAU to African Union. So what they're doing now is trying to get that observer status back. It's kind of important that we understand the history and the politics, because sometimes we may falsely accuse our leaders of being involved in things they're not involved in. There was another issue that shows that we don't study history well. We were attacking the president of Ghana and said he was going to bring this big military base in Ghana. That wasn't true either. America has had that base there for 30 years. What they were asking for was a renewal of the contract, and they wanted to move the location. So it's important to understand these things, because the brother called me on the radio and said, if that happens, I'll never go to Africa again. No, if that happens, that's why you need to get your ass to Africa, okay? And try to help turn some of these things around. I'm hoping, and I'm sure it won't happen, because the president of Ghana does not make the decision for the African Union, okay? There's 52 other states that's involved in that decision. African Americans suffer from 250 years of slavery in the United States of America, 90 years of Jim Crow, 60 years of separate but equal, 35 years of state-sanctioned redlining, and through all of these years endured centuries of rape, murder, and social, cultural, political, and economic genocide. And so we come to where we are beginning to look at who we are really, because we like to hear talks about spirituality and stuff, but we don't want to become the thing we are talking about. And our beautiful empress who poured the libation opened up a very wide door for us. And our sisters from the yoga Rome dancers, they set a spiritual tone for us. Everything is about energy, as you'll see in my lecture. Trying to find some space with the energy that is you today, as me and BrotherRonn will be talking to you. Now, the genes, the DNA of God, the divine, ancestors are your pedigree. You learn your pedigree from your history. God, or what we call God, the divine, is your original ancestry. People define themselves by referring to their origin. We are the best of our ancestors' genes. We are the latest version of our ancestors. We are the highest tech version of our ancestors. Our children are the best of our genes and the latest version and highest tech model of ourselves. That little ditty right there, if you just can get that, you can leave the lecture. Okay? Because that's pretty much what it's all about. You have, everybody in this room have always been here. These bodies that we live in, this matter configuration may be new for this time, but that which is really you have always been here. There is no beginning to anything, there is no ending to anything. In all African language, when you look for the word for God or the divine, they talk about the totality of the universe, the totality of creation. Every and all things at once makes up the divine. And if the divine exists, omnipotent, omnipresent, omnipotent, nothing else can exist but it. So then what are we? Simply aspect of that divine existence. But if you accept that term, then you have to accept the processes that our ancestors have put together called culture to help you realize that understanding and then live out that process of being an expression of aspects of the divine essence, having the human experience. When you control a man's thinking, you do not have to worry about his action. He will find his proper place and will stay in it. You do not need to send him to the back door. He will go without being told.
In fact, if there is no back door, he will protest until one is made for his use. His education demands it, Dr. Carter G. Woodson. And the education he's talking about is the miseducation that Europeans have given the Africans in the world. Dr. Wade Noble said, I have been taught that people without accurate and appropriate knowledge of the history suffer from a shattered consciousness and a fractured identity. A true study of history allows one to tie bits and pieces of their shattered or scattered historical information together. This would allow us to develop foresight, create goals for our future. Insight, know your present condition. Hindsight, learn from your past. Sister Inyana Vanzan, who I knew since she was a 13-year-old girl, when we were in the Greater Yoruba Temple of Harlem back in the day, which is a long time ago, you know, she says, to truly know yourself means to become fully aware of both your divine and human nature and to utilize the knowledge as a basis of choice in all aspects of life. The cells in your body react to everything that your mind says. Negativity brings down your immune system. It is far more useful to be aware of a single shortcoming in yourself than it is to be aware of 1,000 in somebody else. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who I did have the pleasure some years ago to share a podium with and to actually share a speaking engagement with in Trinidad. He's the most extraordinary man because he lives what he believes. He's become what the teachings of his ancestors says. We must develop the perspective, purpose, skills, and the knowledge to function in ways that enhance our survival and development. Dr. Asa Hilliard. In short, our enemies have succeeded in taking away our human beingness. The transatlantic slave trade and chattel slavery shattered our solid mental health. Jim Crow, black codes, and racism stifled and plus block our mental health and well-being recovery. As a result of cultural genocide, spiritual genocide, intellectual genocide, economic genocide, we are becoming nothing more than social and cultural holograms made from fragments of white European social processes and culture. Itself is nothing more than poor imitation of fragments from the periphery of the African spiritual system. And everybody knows that is one of my points. They destroyed the material and spiritual world in which Africans created and recreated themselves. And our job is to return to the source so we can begin to create and recreate ourselves again. Dr. Woodson again said, if a race has no history, and history, by the way, is the best medicine you can take. If you don't drink that elixir called history, I don't care whatever else you do, you're going to stay lost. If a race has no history, it has no worthwhile tradition. It becomes a negative factor in the thought of the world, and it stands in danger of being exterminated as we stand across the African world today. Dr. Clark told us history is a clock that people use to tell the time of day. It is a compass that they use to find themselves on the map of human geography. It tells them where they are and what they are. And I threw this up there for all my brothers and sisters who are still Christians and don't understand what that system is. And in their book, the New International Version of their Bible, in Deuteronomy 4-9, he says, only be careful and watch yourself closely so that you do not forget the things your eyes have seen or let them fade from your hearts as long as you live. Teach them to your children and to their children after them. They're talking about your history and your ancestors' experience. And so if you don't get that piece, you can wear all the African clothing you want, you can speak all the African language you want, you can dance all the African dance you want, you can eat all the vegan you want, you're still going to be a slave to the white man. Do y'all get that? Because that's what our problem is. We are afraid to walk out of slavery. I put my big brother, senior father, up there because he's such a beautiful and extraordinary figure. Horus of the horizon, for and out. They call him the Sphinx. And the reason I put it there, because it's one of the oldest sculpting objects in the Nile Valley. Even though they've broken it off of his head, the vulture and the cobra, when you see the head of a human being, and I tend to think it a woman, many says it's one of the pharaohs, none of us really know, but we know it's the head of the human, and it sits on the body of the lion. And what the cobra represents is intellectual knowledge. What the vulture represents is spiritual knowledge. It says when one is endowed with intellectual wisdom and spiritual wisdom, you can rise above the animal that is you. And to make a statement that deep, that long ago, meant that our people had to be philosophically in tune for hundreds of thousands of years to arrive at that point, because it meant that they had put in place the methodology to do so. This painting from the tomb of Ramses III, 1200 BCE, this is in the book, one of Tapvideo's book, I think, The Civilization of Barbarism, shows that the Egyptians perceived themselves as blacks and represented themselves as such without possible confusion with the Indo-European, which we really call the Asians today, or the Semites, which we call the European today. This is a representation of the race in minute detail, which guarantees the realism of the color. Throughout the entire history, the Egyptian and the Kemetic never dreamed of representing themselves by types B or D. Now, this has been in that museum all the time. Every white anthropologist, archaeologist, so-called grave-robbing Egyptologists have been going back and forth to Africa. And yet they still, to this moment, portray the people of Kemet as being Europeans. But if anybody be hanging up with BrotherRonn Rashidi on Facebook, he be dropping these black signs all day long. I stay up sometimes till 2 o'clock in the morning, just reposting your posts, you know, because they're so fantastic. You keep me awake. Every time I say, after this one I'm going, then there's 3 more. I go like, okay, I got to get them because I can save them. Family is the key. This is not about uplifting the black woman, and thank you, Baba, for being so strong on that one. You know, this is not about uplifting the black man. Because to uplift a black man by himself or uplift a black woman by herself is not going to produce anything. That's white people's way of doing things. You have to uplift the black family. Family is the primary building block of nation. Individuals unite to form families. We created marriage as a methodology to hold one another responsible for our offspring and responsible for one another in the eyes of the community. That's not something foreign to us. Families unite to form neighborhoods. Neighborhoods unite to form communities. Communities unite to form nations. That may seem simple, but let it soak in, because those are the steps. And you have to develop each one of those to get to the next one. Black Madonna and Child of Egypt, the oldest known to history, is about the family. This is a woman nurturing her child. We call her Set there, the whites call her Isis, we call her Yemaya in the Yoruba tradition, and she has a name in every tradition, but no one named Isis ever lived or a Set ever lived. Every woman in the world, every African woman is a Set. And whatever the metaphor has said about a Set can be said about any one of you as your possibility. The child, Heru, that's not some special holy child. Every child born is a special holy child. This story is about the family. And so when we think of, as I get into what spirit and matter is going to be about in a minute with some of Wade's notes, in the book of the pyramid text, I don't know what King Solomon did with my water. I told him to open it for me and it disappeared. But in the pyramid text, in the Genesis story, it opens by saying where the divine says, I create myself out of myself. I cause existence to exist so that existing might exist. And when I realized I existed, Ma'at stood beside me. Truth, harmony, balance, order, and reciprocity in the universe was already there when that which we call Amen, that which we cannot know, but we know it exists. realize its existence. And it goes on further and says, as a part of its efforts to create things, it said, I spat out shoe, and I coughed up Tefnu. I spat out air, and I coughed up moisture. And the moisture and air gave birth to Geb and Nut, to earth and sky, the gases. And they gave birth to Asar and Aset, the humans. But as he goes through all of this discussion, our ancestors, and making this dissertation called the Pyramid Text for us, then they say that the divine ideation says that, and having created everything my heart desired, I then expanded in them. That I and they are the same. But it doesn't end there. I mean, this is a long dissertation. I'm not doing the whole thing, right? At the last line, he says, and I came from my mother's womb, Nun. So we have to really study our literature, study our history, so our narrative of how we should view reality can change. Because somebody has given us a very false narrative, and it's very embedded to us, because even I say every now and then, oh Jesus, I've been away from it for 50-something years, and that cracker still pops up in my psyche. So if it pops up in my psyche, I know it's still embedded in your psyche. And so you can only remove it with a knowledge of self and a knowledge of our images and the spiritual wisdom it was trying to give us. The primary motivation for organizing the family, because we get to the brothers who open up about economic, because we want to get so doggone esoteric, we forgot we got to eat and go to the bathroom and do a wash up and all those other things, right? The primary motivation for organizing the family is to provide food, clothing, shelter, and security. It's that simple. Instead of us having all this discussion about Mr. Trump, forget about Mr. Trump. He's taking care of his business. Let's figure out how we're going to build some stores in our community. Let's figure out how we're going to raise the consciousness to stop shopping with people who wouldn't urinate on us if we were on fire. Stop calling them brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters are behavior. And if someone's not behaving as your brother and sister, why are you still going in the store saying salam alaikum to a brother who's selling you pork chops and selling you beer and dope? And we still pretending there's a relationship where none has been demonstrated. Let's get back to doing for self, as Elijah Muhammad said. You know, don't poop with that old man because the white man told you he killed Malcolm X. He's one of the greatest leaders we've ever had. Let's study his words. Let's try to learn from him and figure out what we can do. So the primary motivation for organizing the family is to provide food, clothing, shelter, and security. The 6 building blocks of any nation: the individual, the family, the ethnic, clan, or cultural state, the neighborhood, the community, and the nation state or the kingdom. 3 primary areas which people must organize is the cultural area, the economic area, and the political area. Now, none of this is divorced from your spirituality, because your spirituality is your being competently and fully involved in your reality. Economics come from echo, a prefix meaning the ecology, concerned with the relationship between organism and the environment. Economics, the study of the way in which natural resources are used and how the wealth they produce is divided, and of the application of the underlying principle to the needs and prosperity of the society. Bookkeeping is not economics, it's a tool used in economics, okay? Playing the stock market is not economics, it's a tool used in economics. Economics is taking the wealth found in your ecology and using that wealth to build your community. And if you don't understand that, and you say, well, I live in America and I live in New York City, where is the wealth in my ecology, Brother Small? We don't have any oil, gold, diamonds, or anything. No, but you've got your tax revenue. And your tax revenue comes to your community every year. The problem is, we said, well, we're not going to get involved in that political stuff. We don't want to have nothing to do with this party, that party, then create your own darn party. But let me tell you a little secret. If you don't take over those political office that's designed in this structure, then somebody else will distribute the wealth that came out of your paycheck, and it won't be you, and it won't be distributed to you. That is your wealth. Owning real estate is the next level of wealth in your economy, in your ecology. Being able to control the retail and wholesale business where you live is the wealth in your ecology. So you got to stop playing with yourself. You live in America, that is real. So if you don't understand that there's a system here, and I can use my wisdom to master that system to my advantage, you will always be in a position of disadvantage. And asking, why didn't this person do this for me? They're the political leader, why didn't they do this? Get in there, become the political leader yourself. You say, well, I don't want to be in the Democratic Party or Republican Party. Then run as an independent. But organize as a community to do it. And take over the resources that fuel the community that you're from. Culture. Culture training, improve and refinement of the mind, the morals, or the taste. Culture to develop or grow. Culture is the tool that gives the people a shared definition of reality. Shared definition of reality. Their sense of order and maintain group integrity. Culture is the training and development of the mind. Culture is the refinement of paths and manners acquired by such training. Culture also involves the social, religious structure that produce the intellectual and artistic manifestation that characterizes society. Culture is responsible for the rearing, cultivating, in a prepared manner, in a prepared medium, the next generation. So we talk about culture, we talk about jazz, we talk about hip hop, we talk about African dancing, but we don't connect it to its purpose and its source. Or its intent, or at least what its intent should be. So that other people come in and take our culture and redirect its intent and destroy our very psyche with it. Do y'all understand?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Y'all are quiet audience. Culture continue. Culture maintains the group historical consciousness. Culture is the educational and spiritual system, i.e. the socializing instrument determining our values, interests, and principles. Culture should be viewed as a scientific construct representing the vast structure of language, behavior, custom, knowledge, symbols, ideas, and values which provides a people with general design for living and patterns for interpreting reality. Culture is the expression of people's efforts to evolve a mode of life suitable to its environment. And any modification in the environment demands corresponding modification in the culture. Culture is the means by which a people protects themselves from genocide. What we have not been able to do because we've been under such duress is what it says in the verse. Culture is the expression of a people's efforts to evolve a mode of life suitable to its environment. And any modification in the environment demands corresponding modification in the culture. Now I'm wearing all these pretty beads and they're nice plastic and cord. And I am a priest in the Yoruba tradition for quite some time. But I cannot live in 11th century Nigeria. It doesn't exist anymore. I can borrow from 11th century Nigeria. I can borrow from the wisdom schools. But I must modify them to fit my reality of today and put them to work for my freedom and my liberation. Consciousness, you know, everywhere you go, people say, are you in the conscious community? All black community is a conscious community. We just have different degrees and different levels of consciousness. There's no such thing as a separate conscious community within the black community. Who came up with that myth? You've made a big mistake. Stop doing it, stop saying it. Everybody is conscious to some degree or none. Consciousness is not something one small group can own. And consciousness is not a word, it's not a term, it's a behavior. Consciousness, if one is to be called conscious, is because your behavior has informed the onlooker and the listener that you have learned certain of your ancestors' wisdom and you are living it out in your daily activities. Consciousness to be immediately aware of, while mentally recognizing, to some degree and extent, one's own inner feeling and thought or the objective reference. Consciousness to be mentally alert, well aware of some object, impressions, or truth. Consciousness, the power of self-knowledge and internal perception. Consciousness is a product of direct and convincing knowledge, whether of external or internal objects. Religion, I had to put this up there to explain there's a big difference between religion and spirituality. So religion as a tool of spirituality. Religion It means in the Greek to go back or do over. Ligio, to bind. The RE is to go back, do over. The ligio is to bind. Religion means to bind back. A religious system should bind a people or a person back to the wisdom, worldview, or culture of their ancestors, and should bring about a belief binding the spiritual nature of a person or group to a supernatural or divine being, as Oludumare, okay, or as Amun-Ra. And then have Oludumare and Amun-Ra be explained so you understand it isn't something removed from you, but it is something that you can imitate. Together with the feeling and practice which naturally flow from such a belief. Religion includes worship or the reverence of the human spirit for divine seeking outward expression. So religion isn't bad, it's just misused. And somebody else's religion really has no relevance to you. We've learned a lot from Islam and it's been very helpful, but that's not our thing. We've learned from Christianity, it's been very helpful, but it's not our thing. And I don't care how good you feel on Sunday or Friday, because you're communing. It is the communing that feels good, it's not the religion. And you're confusing it. You could commune in a bar. I used to hang out at the Casablanca, and I always felt good. Had a good time. When Sada Kabasi only helped the thing along a little bit. But we had a good time communing on Friday nights and Saturday nights. And there wasn't no cross in there or star or crescent either. So it is about you going back to the way of your ancestors, because that's who you are. Matter of fact, your ancestors isn't there, you are your ancestors. And a lot of people go like, yeah. No, you gotta get it. You are your ancestors. Every DNA, every cell, every molecule that was in your ancestors through millions and millions of years was passed down through you. You are their eternity. You are their continuation. In Yoruba, we call that Awo. It means that we go and we come. We're born into the earth. We die of the earth. We go back to the realm of the ancestors, and we are recycled back again. And as the Empress was saying, we asked to come. I asked to come here. That's what I'm trying to do, what I asked to come and do. I've been trying for 50 years to do what I said. I'm going to come down there and I'm going to do this. Every one of you made that decision. You forgot because you're living in somebody else's cultural space, somebody else's ancestral space. You got to get back into your historical space, your cultural space, your ancestral space, so you can remember why you came here in the first place. This is the first religious text known to man. Paravan text is written by Unas in the 5th century, 5th dynasty, the oldest religious text known to man, 4,000 years before the Torah of the Bible. I just recited this, so I don't have to go back over that. And you're talking about Ra, which is the energy, the spiritual energy of the universe. Shu, which is the air or the breath, or sometimes we call the spirit. Tefnut, which is the moisture. Geb, which is the earth and the material manifestation. Nut, which we refer to as the sky. But remember, what's in the sky is all the other bodies, all the other planets, all the other gases, all the other lights. And guess what? Everything in the universe gives off energy. And eventually, whether it takes 1 billion years or 2 million years, you absorb some of that energy. So you absorb the energy from Mars, you absorb the energy from Pluto, you absorb the energy from everything in the universe. It makes you up. Do you understand that? You are every and all things at once. And that's what our culture was designed to teach you, not to dance. We go to watch sisters in an African dance thing to watch sisters' bodies move. We don't go there to find out what is the message. What is the lesson in the dance? I used to do it too. Then I learned better. Now I'm not going to find out, do they even know what they're doing in the dance? And our two sisters who was just here was teaching a lesson. Y'all sent me out someplace. I kind of went out of the room for a minute. Y'all were like on. And of course, out of the material world and the light energy world, the human world, Osar, Aset, Isis, Nephthys, they came into being. But that's just us. We are matter. And anybody who's ever been to a funeral
you knew when you walk up in that casket, life was no longer there. The question then is, what is the life? What left that body that made it so different? And what left it is the energy that created it for itself in the first place. Spirituality is reality. It is being conscious of the moment you are living in, being guided by the wisdom of our collective ancestors and divine laws of nature. Spirituality is a systematic understanding of our relationship to the Creator and creation, deriving from our ancestors' observation, examination, contemplation, and study of the universe, the immediate environment and ecology. Spirituality occurs when one is considered conscious of the immediate reality and is actively involved in it. I was looking for it. Boy, if it's going to be my timekeeper, be sure and give me that 10-minute thing and a 5-minute thing so I can be on point, because I know I have quite a few more slides. Spirituality continue. Spirituality is the resulting condition, so read this now. Habits, practice, principles, concepts, ideas, and rituals that inform the culture that instructs the societies Africans build. This body of knowledge is derived from being instructed and informed by our ancestors and the divine laws of nature. It is, of course, God, the Creator, and creation itself that are our original and primary ancestor. Thus, we are always aware of the fact that we are having this human experience. God expresses himself in this world through the 7 kingdoms: the mineral kingdom, the vegetable kingdom, the animal kingdom, the human kingdom, the insect kingdom, the fowl kingdom, and the marine kingdom. Africans see God as a totality of creation. That is, every and all things at once. The Ewe people of Togo call this Sobe Lisa, or Voodoo Dansi, the essence of God in man. Our word voodoo means God's essence, and we need to start using that word with respect and defiance, because even many of us run and hide from the term voodoo. Yes, it's one of our highest sacred words, and we've allowed our enemy to defile it in their filthy mouth, and then we defile it in our filthy minds that they've given to us. So let's come back to who we are. Per Amharu, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. This is always so beautiful, I like to put it up, but I'm not going to go into explaining this in any deep sense. If you just look at this one page in the book with multiple pages of wisdom, you see the American legal system, you see the 12 jurors, or somebody says more than 12. No, one of them is God and one of them is the judge. So it's God, judge, and the 12. You see the laws, you see the scale of justice, you see lady justice, you see the court record keeper, you see the lawyer for the man, and you see the district attorney, which is the little alligator. And so, if you just this one document, he has built a whole system lying to you about the concept of justice. If you can go back to the same document, and you can see the man have died, his heart is in the little pot here, the feather ma'at is on this side of the scale, and his heart has got to be lighter than the feather, meaning the deeds that he's done in his life has got to be such that it would not carry the weight of a feather. And so once he has been, this alligator, hippopotamus creature, it's kind of like what the white folks call Satan or the devil, because you're going to get eaten up by that if your heart ain't right, right? And so once he's cleared, then you got the Christian notion of St. Peter, and then you got Haru, the notion of Jesus Christ, taking him into the kingdom before the Father. You can't go to the Father except by the Son and the 12 disciples. Now they just took your stuff, took it away. You don't study your stuff, so you don't even know what they did. They play your stuff back in your face. You don't even know how to extract from it that which is yours to use for your salvation, because you don't know your history. Dr. Noble said shattered consciousness and fractured identity. And you talk about direct evidence of a shattered consciousness and fractured identity is disconnected spirit. It is the limiting of one's humanity to a racial category defined by racism. And that's what we've allowed people to do. Just like if you talk to anybody about race, First thing, they go into the discussion of color. What the hell is that to do with race? Africans have always been multicolors. Brown ain't not, we all brown, and brown ain't nothing but a shade of black. You know, we come from the blackest black to the brownest beige. But we let them engage us into the discussion of color, and we never get engaged into the discussion of the wisdom or the culture or the spiritual system that makes us human, that makes us African. Disconnected spirit caused black people to deny or claim as irrelevant anything African as having value and worth in the conduct of life and living. Symptomized as Afrophobia, a persistent, abnormal, and irrational fear of things African. Europhilia, a positive, unwarranted feeling of love, like and an affection for things European. And Grecomania, a violent derangement of the mind due to Greek thought and ideas. When addressing or confronting the big question or challenge of living, this syndrome inhibits African people from ever even considering that African thought or belief may have values in solving the problems of human life. I'm not going to go into all of them, but some of this is worth listening to. And this again is my big brother, Dr. Nobles. He's talking about African epistemic reflections. Don't worry, Dr. Nobles, these big words, because I don't understand them either. But you know, when he's talking about epistemology, he's talking about how we know things, how we understand things, right? So he says African epistemology or representation, memory and imagination, reverberating episteme, retroactive remembering, knowing and understanding, reverberating back and forth across time and space, emblematic symbolism, forms, signs, and symbols reveal hidden meanings, codes, connects, and conditions that provoke feelings and behavior. The image stands for and involves ideas, beliefs, and the logical relationship embodied in the symbol. Reiterating vibratory impulses, they are vibratory and resonating forces in the universe across time and space that cause the shaped reality and its knowing. The universe is matter in appearance and spirit in reality. The material universe is only the perception of reality that is, in fact, non-localized, immutable, and eternal spirit. African epistemology imprints the natural centrality of the role of the divine and of the spirit in the acquisition of knowledge. Spirit beings, not human beings, housed in a physical container, having a human experience in a reality of spirit. That's a lot of stuff I just said, but y'all are reading it with me, so do y'all get some of that?
Yeah.
What he's saying in essence, that we are spirits. We have always existed, and we will always exist. But we have been taught in this culture that we are material, and that we can die, and we can stop existing. And then they use the notion of stopping existing to put fear in you, so that you then allow them to further poison your consciousness for the fear that they would take you out of existence to what they call death. If you understood that you were spirit, and you can never be taken out of existence, and you can never be made to be afraid of death, then no one can make you a slave. Ever. Esoteric and philosophical understanding of African being. Who's going to give me that time thing? That's important to me. What kind of time I got? Okay. Esoteric and philosophical understanding of African being. Believe in the consubstantiation of all phenomena. That means having with the same spiritual energy. All matter is nothing but waves of energy. Even Einstein said it in his E = mc squared. Believe that when the powers that be decide to create this material universe, they were able to use the ever-present humming sound, vibration, to manifest this creation. If you read in the pyramid text and in the book of the Coming Forth by Day, it said that in the beginning, there was a vibration. Even as far back as then, our ancestors understood this vibration. And so they wrote it in the text for us. and told us it was out of this vibration that we came into being. The West took that and made vibration the word. And in their book, took vibration and made it the word, and so in the beginning was the word. But in our book, it says in the beginning was the vibration. The same vibration continues to exist all around us and even inside of us. The primordial substance, define, proclaim, evolve, express itself as Homo primate in order to discover more satisfying dimensions of being a person, of being human. I just threw this up because I think I was the first one ever to use this. To see where they got their 12 disciples from. These are 12 vibrations recognized by our ancestors in nature that was responsible for our formation that they call the Netaru. Okay? So each of these netas, there's no being ever lived looking like this. Okay? These symbols on their head simply represents things in our environment that had the quality and attribute that was being discussed, that if you were illiterate, this would allow you to become literate. It was a way for the illiterate to become literate on the philosophy that was being taught by the priestcraft of the society. The same thing we see with the Orishas. When we talk about the Orishas, Oya is not a beautiful woman. There's no woman named Oya. Oya is quality and attributes present in any man and woman when you know what those quality and attributes are. There's no Shango, a special king named Shango back in the day who did something that whatever. Everybody got a Shango in them. Everybody got an Ogun in them. Everybody's got a Yemaya in them. Everybody's got an Oshun in them. What they're trying to get you to do is understand what that quality, essence, and energy is so that you can begin to cultivate and develop it in yourself so you can use it going forth with your life on a daily basis. The totality, the completeness of all life is an ocean of energy, a spirit force in motion. Kalonga, this is using brother from the Congo, my brain is time. Kalonga is everything, sharing life and becoming life continually after life itself. Knowing and knowable spirit energy. Kalonga, energy spirit, whose unfolding is a constant and continual inquiry into its own being, experience, knowledge, and truth of yet to be living and after living. So it's what we talk about the ancestors, us now, the after living is those who are to come. A person is a second sun rising and setting around the earth in order to color, to become, to illuminate. Much of the symbols our ancestors have used to teach us, we have taken on the Western thing like the dead guy and the cross as being real. Even that was a symbol for him. And we look at ancient Kemet and we look at other parts of Africa and we start worshiping idols and start worshiping symbols. The symbols are nothing more than teaching tools. Teaching tools to teach you concepts, ideas, and principles of a philosophical system about our own divinity. Oh, I'm hitting it too hard. I'm going to mislead that one. Where he talked about the Saku Sheti and Pan-African humanism, he said 3 critical fundamentals is important. Privilege and understanding of African people worldwide as trifold, unfolding, radiating experience of yet to live, the babies, living, us, and after living spirits, the ancestors. Understand African people worldwide as spiritness whose unfold is a constant and continual inquiry into its own essence or its being. Experience expressing is a knowledge of truth. Requires that African people affirms one's own humanity by recognizing the humanity of all African people and on that basis establish human relationships with them and by extension all others who recognize and respect African humanity. The spirit human being, the living son, the Heru, or what the West call their Christ, is a threefold, unfolding, radiating experience of yet to live, living, and after living. That's that same Father, Son, Holy Ghost strip they ran on you but never explained to you. Possessing a knowing and a knowable, energy or power through which one has an enduring relationship with the total perceptible and ponderable universe. To be human is to be spirit in a reality of spirit. And so we symbolize that with Harut. On top of his head is Ra. And we can see the wisdom, the knowledge, as the cobra. There's all kinds of stuff our ancestors left for us to study, not to worship. We're not supposed to be worshiping any Harut. We're not supposed to be worshiping a set. That's wrong. We are supposed to study the wisdom that they represent and then bring that wisdom into our daily activities. How do we see in ourselves, or how do we come to know the voice of God and walk like Papa Legba? You know, Papa Legba is in the lower, one of the lowers in the Buddhist system of Haiti. How do we see in ourselves the spirit of wisdom and the divinity of destiny and prophecy and be like Oromula? Oromula is considered to be the prophet of the Ifa Yoruba tradition. How should we believe so that we become the cause and consciousness of special blessings like the Simba and the guardians of sacred space and change like Dambala? You know, Dambala is considered to be one of the high creating forces in the Buddhist system. How do we train our minds so that our consciousness reflects the attributes of wisdom, purity, authority, calmness, reason, quietude, like Obatala? Obatala, the white cloth, represent when we do all, you know, you see the white folks trying to get in our tradition, all of them want to be Obatala. But none of them can be Obatala. Obatala is that aspect of wisdom in the universe that you're supposed to extract from it, that helps to create and recreate yourself. When do we see in our nature the protectors of the future, children and women, like Ezrele Dantu? Remember, Ezrele Dantu was the force that was the power that was called upon at Wakaman Island when the Haitian Revolution was triggered. It was that force, this feminine force, Ezrele Dantu, not so much Ogun. Ogun would be called later, but it's Ezrele Dantu, which is the primary Loa in the Haitian Revolution. When do we define our identity as having the qualities and attributes of passion, strength, outspoken, assertive, diplomacy, fiercely protective, like Shango? Now, Shango wasn't no man. Shango is that thing in each one of us that decides to develop the courage to change itself to a higher spiritual form. 3 powers. The power to bless. Learn to bless yourself. Do not allow yourself to be blessed by someone you don't know. You may not know their true intentions. Praise is a form of blessing. We must realize that everyone is not our friend. The power to protect. Learn to protect yourself. That's why Sensei and the great master is sitting here, and my other Sensei is sitting right there. So learn to protect yourself. Teach children to plant. This requires us to cherish, care for, and communicate also. We can feed ourselves. Power to heal. Healing comes from within. We have a self-healing potential, and when we call on that power, the viruses will burn away. The meaning of wellness. I'm coming to a conclusion on this. Wellness is a process, not a condition or state. It is the capacity to maintain, adopt, creatively refine one's condition of optimal and maximal functioning. Wellness is the ever-present ability to adapt and evolve to whatever more complex, integrated, and creative structure of being, to discover more satisfying dimensions of being a person. The meaning of wellness, spiritness as sacred space, is when the inner divine presents Kingongo, is in harmony, blends with the Ngolo, the self-healing power, as expressed, those are Congolese words, by the way, as expressed in all forms of being. The condition of wellness exists when the person and community's inner divine presence are in harmony. And I think, sisters, in your dance you were trying to show that, and the Empress was trying to explain that. Given the African idea of, I can't even pronounce it, and black psychology as an unfolding proposition, primarily a preliminary definition of spirit, well-being, and spirit health would be when the human spirit is well, whole, and healthy, the spirit, or the human being, because you are the spirit, being is characterized by confidence, competence, and a sense of full possibility and unlimited potentials. That's a quote from Dr. Noah. Psychological empowerment, again dealing with wellness. Wellness, spirit well-being, is when Kingongo, the inner divine presence, is in harmony or blends with the Ngolo as expressed in all forms of being. Wellness, spirit, well-being exists when the community's inner divine presence is in harmony. The inner divine presence of the members of the community is in harmony with the inner divine presence of others, as well as the Ngolo as expressed as other living beings, i.e. trees, animals, lands, water, and air. Quickly, I'm going to run through my tradition for a hot minute so you can get a sense of it. We don't even have to go into what Akin Jobin, who was one of my professors, thought of culture. I'll just read the last paragraph. He states that culture is not static, it is dynamic. Certain items that are no longer useful at a particular period in a particular culture can be discarded, and are usually discarded in favor of new items that would suit the circumstances of the time. This is a brother from Florida, I think, rendition of Obatala, creator of human forms, elder of the Orishas. Now we know there's no man named Obatala running around in the clouds and stuff like that, but it's a concept, it's an idea and a principle of how we came into being. Odu Ifa is a system. We do have a book with an extraordinary amount of wisdom in it, the Odu Ifa and the Science of Divination. Odu Ifa, the sacred text of the spiritual and ethical traditions of Ifa. Odu Ifa is a body of sacred texts designed essentially to answer questions of human life through the process of divination. Baba One Day Abimbola, in his study of the Odus, points out that they contain a wealth of knowledge and teachings in various fields, including art, literature, medicine, history, religion, and ethics. Ifa is a system of divination based on 16 basic and 256 derivative figures obtained by the manipulation of 16 palm knots, or you can use cowrie shells, a number of others, by the toss of a chain, the opele. According to Baba Karaday, each of the Odu represents the epitome of Yoruba proverbial wisdom and religiosity. Each contains an enormous amount of verses, isi, and moral teachings, kiki, expressed through mythology, historical and social development, as seen through religious eyes. Each of the 16 major Odus, or Oludu, and the 256 minor Odus, Amolu, is said to contain 1,680 verses. The job of the priestly of Yoruba is to learn and apply the knowledge and wisdom of the Odu so as to present ways of transcendence and salvation to the spiritual seeker, who should be the rest of the society. Because if you have a job herding cattle, you don't have time to learn all the stuff I'm learning. If you got a job planting a farm, you don't have time to do this. And so people like me are supposed to learn this to give to people like you so you can be the spiritual human being you need to be. And not to use it to make money off of you. A lot has gone on. I've never time to finish. I'm really close. Oshun, a symbol of sensuality, fine arts, and humanities, love, beauty, and intuition. This is one of the closest symbols to Ma'at in the Yoruba system. We like to focus on the sensuality, but if you really want to get Oshun, you got to really focus on the intuition. That's the power that she maintains. I'm not going to go deep into that. Shango is the god of lightning, fire, and thunder, kingly courage, virility, and magnetism. What Shango represents is the courage within any one of us to change ourselves for the better. Once the courage, once Shango, that awareness, that knowledge allow us to change for the better, and then Shango must marry Oya, the tempest, the guardian of the cemetery, the winds of change. The reason she guards the cemetery represents your ancestors. This is my head, this is my goddess, and that means she's a guardian of the realm to the wisdom of the ancestors. Cemetery is only symbolic of the ancestors. But this, and she represents change and process. So change and process must marry Shango, who represents the courage to change. Once the courage to change marry change and process, then change and process will practice polyandry in the mythology and marry Ogun. Ogun represents the god of iron, war, creative civilization, but his primary symbol is transformation that comes as a result of the marriage to change. So once the courage to change occurs, called Shango, within your character, it must marry the forces of change in your character, called Oya, who then must marry transformation as a result of the change, which is called Ogun. Y'all got that?
Yeah.
That was an easy one. I'm wrapping it down. Memory is up to the living to keep in touch with the dead. Man's power doesn't end with death. We just move on to a new place, a place where we watch over our living family. The ancestors and the womb, they're one. They're the same. Those in the grave, like those who are across the seas, they're with us. They're all the same. The ancestors and the womb are one. Call on your ancestors. Let them guide you. You need their strength. You need to make the family strong again, like we used to be. Call on those old Africans. They'll come to you when you least expect them. They'll hug you up quick and soft, like the warm, sweet wind. Let those old souls come into your heart. Let them feed your head with wisdom that ain't from this day and time. I'm gonna leave that because I know Baba Runoko gonna drop it. I just want you to know if you lost your memory of how black you were. So when you look at these brothers from ancient Kemet, you see the memory you lost of what was you. See those beautiful sisters, clean time? That's how black you were. That's the memory we lost. This will, one other paragraph after this form. The fundamental task, we're talking about imagination, the fundamental task and challenge of the African-centered scholar intellectual is to defend and promote the interest and image of Africa and Africa's children by understanding the past, present, and future of our human story through the Africanization of the epistemological, terminological, aesthetic, and her I don't know what Wade was doing with that, hermeneutical, I remember I said it, grounding of the scientific, artistic, and investigative discourse. The African-centered psychologist must simultaneously, and in our ancient system, our psychologists, by the way, would be called our priests, must simultaneously understand the past, present, and future of Africa and Africa's children, and ground our analytical therapeutic process, clinically restorative healing, discourse, curricular designs, pedagogy, and teaching and learning process in an African episteme and practice. It is believed that the mental health and well-being of African people worldwide is directly dependent on our ability to imagine the reconceptualization and reconstruction of African black people's reality independently of Eurocentric thought and Western hegemonic, white supremacist conceptualizations. The last chance, we must continue our long and mighty walk in the sun with a different narrative of being human. The worldwide African revolution is yet finished, and the ancestors require that we finish the job. The unfinished revolution is to be African, to be family, and to be awesome. We are but spirits in transition. That was the last thing Dr. Wade Noble said to me, Runoko. We were down in Kansas City before we all left to Africa. And I was asking Wade why was he acting a little different. And he laughed, said, James, we're nothing but spirits in transition. And he said, you tell the people, if we don't win the cultural war, the economic and political war won't matter. That was his last words. You must study to learn. You must learn to grow. You must grow to change. You must change to become a spirit being again. Learn your history to get rid of the mystery so that you may realize your magic.
Yeah.
We are but expressions of aspects of the divine essence having this human experience. We must know that we are spirits in transition. The great light, the divine, brought out of itself smaller lights. It is only through constant replication that the great light, the divine, continues to exist and know that it exists. Each small light represents an aspect of the personality of the essence of the great light, the divine. Yes, we are all expressions of aspects of the divine essence having the human experience. God, amen. Thank you. Thank you. Wow.
Stand up and stop playing. Come on now. Y'all playing. Come on now. Come on. Y'all playing. We just celebrated a birthday October 22nd. He's still strong. That's right. Now, sit down, relax before we take our intermission. And then, Baba, you got your stuff we want to set up for the intermission. Sister Angela will help you.
I know we invented rituals, but I'm not big on rituals. You be doing all these rituals, the enemy gonna blow you away. It's the rituals. We gotta break up something, reduce it. But rituals is good because it lifts your spirit. Now that drum really raises the spirit. Of all the things we've done in here, just listening to the rhythms. And then the passage that Sister read from our sacred scriptures. You know, most people don't think we have sacred scriptures. But we've got so many, we can't even put them in a book. That's right. A bunch of books. That's right. But most of you today I see here, you're the old soldiers. Y'all supposed to have a bunch of young soldiers, and I bless those who brought these young soldiers with them. There's about 60 million of us in the United States of America. Most of us have jobs. Most of us are relatively well educated. And actually, most of the 60 million border on what we call the black middle class. Now, the world would like to paint a different kind of picture, but that's not the picture. That's picture right. They're painting. But sadly, when you got 60 million people, if you got 5 to 10 million in trouble, you may as well have the 60 million in trouble. And the rest of the 60 is in trouble. They just don't know it because they're doing economically or materially well. Or well off, I wouldn't say well. But this isn't so much a question on whether we are doing well, because we are at war. And I know most of you don't like to think that we are at war. That's right, war, brother. And we at war with the white man. Make it plain, brother. But we should be first at war with the white man in us. See, y'all got quiet. The most deadly force in the universe today is the white man in the mind of the black man. That's right, Pete. If you don't eradicate the white man in the mind of the black man, you're not going to be able to touch the white man in the body of the white man. Come on, brother. You're not going to be able to touch him. All right. Because you're his best ally. Come on. And there's this fear of being black even among the black. I've seen over these 64 years some of the most revolutionary brothers and sisters that has ever walked this earth. And the one thing 99% of them had in common, they didn't want to be Africans. I don't care how revolutionary they were. They would be modest. They would be monsters. They would be African socialists with a white twist. They would be anything but just to be African. That's right. And that's why we haven't won the war. If you are something in some place, and somebody changed the something into some place, the only way you can say I'm victorious is when you're restored to the something into some place. You may make a choice then to move from that place. But until you're restored to what you were before someone without your permission changed you, you're not free. I don't care how much money you got.
Right.
I don't care how much books you write. I don't care how sweet your analysis of the struggle between black and white folks are. You're not free. If you're not free enough to understand that we come out here, most of us knew each other when none of us had gray hair and none of us was balding, because I know just about everybody in this room. And we've been out here struggling all these many decades. And we are still paying because we don't see the fruits of that labor in the way we want to see it. Because in struggling, we had the wrong targets. The target should have been not the God in me, but the white man in me.
Come on, brother.
If you don't deal with the white man in me, you can't even build a relationship with the God in me.
That's right.
Because the white man in me is the devil in me.
Come on now.
You know, today I don't speak. If it wasn't for Brother Kofi, I wouldn't be speaking today. I don't speak on February 21st. This is the day when my God was forced to leave his physical body because it got so damaged by bullets. The ecology necessary to sustain consciousness could not survive there. You call it death. So Malcolm had to leave because they damaged it too severely. So I don't speak on February 21st, and I don't celebrate February 21st. I mourn February 21st. I celebrate May 19th, the day that the divine released himself into this world as Malcolm X. And understand what I'm saying? I ain't saying God sent him here. I'm saying Malcolm, like the rest of you, if you become conscious of what you are, is God having a human experience called you. Now see, that's African ideology.
Right.
So people don't want to deal with anything that's African ideology because it messed with all that white stuff in them. Okay. Malcolm was an example of God releasing itself into this environment and creating for itself, as it has done with each one of us, an institution that is functional in this ecology, the body. When this institution gets worn out or damaged and can no longer function in this ecology, that essence that is God is released back into itself. Of course, Christians got you calling that heaven, and maybe you think you're up in the clouds having some silly experience with little white kids with wings. That's not what's happening. Sister was reading from the Yoruba tradition when she came up. Yorubas don't have a religion until the white man comes, so now they made their way of life a religion, but there is no such thing as a Yoruba religion, because Africans didn't have religion. The word religion itself means go back and bind. If you're bind to your original self, you don't have to go back, so you don't need religio. But we were in trouble because I started off saying we were fighting the wrong target. The first target's got to be developing the God in me after I kill the white man in me. But I can't kill the white man in me until I recognize the God in me. It has to happen all at the same time. It is the God in you that put the light on the devil in you. The values, interests, and principles that the European holds sacred, which has to do with desire, envy, jealousy, anger, violence, death, destruction, thievery, lying, etc., etc., etc. It is those qualities that make a white man.
Right, come on, brother.
And it is those very qualities that got black men killing black men.
Yes, sir. Right.
So we don't rid ourselves of the qualities that it takes to make a white man. We can't even begin to build the qualities it takes to make a God. You understand? Because it really is not complex what's going on. People do all this dissertation shit to make you think stuff is really complex. Stuff isn't complex at all.
That's right, come on, brother.
And see, the one other reason, on May 19th, I go to Malcolm's grave and I pay respect to my senior brother. Because Malcolm don't really want us to celebrate him. There's too much damn celebration going on.
That's it.
Malcolm wanted us to do what the hell he told us to do.
Right.
He instructed us, he informed us, he gave direction to us. We should listen to the instructions, allow ourselves to be informed, and follow the directions. That's how you celebrate a Malcolm X. He said exactly what Dr. Jeffries, he said it's a black nationalism is controlling the economic and the politics and the culture of the community you live in. Ain't nothing fancy about black nationalism. There's something real about it. But we think black nationalism is dressing up like somebody dressed in the 12th century in Ghana. That's good for ceremonial purposes, and you should have ceremonies. Got this little cold. It'll help you recall the other time. But you got to get down on what's real. Wherever we live, if we don't fight to control the economics, and we don't fight to control the politics, and we don't fight to control the culture, I don't care what we know, we're still slaves.
Right. Come on, brother.
To the white man in us. I just left the supermarket. Let me tell you why I was late. I'm sorry, I didn't apologize for being late, because I intended to be here at 3:45, 2:45, like the brother told me. But we're trying to sell a house in Harlem, so you go there to do some cleaning, and there's always more than you set out to do. Then my wife had to go to the supermarket. So we had to go to the supermarket, and that took longer than you intended it to do. And then I went home and jumped on the Whitestone instead of the Bruckner. And we just sat there at the bridge for 30 minutes. You know. Then I said, we hit the LIE instead of the Jackie Robinson. I sat there another 30 minutes. You know, trying to get here. So I apologize for that, because even though time management, I don't care very much for. I just do what I'm doing in that time. But Malcolm had a big thing about being on time. It says we invented time. Time is something we invented. It's a tool to the black people. We invented time so we can kind of see where we at, see what we've gotten done, and see what we need to get done, and when we need to get it done. So it's a good tool. So I do apologize. But one of the things I saw in the supermarket, I didn't see, is this big old fairway by the river in Harlem. And yes, the brothers and sisters in there, we could say they are black, but they don't say they are black. It was an all Latino community. And all of those African Americans, not one of them have a job there. A job working in the supermarket where they shop. You go up and down 7th Avenue, Arab store, Chinese restaurant, Arab store, and not a damn one of us working there. But they're there because we all shopping there, including me. I don't go to none of the stores, but I was at that supermarket. That's where the problem's at. It's a little common sense thing. We could solve our oppression overnight if we said we're not going to shop anywhere where our children isn't working.
Right.
If they're not working there, we are not shopping there. And we're not going to buy any kind of clothing unless we investigate where the clothing was made. And if it wasn't made by us, we ain't buying it. Frankly, everyone in here got enough clothing to last them for the rest of your life. You don't have to buy a doggone another piece of clothing. You may need a shoes or two because they do, wear out really bad. But clothing, we got enough. We wear too much. We don't wear most of what we got. It's just there.
Right.
Part of that white in us. We want to own things. And since we don't have the money to own big things, we own little things, clothing, sneakers that we don't wear. That's where the problem is. See, y'all looking for some esoterical super spaceship shit. That ain't never gonna happen. You're on the spaceship. It's called the Earth. You're looking for the mothership. You're standing on the mothership. Stop faking yourself out. Controlling the economic, politics, and culture in your community will allow you to provide the food, clothing, shelter, and safety that your community needs. And if you do that, you can employ everybody in your community, and there'd be no such thing as unemployment or poverty. Our people are impoverished because we insist upon making the white man wealthy.
Right.
It's that simple. So if you're looking for some magic jumbo lag, I don't do magic jumbo lag. Tell you the truth. And you got to start in your household. Dr. J can tell you, and I actually took this lesson from Dr. Jeffries, who's my primary teacher. Dr. Jeffries is one of the most family-oriented human beings I have ever met. This man knows every aunt, grand-uncle, great-uncle, great cousin, second cousin, third cousin, fourth cousin, and he got a relationship with all of them. And if one of them have a problem, whatever else he's doing, he leave what he's doing and he go to his family and try to solve that problem. Even if he don't have the money, he figure out how to get it or the time. I've never seen anybody like that. I'm talking about an immense extended family, and he handles it just like you handle your most intimate nuclear family. And he does it every day. Don't miss a funeral, don't miss a christening, don't miss a headache. He don't miss nothing. Trying to keep that family. And so you don't know how well I've been watching him, but I've been watching him. And I've been trying to do the same thing with my family. Keep the family, and struggle with those that have the problems within the family, whether they want that struggle or not. Right. I'm not giving them the option to leave this family.
Plain enough, plain enough.
We got junkies in the families, drunk in the families, cons in the family, but guess who's junkies? They are ours. Guess who's con? They are ours. Guess who's alcoholics? They're ours. Those are the victims of white supremacy that have blood link and immediate blood and gene link to you, and they become your primary responsibility. You got to be their first responder. It's cool to come and speak to the extended family, but I shouldn't come and speak to you if I haven't spoken the same truth to my immediate family.
Yes.
Because it's crazy, and we saw it happen to Dr. Clark, we saw it happen to Kwame Ture, we saw it happen to Malcolm. All these men, and we saw women who've gone out in the struggle. Guess what happened? Their families were destroyed, wiped out, and chopped apart.
Very true.
Saw it with Sister Betty Chavez and many others. Why? Because we thought that if we could help the greater family, it would kind of trickle down to our family, but that isn't the way it's going to happen. We got to do both things at the same time. And you can't justify coming out here doing what I'm doing today unless you take care of business in your house.
All right.
And so most of the people I know, men or women in the struggle, I either know the woman from the family or the man from the family. You know, I had the same struggle in my house. My wife would come up with every excuse, more than college little liver pills, why she didn't have this rally, this thing, and that. Even though she's one of the most African-focused person in terms of doing work, there are other kinds of things you've got to do in this struggle. So I'll know the man in the struggle, but I'll never know his wife. I'll know the woman in the struggle, but I'll never know my husband. And rarely do we know the children. Because we don't understand, the Africans set up the family. It's an invention that we invented. We invented the family as an organized unit to be the undergirds and the foundation of civilization. You can't form a neighborhood unless you have groups of families. Can't form a community unless you have groups of neighborhoods. Can't form a nation unless you have groups of communities. But it all stopped with that family as the foundation piece for the nation. And it's a war because, as Dr. Jeffries has taught us, we're being socialized, and particularly this generation and the generation before our children, almost exclusively by the white man. They control the TV, they control the music, even when our voices are blurting it out. Most of the black folks we see out there singing the lyrics were written by white folks. Almost every black book we see coming out, no matter how fantastic it is, it was edited by white folks. So they're controlling our socialization almost 100%. And so your children go out of the house in the morning, feeling a little wound up, but they come back all whitened out at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Because we send them out to the poison saying, go get educated, go get school. There's nothing they're teaching them out there you couldn't teach them at home.
That's right.
Except self-destruction. Now we fought in Brooklyn especially for community control of our schools. A smaller group of crackers called Jews passed around one piece of paper they called a flyer, claiming it was anti-Semitic, and destroyed the entire black movement for community control.
Think about that.
And then came up with an organizational strategy of his own called the UFT, and took complete control of the education of black people in New York, and then made it a national effort. Chicago, LA, Detroit, etc. That same little Jew, that little filthy, dirty thing that's committing genocide in Africa, stealing his diamond and his gold.
Talk about it, brother. Talk about it.
One of the most separatist community in America, one of the most self-segregated community in America, would dare to refer to the Nation of Islam as being separatists. And we sit back and watch it and won't define it for ourselves. We let those creatures define themselves to us instead of us defining them to ourselves.
Right.
So we've got to take control. It is far better if you decide to keep your children home, those who could, and homeschool your children instead of sending them out there and let these people rob you of your tax money under the guise that they're educating your kids when what they're doing is murdering them. And even when they come out physiologically healthy at the 12th grade, they're psycho-spiritually demons for the most part when it comes to fighting for and furthering the black cause. Look at TV, you think I'm kidding? Look at who is speaking for us on television, on any station you turn it on. They have PhDs, they have this, that. Listen to what they're saying. Listen to these idiots that can't even touch the shoelace of brothers and sisters who could not read or write but represented us on our route to fleet. But they're representing us every day on every news show you can turn to, speaking for us to the world. And we're happy, do you know? I hear black folks praising Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah, think about it, brother.
It is insane to think Condoleezza Rice represents something significant or of quality for white people. The woman is a murderer.
That's right.
She commits genocide against black and other people of color to further cracker economic holdings in the world.
That's right.
I have no love for Colin Powell, but I do give him credit that he had some decency left that his Jamaican African ancestors put in him that allowed him to step away from the Bush administration after he let them use him as the key in the door to Iraq.
Right.
But the slaughter they did in Panama, he'll never get forgiven for. The slaughter they did in Grenada, he'll never be forgiven for.
That's right, brother.
But people are giving him awards as a black achiever all over America. And so we have to start making some serious decisions. Do we really want to be free? And I know people can't answer that question because they don't even know what freedom is. Freedom is the right to say, I'm God having a human experience and I give a damn what nobody else thinks of. I am God having a human experience. I don't know what the hell you think you are, but I would suggest you start thinking the same thing about yourself. And if you do, then start building the God in you. Malcolm said the secret to life is to have no fear. But we fear the white man. You talk about we fear God. We don't fear God. If we fear God, we'd have already killed the white man and taken him completely off the face of the earth. And that's not saying nothing ugly. The people that reside in these physiological entity called Europeans have committed the genocide to the tune of 1 billion people in the last 400 plus years. 1 billion people they've slaughtered for the sake of being able to drink the wine they want to drink, having sex with who they want to have sex with, sleeping in the climate they prefer to sleep in. They've slaughtered 1 billion plus human beings. If you think that figure is wrong, go all the way back to the 1300s. I could make the number bigger if I went back to the Greeks, but I'm going to give them a little play. Just go back to the 1300s and work yourself forward through Africa, the Caribbean, and Asia, and see the slaughter that has gone on in the name of Islam, in the name of Christianity, in the name of civilization, in the name of technology, in the name of industrialization, in the name of advancement. He's used all these little codes to slaughter other people, to steal the raw materials those people lived on, in order to give himself just basic creature comforts. He wasn't even doing it for a good reason. He wasn't doing it because he was trying to build a civilization. He was doing it because he wanted to go get drunk somewhere off of some kind of intoxicant when he wanted to. Because he wanted to go rape some woman and have sex with some woman somewhere when he wanted to. Because he was one, and some, thank you, my sister, most of the time for that is some man. But I don't call that sex. See, that no man can have no sex with no man. And no woman can have no sex with no woman. So they're not going to define my language around how I deal with that. That's just some sick, perverted stuff. Psychodrama in the heads of some crippled mental beings. Then they got us going around, well, I'm for gay people. A few years ago, that word gay didn't even mean those people. But they were slick enough to take a word that meant joy and happiness and use it to describe profanity and have you accept it as being all right. That's some deep stuff. You let people put it, that's because you ain't tapped into the God in you. All right. You know what happened down in Haiti? I ain't crying over Haiti. They crying over Haiti. They ain't gonna do no good. Tell you what, you can raise all the money you want. You can get all the clothes you want until they turn their black asses back to voodoo. Ain't nothing gonna happen. But that's not just true for Haiti. That's true for everybody in this room. The Haitian Revolution was won when they were guided by what? Voodoo. The Haitian Revolution was successful when they were informed and instructed by what? Voodoo. The Haitian Revolution beat down the most powerful crackers army in the world, the three most powerful. And what was the armament that formed the mind that instructed them how to fight? Voodoo. And to the degree they have retreated from that is the degree that they're back in slavery. To the degree that we never even got as far as the Haitians is the degree to which the African Americans and the rest of the African Caribbean are still in slavery. You cannot piss on your mother and father and be blessed. Your mother and father was not Christians and Muslims all the time. They had their own relationship with nature and the universe. They had their own understanding of our relationship to all things outside of ourselves. And they created laws to govern those relationships.
Right, yes.
Now, voodoo is a word that encompasses all of that. You know, some call it the Akan tradition and the Yoruba tradition and the Zulu tradition. But since they want to defame voodoo, I want to use that to identify it all.
All right, that's good.
And in the Ewe language and the foreign language, the word voodoo means God. It means the divine. Like the Ewe people in Togo, the way they say the God in me, they say voodoo daha, means the God in me.
Repeat that, please.
Voodoo daha, D-A-H-A, voodoo daha, the God in me. See, the war that we're fighting, the reason we keep losing is we letting the white man instruct and inform us of how to fight him.
Right.
So he gives us some communist manifesto. It's working. Looks good. It's one of the sweetest little organizing tools you ever seen. But it didn't even work for him.
Nope.
When the covers fell off of Russia, it was a fraud. We drove the Portuguese out of Mozambique, but then we used the same system to kill more Mozambicans than the Portuguese had killed.
Right.
We drove the Portuguese out of Angola and Guinea-Bissau, but we haven't built anything African in either the place because we're using the same white man methodology for organizing and structuring our society. Didn't work for him, doesn't work for us. But what you gotta understand about him, things that don't work for him because he is a non-working human instrument. See, his sickness is his healthiness, but it is our demise. You understand that? A bacteria is a bacteria, but if you got too much bacteria in you, you're gonna die. Bacteria can be all he wanna be as a bacteria, and that's just gonna make him big up. You understand the thing? The white man is like a bacteria that infected the human consciousness.
Right.
And unless we get rid of that bacteria, we're not going to be able to save African people. My brother Ron, he might have been on Gary's show last night. He was supposed to be, I was at a funeral on one of our beautiful sisters. And I forgot to tell Dr. J, because you were going to so much. Sister Amelia, the God sister that lives next door to me, passed away. And so we had a funeral in the Bronx last night. You know, African funerals, you got a lot of levels to it. And it opened out, you know, with all of the Christian things. You had 3 preachers come up there saying, and Paul said this, some kind of junk. You know, the same thing he said, I kept the faith and I did this and then that. He sure did. Crackers been doing good ever since Paul got his faith thing hooked up. Paul gave crackers the ideology to take the mind of the black man away. He gave him Christianity.
Yep. That's right.
Paul. Jesus, there ain't nobody named Jesus ever lived in the first place. That's an invention of Paul.
That's right. Yes.
And I know that's hard, because some of us got all the little white faggot pictures up in our house for models. You know. That's who they are. The pictures we put up in our house are photographs of modern day white fashion models, most of whom are drug addicts and faggots.
Right. That's right.
And we come and we pay deference psycho-spiritually to that image and wonder why it didn't help our son who's a drug addict.
Ain't enough.
Wonder why it didn't help our husband who's an alcoholic. Wonder why it didn't help our daughter who went and got molested by a neighbor while I was at work trying to bring the bread. Because it ain't nothing but what it is. A photograph of some European drug-using faggot. Get it out your house. And when you go in your family's house, talk about it like that.
Yes.
Let them get mad with you. But you know what's going to happen? When you leave, they may be mad, but they have to think, is that really a drug sniffer little fag, fashion model, white boy? See, y'all scared to go there because the truth will set you free. Malcolm said, Brother Gibbons, remember when he said this? Know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Exactly.
Then he came back and said, truth alone will set you free. It's when we hit down with the truth that we get kind of scared. What if I'm going to die? And I don't know enough to know whether this Jesus thing is running, so I got to hold on to it.
That's what they say.
All right, bring it out.
Well, my mama, thank God, left it. Grandma left it. Papa didn't give too much damn for it, even though he was preaching.
Yeah.
So it was cool with their grandson where I was going. But all the family I know have on Twitter didn't do no good for them. They still died in some of the worst way, and their children is in some of the worst way. My extended family and the generation I'm in have been ravaged with alcoholism and drug addiction. I'm talking to the tune of hundreds upon hundreds of family members, and it's true for most of you. Now, I know thousands of my family. And when you see the hundreds and hundreds that have just been mutilated by this sickness, then you understand where I'm coming from. Watch the most beautiful women, the most beautiful young men destroyed before they're 35. Just my generation, my class, I played football in high school. 44 of us on the football team. 5 of us left, and I'm only 64 out of 44. Most of them were dead before they were 40. That's genocide, people. But that's true for me, it's true for almost everybody in this room. But if you don't measure it like that, you don't see what's going on. If you just look at just what's happening just around you, you miss what's happening just around you.
Right.
And you don't see what they're doing. My brother messaged me. I started talking about this post-slavery trauma thing a long time ago. Come over there messing with me in Jersey. I cussed you all good. This person never heard me cuss, right? That's when Sister Joy Leary first started talking about it. He came out with, wow, man, I barely get angry. You made me angry that day. Brother Yusuf. But he's my brother. I love Yusuf. We go back some decades now. But Yusuf, I want to apologize because I went to see Sister, and I wouldn't go and hear Joy speak because I'm writing some stuff. And I call it, I didn't want to contaminate my mind with nobody else's views on that thing at all. Because I wanted to go somewhere, and I didn't want to be influenced by nothing. That's selfish. That's the white man in me. So the other day, I'm at City College teaching one of Dr. J's class, and a young lady who's one of the students who work with the paper saw me in the elevator and said, Professor Small, we got Dr. Leary here. We know Dr. Jeffrey's not going to be here, so please, you got to come and bring the class. So I want to listen, but I want to tell this young girl, I'm not coming. Not that I held anything against her. I knew she was fantastic because God keeps me informed. I knew her name was like up there. That wasn't what my problem was. The problem was I wanted to go someplace else that I thought she was scared to go. And I wasn't going to get caught in having to be an antagonist with her whenever I'm at one of her speaking. So I go to hear the little sister. She literally kicked the white man's ass. I hadn't seen nobody done that way since Malcolm X. You don't see her lately? I never saw her before, but if she was doing this all the time, I sure missed some good teaching.
What's her name?
Dr. Joy Leary. But just watching this sister teach without fear, disrobing this white man and his history, and then scientifically supporting it, then I say, you know what it is? The divine gave me the message, but I didn't have the tools and the skills and equipment to take that message where Joy took it. So I have to back my sister. She got the skills, she got the tools, she got an understanding on how to deal with this thing in this man's world. And she's done it in a hell of a way. So y'all need to read her book. If that book has any relationship to what I heard the other day, every black person needs to buy that lady's book and read it. And recommend it to someone else to buy it, and read it and recommend it to somebody else. Because she's got more courage than anyone I've seen in decades. And what she is willing to do in stepping to the enemy of black people, calling them what they are, explaining it to you, outlining it so it can be understood. So anybody that can do that is a soldier of the revolution, and I'll be their comrade, and I will fight at their side, and I will fight in their front line if they push me to. Because the woman, she taking that stuff and she kicking butts with it. And that's what you got to do with knowledge. Knowledge is not to ingratiate yourself and to think you own it. Nobody owns no knowledge.
Right.
The same knowledge we're babbling about, it's always been here. It's never not been here. Don't belong to nobody. Belongs to everybody who has the consciousness to get it and use it. But if you have the consciousness to get it and use it, your first obligation is to use it for someone other than yourself. And if we can get there, freedom is easy. But it has to start with the man and his wife and the wife and the husband and the parents and the children. If you're not willing to fight that war, then leave the people alone. People don't need you to come out here and talk to them. And not only fight that, but try your best to live it. Struggle with your family.
Right.
You'll be surprised how many of them will hear you. And if you are doing that, then it's comfortable and easy to walk out of your house and do this. But if you're not doing that, then there's always antagonism in your house if you try to do this. And in the middle of that antagonism is those children that get lost in the system and destroyed because the brother or the sister is struggling for freedom outside of the household. And we all know it's happened to all of us. I know I've had to step to boyfriends of my daughters. I stepped to them. One Negro was stacking with my daughter down in Virginia. I got my other son. We got in the car and rode on down. Put a little stuff in the back pocket or the back belt. Invite him out to a bar for a drink. And told him how many hours he had to get his shit and get out of there. So he did. 2 weeks later, called me back and said, Mr. Small, I want to marry your daughter. I said, well, you come on up here and make a formal proposal, and let me tell you what my views is, and then I'm performing the wedding. I want to make sure y'all get married. And that's what I did. I personally performed the wedding of 4 of my children. I want to make sure they ain't young. And that is freedom. Because I think marriage is significant and important and sacred. We devised it, we designed it, we created it as an organizing instrument to create our civilization. It's a tool. This family thing is a tool. But the white man flipped the trick on us. He told us that family comes about when you love someone, when you get in love. I ain't never been in love with nobody. I was stupid enough to think I was in love with a few people. And not a single one of those relationships works out. I was in love because I wanted to be in their panties. They were in love because they wanted to be in my pants. Because that's what the white man taught us. That love can only be validated if we have sexual intercourse with each other. And then we call sexual intercourse love making. Not fixing a family, fixing your character, honoring your elders, taking care of your parents. That's not love making. Having intercourse, something every animal does almost instinctively, is called love making. So we never developed in this society a true definition of love. In Africa, love to us meant develop the God in you and let your knowledge of the God in you recognize and love the God in someone else. And there's someone else who has developed the God in them, recognize the God in you and love the God in you. That is the African love. And that's what they took us away from. His love is sexual stimulation. If you can feel good. You know? And we're caught up in that. So what comes with that is desire and the emotional tools that come when one desires something, and then the envy that is automatically born of desire, and then the jealousy that's automatically born of the envy, and it almost always leads to conflict and violence.
Raining up, brother.
Almost always.
Raining up.
But if you can bring the divine essence of African cultural understanding into how you construct relationship, you can build healthier relationships with your mate, and y'all can create healthier environments for your children, which would make you a healthier community person to go out to where I said before and figure out how to build economic, politics, and culture for yourself. Because no matter what we talk about philosophically, ideologically, if you don't control the economic, politics, and culture of the community, you ain't happy. I used to come up in Brooklyn every morning, 7 o'clock. Bed-Stuy Restoration. What do y'all think I was doing there for years? With Brother Sonny Carson and all the vendors over Fulton Street. Trying to do what? Figure out how they can control at least some of the economics of this community. After Sonny died, it all fell apart. It all fell apart. Because the other brothers didn't have the understanding. See, Sonny wasn't doing that for Sonny. He wasn't just trying to make some money. So we have to have the right African values. Malcolm X, when he went and changed his name from Malcolm Little to Malcolm X, through the Nation of Islam and the teachings of the Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he was trying to make a statement that that last name is not mine. So X represents the unknown, so my last name is unknown. In the last 11 months of his life, he went into the Orthodox Muslim thing for most of that, and he changed his name to Malik Shabazz. Of course, he was using the Shabazz before he left the nation. Most people don't know that. That Shabazz comes up out of the nation. That's not something he got from the East. But he wasn't using it formally. But the Malik comes from the East. But at some point, he came back here and he told us that people called him Omawale. And he came back here to Buba. I guess that was a Ghanaian type Buba. And he told us to put our religion in the closet.
Yes.
That's some deep shit. Tonight, up at the Audubon Center, they're showing the film Malcolm Echoes. And they're talking about Malcolm, but they're putting all this emphasis on Malcolm, the Muslim. Now, I'm on the board, but when I get peeved, I pull away until I figure out how to come back and kick your butt. Some of the people on the board are Muslim. The chair of the board is a Muslim. We got some other strong Muslims there. And they're trying to make Malcolm this Muslim. But I never, in all the readings since Malcolm left the nation, heard him say, I'm a Muslim leader. Never did I read anything in his speech and say, I'm out here for the liberation of Islam. Have you?
No.
He said his political ideology was what? Black nationalism. He said his personal faith, his personal religion at that point was Islam.
That's right.
But he said put that in the closet because then we get discussing that we won't get along.
That's right.
And he came back here being called what? Owawale, the child who returned home. That whole journey he went on, he finally arrived where? Back in Africa, being an African.
Right.
Not in Saudi Arabia,
That's right.
not in Libya.
Right.
Back in Africa, being an African. And that's where we have to go. No, we may not move back to Africa. Let me tell you a little secret. Africa ain't really Africa anyway, and the way we think Africa is Africa.
That's right. That's right.
You heard the concept Pangea, talking about the continents.
That's right.
When Guinea would stand up against Virginia. You think when the continent split apart, all of us jumped on the piece called Africa? No. I mean, are y'all listening? See, y'all not listening. See, y'all not listening. Because white folks draw these definitions of everything, and even when it's about black things, we accept the definition, and we end up imprisoning ourselves. If all the continent, all the land masses massed together, when the piece called Africa broke away, did all of us jump on that piece?
No. No.
No, we didn't.
Nope.
And that's why Christopher Columbus' brother wrote in his diary when he came over here.
That's right.
He said, And they found Ethiopians here who were their guides.
Yes.
People don't talk about that much. I remember that ceremony used to tell us about that. We got the Olmec civilization and others. But we saw the Olmecs came when the Muslim brother, Musa, whatever, sent 500 or 1,000 ships. That ain't where they came from. They've been there since, been there. They ain't never lived no place else but here.
Right.
Nobody can show that they ever lived in a place but here. And if you go to southwestern Mexico where most of the blacks live, where the sheriff is black and the mayor is black in these Mexican towns down in there, the Belizean border, they will tell you there's two blacks, the one that came before the boat and the one that came on the boat. They make that distinction among themselves, the blacks that came before, that was here before the boat,
Right.
and the blacks who came on the boats. Now they make that distinction. So we need to ask them the question, well, what y'all talking about? Now, like most of you in the room, I grew up in South Carolina, but it's clear to see I'm Native American, almost as Native American biogenetically as I am continental black skin African.
Right.
From the Chicora Nation, which now they put us on a reservation in North Carolina and somebody in Oklahoma and call us Cherokee. But that Cherokee is a more white man created nation than a Native American created nation.
Right.
But you have never seen even the white man with all his demonism show you a picture of an East Coast Native American in any of his drawings that has straight hair.
Right.
And if you read LaRon Bennett's Shaping of Black America, less than 100 years after he began to bring us from Africa, they decided to raid all the Indian villages and camps. For what reason? Because they all look like niggas anyway. And they've got this in writing.
That's it.
But Andrew Jackson went down to Florida to take on the mythical Seminole. There was never an Indian tribe called the Seminoles, people. Another one, white folks' myth. To take on the mythical Seminole. Jackson sent a letter back to D.C. and said, I thought you sent me down here to fight the red man, and all I'm fighting is niggas. And that's a matter of presidential records.
That's right.
Because the Seminoles really are the Creek Indians, and the Africans they amalgamated with it. The Creek Indians looked as black as most of those people before the amalgamation.
Right. That's another thing.
Okay. And so the amalgamation of the Creek Native people and the African who escaped enslavement makes up what is called the Seminole Nation. You understand what I'm saying? See, if you don't start redefining some stuff through your own research, even when you mean well, your enemy's definitely lead you in the wrong direction.
Okay.
So you gotta do some research and redefine stuff. But the one thing you gotta redefine is you. You, my dear brothers and sisters, are God having a human experience as you. Just look at it, man. That's African culture in a nutshell. Somebody says, oh, in Africa they have all these different cultures. I hear some of the most sophisticated, some of the most so-called educated black folks who are clearly pro-African say that. But African is not monolithic, you know. There wasn't one culture, there was only one culture. How it got expressed based on location, ecology, and time may differ.
Right.
But the essence of the value system and the understanding of the laws of nature and the universe that they were trying to teach to themselves and to their community was the same. From South Africa to North Africa, from East Africa to West Africa, from Central Africa to Sub-Central Africa. There's only one divine law, and that is whatever it is that makes the universe work the way it does. And that's all we were trying to define for ourselves. We invented God, people. When you invent something, you own that thing.
Right.
We invented God. We put the patent on God. You're all scared. The white man not told you, God up there, you down here, you're supposed to submit, or God gonna kill you. Well, guess what? God gonna kill your black. Anyway, ain't nobody getting out the world alive. Not in these bodies. So if that be the case, my Hebrew Israelite sisters back there in the corner, Yahweh gonna you've heard my lecture before about cucumbers and collard greens and cantaloupe and, you know, say I'm a human being, right? So I'm a superior human being. So if I get hungry because I've diminished part of me through hard work, shouldn't I go kill another human being to replace myself? And eat a nice, juicy human being to replace me. Preferably kill one in your family to replace you. But I don't do that to her. I go and kill my sister the collard greens, and kill my sister the chickpeas, and kill my brother the turkey, and kill my cousin the red snapper, right? And I drink my mother the water. I go to the rest of nature to replenish, replace, rebuild, reconstruct, and rebirth myself. What does that tell you? That you are everything in nature, and everything in nature is you.
Bang it out, brother. Bang it out.
That's simple, right? But as simple as it is, we don't think of it because the white man done scared us to death with this doggone Jesus.
Yeah.
And it's Allah, and it's Yahweh, and it's Jehovah, and all that other clankety clank clank. Are you Hebrew?
It's all the same.
Are you? Who broke your arm, Allah, Yahweh, or Jehovah? You tell Yahweh, leave you the hell alone before I come and check him out. Don't be messing with your hand. You understand? Listen to my point. As silly as it might sound, everyone in here this morning either ate some eggs, some grits, some beans, some had some bacon. Yeah, the pig's your cousin too. Don't be jumping them because the Muslims told it. Pig tastes good, just like Dr. Ben said. Ain't nothing wrong with the pig. No, other than because it has more fat than other animals, between the muscle fiber, it tends to store more impurities than other animals. But back in the day, we didn't know how to handle that, so we just isolated it. Because we knew when people ate it, they got sick and they eat. So the best thing to do is to make it the demon and keep it away. But today we know how to throw it in the freezer, throw it on fire, you know what I'm saying? We kill most of the stuff with flame. So don't nobody be messing up with your head with their little game. If you eat collard greens, my little brother, guess what? Your collard greens, your collard greens, your carrots, your turnip, your macaroni and cheese, because macaroni is wheat and cheese is milk. And guess what? All of it comes from Mother Earth. But I want y'all to go home and get a pan of dirt, put it in the frying pan, and eat the sand, and that ain't gonna work. See, because all the minerals gets broken down in a certain way so it could be used by your body in a certain fashion. So when you eat an orange, that's the God in the orange that's assisting the God in you. You understand?
Right.
And so the way to God, and it all comes down to two things. Isis, the earth. Isis was no pretty woman with no sexy body, you know. We got a whole bunch of them, right? Isis was the earth. Okay. Osiris, the sun. And when that sun having intercourse with that earth, guess what happens? All of those minerals and stuff just pop on into life. Vegetables, berries, roots, vines, all sorts of things. The earth takes the sunlight, break it down into usable components for different organs in your body. And that's some deep stuff.
Yeah.
Now the Africans just call that herbalism. They understood what herb comes out of the ground is good for what organ in your body.
Right.
But those herbs popped out of that ground because that sun popped that radiation into the ground. We eat radiation. We eat food to get radiation. But if we try to eat pure radiation, it will burn us up.
Right.
So the earth takes the radiation and break it down.
Right.
And serve it back to us in the form of a plant or an animal that ate that plant. And when we ingest that animal, that fowl, or that fish, or that plant, we get that particular breakdown of radiation that's useful for that particular part of our body. Now, in the Yorubas, they call this breakdown Orisha. Orisha is nothing but the forces of nature. We run around talking like the white man calling Orishas God. I wasn't put here to serve the Orishas. Orishas was put here to serve me. I know brothers sometimes that's scared, brothers. That ain't the way they've been teaching it. Because Orishas have never in the teachings of ancestors been the divine. They have been the forces of the divine.
Right.
I must serve them, but they also must serve me. This worship notion is a European notion. Same thing with Opasum. We go and we see the Opasum and we're so busy into the drumming and the dancing and the powder sprinkling. And ain't nobody being explain what is all this.
That's right.
Why do we do this?
Why?
Rituals are beautiful.
Right.
It was designed in a particular peculiar culture at a particular time to explain the sacred science. But now if you're doing a ritual of another culture and in another culture 1,000 years later, and you're not even explaining what it's explaining, rituals may look good and make me want to dance, but I'm no better off.
Right.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I don't want y'all to go home and throw out your leggings and your beads and your African clothes. That's not what I'm saying, because all those things are the tools necessary to make us remember. What does it mean? Remember. In the language we speak, in the Latin roots, means to go back or to do over.
Right.
Member are the parts of a thing. When you remember, you put the parts of the thing back together again.
Right.
And so things like clothing and rituals and music and dances help us to remember how to reconstruct our conscious self. Back to what though? That's the piece that scared the shit out of y'all. Back to being God again. When I say, let existence exist, because I want to come into existence, and so I bring myself into existence out of myself. I told my mama's egg and my daddy's sperm, I wanted to be here. That's what African culture says. It says you name your destiny while you're in heaven. And you tell the divine what you're coming down here to do. But on the journey and the experience, you kind of lose your memory. So that's what religions are for, to help you remember why the hell you said you wanted to come here in the first place.
All right.
But we got it all confused up.
Makes sense.
You know, we got it all confused up. Now, I'm initiated in the Yoruba tradition. I'm a priest of Oya. I wear a necklace if I feel like it, but they didn't give a necklace in my shrine. But mother said I could if I wish, if I lived in a culture where that was the protocol. So sometimes I do. But a necklace are just plastic and cord.
So,
But what they mean and the tools that they are that we can use to teach is more powerful than almost anything you got going on. But do we use that tool in the way the tool is designed? So if I see somebody walking down the street, he got something on that says Shango, then I know that's someone whose spiritual self has been awakened, got the courage to recognize the need for spiritual, ethical, moral growth has come to life in this person. Among many other things, Sangha has what they call many paths or different levels of comprehension. And if I see that same person wearing a bead with Oya's color, then I know, oh, yeah, the wind, change is blowing. Meaning that person not only got the courage to change, to see the need for change, but now the person got the courage to change themselves. And some knowledge to go along with that change, to foster the change. Then I see the person next, he coming, he got a bead on from Ogun. They like to tell us he's the god of war and he's the god of iron. Yeah, all that. That's metaphor. That's opportunity we need in the minds of our ancestors in trying to find a way to teach themselves about themselves and keep themselves in continuity and in tune with self-development. It means transformation. You take a piece of a rock and you throw it in a fire and you heat it up and you make steel or some form of iron by burning out the impurities, meaning you transform the rock. So you are seeing now the person sort of need to change ethically, morally, principally, and spiritually, go to the Oya and got in the process of change, and then go to Ogun and see the transformation as a result of change. You understand? That's just a little simple piece of it. But each one of those orishas have a profound meaning and represent a profound process in constructing a society. But we're not the only ones slick enough to do that. Salam alaikum, brothers and sisters. They got the 99 names of Allah. The 99 pearls of faith. Guess what they are? The same 99 orishas. Right. Just that we have more. We have 200 plus known orishas that we can work with. Meaning we have 200 plus known bodies of knowledge of forces in nature that we could use to assist us in the life process that we can master. The Muslims have 99. If you take those 99 names and look up the meaning, it will shock you. It means simple things. The things that build human character. Right. The things that build human community. It's the God building the God in you. That's all it is. Oh, the Hebrew folks, yeah, they got 13 little tribes jumping around in the bush. But look up the name of those 13 little tribes. And each of those tribes mean the same thing that the 99 names of Allah mean, and that the Orisha means. They're hustling us, people. All these theologians and all the faith is hustling us because they know what's going down. That's right. That's it. They got a hustle going on because they bring money and power over other people. All right. I don't want to have power over nobody. I don't even want to have power over me. But I know if I give up power over me, I'm a slave, so I'll accept that one. But not only if you take the 12 tribes, Sister Leah, represent, you better not go anywhere, represent qualities and attributes. There is even more of these Orisha-type characters in Hebrew scripture. There's a whole book that gives you that. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. So when the folks roll up in that synagogue on Friday, you think they're out there talking about Jesus keeping their cross and singing this? No. They're in there teaching each other how to control economic, politics, and culture. Right. Using what? Using these qualities and attributes to strengthen and organize yourself as a family and a community. That's right. That's right. And it makes them winners. Oh, yeah. And because we're not doing that, we're losers. Yep. So we get into the Jesus keep me near the cross and all the space I know. The cross is in the cemetery. I don't want to be, even though, you know, as a child of Oya, I'm the guardian of the entry to that cemetery, which means I'm the guardian to the realm of the ancestors, not the gate to a cemetery. That's right, that's right. Mm-hmm. The realm of the ancestors is a body of knowledge that is sacred. That's who I'm the guardian of. Ain't enough, brother. But some folks gonna make me think I'm supposed to be guarding the gate to a place where dead bodies lie with their stones. No, that's the metaphor. Let's translate the metaphor into clarity. I'm supposed to be studying and being taught and be a learned person in the wisdom and the ways of the ancestors, both pro and con, so that I can protect who gets access to that wisdom and who don't, because if the wrong person, as has happened, get access to that wisdom, it's going to be used against us. That's right. When you see Freemasonry, that's white folks who have gotten access to your wisdom and use it against you. That's right. You see Christianity is white folks who've got access to your wisdom and use it against you. When you see white Judaism, not my black African Hebrew brothers and sisters, white Judaism, that's crackers who got access to our wisdom and using it against us. So someone has to be the guardian of the realm of the dead. Now, one of my spiritual mothers was a priestess of Oba. Oh, and folks be scared of Sister Oba. But she would teach me that not only do we have to be the guardian of letting the wrong people get access, when they get access, we got to take it back. We got to take it back.
That's
You
right.
know the way you take your wisdom back is you actualize, you become the wisdom. See, the white man can only beat you if he takes your wisdom and give you his wisdom, which is non-wisdom. So when you actualize your wisdom, because he can't actualize it, you understand? No matter how much African wisdom he's got, he can't be you.
Right.
So the only way he can take the wisdom and pretend to be you is to give you a false body of wisdom and have you pretend to be him.
Very nice.
So you've got to be minimized so he can be maximized.
Right.
You understand? So what you've got to understand is that you've got to maximize you with this wisdom. But don't think the wisdom is beyond you. You don't need no PhD to have no wisdom. My grandmama who taught me he couldn't read all right. I remember I came home out of the Navy. I said, Mom, I'm 20 years old. I want to teach you how to read. So she let me give her one little lesson. Then I come back to give her a second lesson. She said, baby, sit down. She said, you see your man yet? I said, man, I'll have to read. I said, man, I got all this, the house, the farm, all this man can't read for y'all. Young. So, but man want Yana to read, so Yana can live in that world and take care of what man left for you. So she said, that's all right, baby. Man don't need to read. She lived to be 100. She was a root woman.
Right.
And didn't just live to be 100, just walked out of life. My mother did the same thing. It wasn't sticking down, they just said, I'm leaving today. And left.
Yeah. Yeah.
They said they were leaving and they just left. We didn't understand when Mom said, I'm not coming back. And my sister said, oh, Mom, come to pick up. She said, baby, I ain't coming back to your house today. She just left. I went home to see Grandma. And she told me to sit down on the bed. She was whining. But then she got a vision back. During that period, she just got it back. And she said, I'm leaving. I'm giving you 2 instructions. Take care of your mama and don't leave your wife.
All right.
Now, she wouldn't say because of great love, but she said, look, I know your wife's shortcomings, because Mama knew me. I mean, I hid my guns and bombs in her house, so she knew she was doing. So she understood what I was doing, you know, and she gave me her blessing. But she was saying, don't expect everybody to grow where you're growing. You can't put your judgment, because you see the light, you're going to kill your brother and sister because they don't see the light.
Yeah. All right.
No, you have to figure out if someone is blind is how to give them vision. If you got enough consciousness that somebody else gave you so you have vision, your first obligation is to see how to give vision to the others who don't have the vision. So in that regard, she was telling me, you know, if I left her, what I was going to do, find another blind person and go through the same process. You know? And I said, well, where you going? She said, I'm leaving. I said, where you leaving for? She laughed and she said, I done been to the Jordan River, because the frame of reference is Christianity. I look in God's face and I go cross over. I said, oh my, you gonna bury me in. I already outlined how I want my funeral to be and all of the things that she knew what to do, because I didn't think I'd live to do these things. You know, I thought I'd be gone at 21, 22. And she said, no. She said, I'm going. I said, well, how could you just say you're going? I said, you feeling sick? She said, no. I said, well, there's something wrong. She said, no, I'm tired. I'm going. So she said, I've been to the Jordan. I done looking at God's face. I done made my decision. I'm crossing over. And she left in a few weeks. She gave us some time to hook all those stuff up. Out of here. My mama, she was sick up here in New York, and they told her she had a year to live, so this doctor, white doctor was talking, they were going to operate on her heart. She had a weak heart valve, rheumatic fever when she was a child, had weakened the muscles to run to that. Well, you can't replace valve muscles, but you could strengthen it with the right diet and stuff. So, she was going to be operated on by anybody. So her doctor, her brother, called me in the office and said, look, small stuff, is your family from down south? I said, yeah. He said, look, mother looked like she got about a year there. Why don't you let her go down south? You got any people down there? I said, yeah, most of the family's there. My sister's off. So let her go down there and let her have a good quality. Mom lived 5 good quality. That first year was rough because we couldn't adjust. She was in and out of the hospital. Then she got back into the root and the herbs and the stuff. And the last 4, she was in every little gambling joint down there. She's almost 90 and having a good time. You think she was in her 60s. I can tell you what, you know. And when she was down there, I knew she missed the movement so much, so I took Dr. Ben down there to speak at the church. And I took Dr. J so she could feel some of what she had left up here. She was in the party, she was in OAU, she was in Miss Lamar, so that was her life from a young person. And then one day she told my sister, she said, I just got back from Ghana the night before. She told my sister, I'm going. So take me to the plantation, the house where she was born, where one of my other sisters lived. He said, I'm going to see Marcus' daughter, meaning her granddaughter, who had been doing some stuff she didn't like. So when my younger sister dropped her off, and said, okay, everybody pick you up at 5 when I get from work. She said, oh, don't bother to come back. I won't. I'm not going. She said, oh, girl, stop talking crazy. I'm going to be here at 5 to pick you up. She said, I already told you, I'm not coming back. When you come here, I'm going to be gone. She goes in the house, she counseled this girl. Another cousin was there. She sent them on chores. 15 minutes they came back, she was in her mother's rocking chair. Gone. They just walked out. And many black people do that. I'm going to tell you one other anecdotal story and then I'm going to wrap this up. I had a cousin. I didn't know she was my cousin, Francesca Vestibule. And we fell in love when we were teenagers. Never got involved sexually, but we were in love until the day Franny died, still in love today. And loving and knowing each other. But Franny, when we found out we were cousins, we know we couldn't be boyfriend and girlfriend, but that love that we had was just dead. So after Franny came to New York, I came a few years ahead of her, and she found me wherever I was lecturing and speaking, Francesca was there. She developed cancer, wouldn't tell me, until one day I saw her arm was all swollen. And I went to Franny and said, what is wrong? And I found out she had breast cancer. For a couple of years, struggling with it. She had left her hospital bed because she heard me and Dr. Jeffries and Dr. Scoville was lecturing at a bar. We used to lecture in bars anyway, people asked us. Up in Harlem, called Casa Blanca. So she was dead. I'll leave that shit. All right. I need to see you for a week, so don't leave. And this girl stuck with me like that. Then one day I come from Africa and somebody said, Franny is in the hospital. So I rushed down to Roosevelt. And the nurse said, oh, no need for you to go in there. She ain't gonna understand what you got to say, and she can't speak, and so on and so on. So I went in the room, and I went to Franny, and I spoke to her. I said, look, you can go. You have no reason to stay. Just leave, baby, go. Let the body go. You have to let the body go. And she started speaking to me. Now, Fran didn't know nothing about New York, but she was a Catholic from the bottom to the top. Girl never missing mass. Okay? She started speaking to me in Yoruba. But I didn't fully understand what she was saying, so I wrote it down and took it to Baba Tower overnight. And what do you think this little girl was saying to me from her coma, where they said she didn't understand me when I was whispering in her ears? I am beyond this world. I am beyond this world. Now, how did Francesca speak Yoruba? And how did she say to me from her coma, I'm beyond, those were the only words she got. I am beyond this world. When I told her she could go. She was telling me, I'm already gone. I'm saying that because there are the spiritual forces we think we call spiritual in all of our lives. That's right. And all of our religious traditions is good. Now, I haven't beat up on Christianity, Islam, and my Hebrew sisters. All of them is ours. The Hebrew tradition is ours. Christianity is ours.
That's right.
Islam is ours.
Right.
We know that the Yoruba, the Akan, and Voodoo, we know those are ours. And those three are more the mother and father of the first three.
That's right.
But they're all ours. But what has occurred here is someone else has taken your stuff, refashioned, redesigned, and represented it to you.
Make it plain.
And now it's killing us instead of helping us.
That's right.
Talking about the first three, the last three is pretty much still in the indigenous context, the Yoruba, the Akan, and the Buddha. Because they tamper with the history and the folklore and the metaphor that explains the wisdom. So you know, you said that, you've heard me talk about the passage before, the Surah to Asa. You know, Surah to Asa is the shortest surah in the Quran. Yet it's the most significant and the most powerful surah in the Quran. Because the Surah to Asa is the chapter to Osiris. But we never make that equation because nobody tells us that. But the story of Isis, Osiris, Horus, and Seth is the story of how African people invented time and the calendar and the days of the week and the hours and the minutes, etc. Look in the book of the Coming Forth by Day, and you will see very clearly the whole thing has to do with the 24-hour cycle, and then the until they get to 360, just keep spinning the cycle. Right? The Surah to Asa, the short surah in the Quran, has the longest commentary in the Quran, and the commentary is all about how God gives us time and how time works. It's all about time. Time is one of the most fantastic tools that we have invented.
All right.
Other than God. We invented God. I know y'all scared. Listen, y'all invented God. Don't be scared. Because you are God. Have a human experience called you. Collectively, if you become conscious of that, you can do what you claim your God does. But because you're collectively unconscious of the nature of God in you, we say it. Who do you think you see when you see me? Is the God in me. We sing it, but we don't believe it.
All right.
We don't believe it. I believe it. Yes. I believe it. Took me some time to get here. You know, I went through all of the vineyards. I went through the Christian vineyard, the Muslim vineyard, the Hebrew vineyard, the Voodoo vineyard. I went through all of the vineyards, trying to figure out what the hell am I doing here? If I'm going to die, what the hell am I doing here? Why not give me a nice bottle of wine, 10 or 15 sisters, rob a few banks, sell some drugs, and just go on and do this? You know what I'm saying? And because I'm going, right? But damn, how you going to tell me I'm going to introduce you to all this pleasure, but I'm going to give you some rules that deny you access? That's some stuff, right? So why then am I here? You know why I'm here? Because I'm always here, and I've always been here. I have never not been here. You have never not been here. We're just unconscious of the fact. Because we got somebody else's culture informing, instructing, and directing how we understand reality.
Right.
You know? To truly understand the African Genesis story, which you'll find coming forth by day, and in the pyramid text, and the coffin text, you have to study quantum physics. What is quantum physics about? How liquid matter becomes solid matter. Right. To truly understand Yoruba, you got to understand quantum physics. How liquid matter becomes solid matter. To truly understand chemistry, see, you're talking about the primordial waters of Nun. That's liquid matter. What's the first thing to rise up out of it? The top. Solid matter. But those are metaphors. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're going to truly understand Orisha, you've got to really understand subatomic particles and their movements. Because that's what they're talking about. But the white man make you think understanding subatomic particle movements is something bigger. Then he gives you all this mathematic formula to block you from getting to an understanding of. But what you already understand, you're just scared to go to.
Right.
You know, Orishas are the forces in nature. They're not static. They change all the time. That's why if somebody says, I'm a priest of Oshun, and then they let white-minded Africans and white Africans coming out of the Central American, some of the Cuban nation, then make us think that Oshun has something to do only with sex, sexuality, sexual attraction, and beauty. Yes, she has to do with all of that, but that's the minimum. Just the power of attraction alone is one of the most powerful laws in nature, and that is Oshun. And nothing happens without that law's activation. But if you don't understand the metaphor, see, the Orishas, as we know, is a university. We didn't have a building where we went in and sat in a class and we studied. Oh, today we are studying Orisha 1.1. And we are going to study the second stages of Oshun. No. The whole village was the university. Right. The language was the university. Right. The behavior was the university. The family was the university. And each of them represented a level of dispensing of the wisdom of the ancestor. Who's your primary ancestor? If nothing exists but God, nothing exists but God, then everything else that comes into existence comes out of that existence, then it is God who's your primary ancestor. And that is the DNA bank that you represent. That's right. What's so difficult about that? Right. But that's what the white man I want you to know. Right. To really understand the God in me. That's right. Because if you understand the God in me, you'll kill the white man in me. And once you kill the white man in me, you can again become the God in you. That's right. You understand that? Okay. And the white man is a set of quality and values and principles and ideas. And all these qualities, values, principles, and ideas lead to what? Action that either promotes life or diminishes life. And all the religions do, they were supposed to help him. I mean, the way we're viewing, meaning the three Western religions, were designed to take your wisdom and help him raise himself up from the barbaric level. And so he changed your metaphor. A metaphor is just a story that explains some ideas, principles, and concepts. So if he changes it and uses his cultural attributes, you won't even understand the damn metaphor, even though it's your principles, concepts, and ideas it's trying to explain. Unless you take it back to your culture, that means everybody needs to study at least one indigenous African religion, so that you can learn what the principles and concepts and ideas are that you need to learn, and then you'll recognize what his metaphor is trying to teach you, because you do live in this culture. But that doesn't mean everybody go in there and go be religious, and they all don't forget the revolution. Bottom line is, if you can't provide, if you can't control your economic, politics, and culture, you're not going to be able to provide food, clothing, shelter, safety, and security. Safety and security means people throw your babies in prison, or kill them in the street, or rape your little 13-year-old daughter while you're at work, or son while you're at work, when you think everything is safe, because you haven't taken control of food, clothing, shelter, safety, and security. And you can't do that unless you control economic, politics, and culture. And you can't do that unless you get control of your mind. Right. And you can't do that unless you study your history. Right. And you can't study your history unless you're willing to accept the indigenous African spiritual explanation for how you see the world. And adapt at least one. You can adapt more than one. You can be Akan, Yoruba, whatever. But adapt at least one and master it. It is also good that you learn one language. I'm working on two now. I'm trying to learn this little Fanti and trying to learn this Swahili. That's what I can see. At least one language, because what it'll do for you, it'll let you see how we see the same idea when it's explained in an African language versus how you see that same idea when it's explained in the English language. You understand? So one gives you a picture this size, the other gives you a picture this size. One gives you a two-dimensional picture, the other gives you a four-dimensional picture of the same thing. You know? And you learn that Africans had, before coming to this continent, and I'm really writing it to them, we had a definition of sex that's different from the definition we have of sex now.
That's right.
We had a definition of why we had sex and how to have sex.
Right.
Different from the definitions we have now.
That's right.
We had a definition of brotherhood, sisterhood, different from the definitions we have now. We have a definition of parents and elders, different from the definitions we have now. And so if we find those things, we can begin to alter it in ourselves and our children, the definition that our enemy has made us comprehend, that it isn't doing anything but leading us to confusion and self-destruction. So, y'all with me, right? I'm saying that Malcolm said make it plain. It's simple. Your God having a human experience. Ours God having a human experience. You know? The Son represents an aspect of the divine impregnating the earth every day. And all those plants you eat is made up of all the minerals that's in the earth. And all the animals you eat ate all of the plants made up of all the minerals that's in the earth.
That's right.
And the minerals in the earth is made up of all the dead bodies, dead plants, and dead animals that once lived on the earth.
Think about it.
So it's like the brother with the wine in the corner saying, yo, bro, everything is everything. It's everything is everything. Your God having a human experience called you. I think that's the simplest way to put it. What Malcolm X found out and arrived at, and that's why he could walk up on that stage that day, because Malcolm knew they were going to kill him, but he also knew he couldn't die. He also knew he forever lived, because he had forever lived. But we confuse these identities in the conscious moment because of our lack of knowledge of what real time is about as being who we are. This is just how we are displaying ourselves this time. Each of us are the sum total of the best and the most powerful genes of our most immediate ancestors. We're the highest tech version and the latest model until we create our kids who then become the highest tech version and the latest model of ourselves, who's the highest tech version, the latest model of our parents, and so our parents develop their parents. And it goes back to what? The divine itself, which can't be defined. We use the word divine. You can't measure its expanse. You don't know it can't have boundaries, because if it has boundaries, there's something beyond it. It can't have an age, because it always was. Even always was isn't finished, because always was assumed there was a time when something wasn't. And you can never even think into such a time. So even time is a limited tool when it comes to defining anything to do with the divine. Y'all there? Y'all with me? So let's keep it on the basic. Malcolm X passed away today because he was structurally damaged. We call it murder. But he said to us, his political philosophy was black nationalism. Black nationalism to him, and he stated this, means getting control of the economic politics. He didn't use the word culture, he said social. But I'm using the word culture because that's the way Dr. Jeffries taught it. Getting control of the economic politics and culture of the community you live in, so you can provide food, clothing, shelter, safety, and security for yourself, your family, and your neighborhood. Only then did you say you have freedom. Okay. So I'll close with this. You are the divine, having a human experience called you. And if it's easy to digest, say it in this way. I am an expression of aspects of the divine essence having the human experience. Call me. Thank you, brother.
periphery of what you call voodoo. That better say. Now, a lot of people get offended because anytime you identify Africa, it offends everybody, even Africans who have picked up the culture of non-African people. Now, for about 18 years, I was a Muslim imam and probably had gone to Mecca before most of the people in this audience was out in their teens. A few of y'all, like my brother can know, we've been around a little bit. I grew up in a Baptist tradition in South Carolina where that was the way of life for everybody. And I live in a world in North America where we've got all these religions. There's nobody that participates in religion more than the African American. And there's nobody whose situation is worse than ours. So there's something wrong with your old-time religion. And if we're going to understand what's wrong, we need to kind of like get right to the point. Because Malcolm said, you know, the secret to life is to have no fear. And I like to come to Philly. Philly has good reputations and it's got notorious reputations, especially when my beloved Malcolm is concerned. I am Malcolm's disciple. People need to understand that I'm the man's man. I'm his man. And when he can't speak no more, I can still speak. Philly is also a great place because this is where my home people came. When you left South Carolina, Philly is where you went. I don't know how we ended up in New York. Most of my family is down here in Philly. My mother and her kids, I think we're the only ones in New York of our whole family. Everybody's either here or in Jacksonville, Florida. And we up there in this strange place. And it's hard, you know, because when you're an African American, no offense to my brothers and sisters Africans from other parts of the hemisphere, and you live in New York, the African American cultural nuances kind of get lost in the sauce. And when I come to a place like Philly or Detroit or Chicago and I hear our ethnic music, it sounds strange to me. Or when I hear people speaking our Ubonics, it sounds strange because that's not what I'm used to in New York. And since my wife is also from another African community, she's from the Caribbean, so when I'm with most of my family, I'm not used to the African American flavor that I grew up on that plantation with in South Carolina. So it takes a little rhythm adjustment when I come down to Philly. But we want to talk about the African origins and roots of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam and get real serious about it. Because everybody, including other brothers and sisters who adopt other religions, tell Africans, you cannot be. The white people said to us when we came here, you can't speak your language, you can't practice your religion, you can't play the beautiful rhythms on the drums that Baba was playing, Baba. You know, you can't talk about the love of your God. You can't do nothing except be white and black. And they're still saying that. And then the black people who were forced to have to do that, like all of us were, now tell those of us who find some crack in the seam and want to see the light of Africa, you can only be white and black. Today, strangely, when I was getting ready to come because I had to speak to another congregation, a Baptist church, by the way. I had a good time. Matter of fact, I almost got to preaching. And I found myself, as I went to my ancestral shrine, I started singing my grandmother's song. Now, I can't sing. My throat is all messed up from all this talking all these years. I can't hold a note from here to the end of the stage. But I was singing, my eyes was on the sparrow. That was Mama's thing. She loved that. And then I suddenly realized she was being with me. She was being with me as I stood in front of the ancestral shrine. By the way, everybody in here should have an ancestral shrine in your house. That's right. And learn how to take care of it. That's right. But guess what? Most of you do have it, but you want to pretend you don't. You call it a mantle with pictures on it. Or you call it a dresser with pictures and photos on it. Or you call it a table with photos on it, but you put all the dead people, look at how you got them arranged. They're all together in one place. So since we're going to do it anyhow, let's do it honestly. All right. Take care of your ancestral shrine. You know, don't you go to the religions? If you're a Christian, you go to church. You pay deference to what has been given to you as a European ancestor called Jesus, or you pay deference to what has been given to you as a European ancestor called Moses. If you're Muslim, you pay deference to a European ancestor called Muhammad. So there's nothing wrong with paying deference to ancestors. We do it all the time without saying it. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, you pay deference to Abraham. Are you not paying deference to ancestry? You call them prophets, you call them spiritual leaders, you call them messiahs, whatever, but they're dead, and you're still calling on their names. You're still paying deference to ancestors that you can't clearly identify as your own, even though all that I just mentioned is your own. But we never think of Prophet Muhammad as an African. We think of him as an Arab. We never think of Jesus as an African. Maybe you do, because y'all are different. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But normally, as a people, we don't think of Jesus as an African, nor do we think of Moses as an African. And if you're a good Christian, you got a real conflict, because Moses is in conflict with Egypt, and Egypt is Africa. Imagine Africans running north to get away from Africa. But that's what would be happening if we down with Moses than against the Egyptians. Because they're in the south, they're the black folk. So whoever's running north either is a brother with a problem, or he ain't a brother at all. But how are we going to reckon with all of this business? So many of our people are Muslims or Christians or Hebrew Israelites. How are we going to deal with this without hurting and offending? How are we going to be able to deal with this and keep unity or bring unity? Because we don't have unity now. We're pretending on unity, but we don't have the unity. We spent last year $500 billion. There's only 4 or 5 nations in the world, 5 to 6, that got that much money, and yet we're still poor. How can you have $500 billion and your people be poor, except that you're disunited and disorganized? And how can we be disorganized when we are part of all of the great unifying religions of the world? How can we? Well, something is awfully wrong. So I'm going to make this real simple. We're just going to look at black folks. Now, this is a picture of a black man, a black woman. This is Nefertiti, the real Nefertiti, not the one in the German museum. That's painted like a white woman. And she's an obvious African woman. She's not from the continent of Africa. She's from above Lebanon, just below Turkey, what is used to be considered Syria, which historically is called Mitanni. But all of that used to be African. African lived in Iraq. We lived in Lebanon. We lived in Jordan. We lived in Saudi. We still live there. We just don't rule anymore. The Turks and the Eastern European and the Syrians rule now. But she came from there to marry a man, to marry the king of Egypt, the pharaoh, Amenhotep the third. But he died while she was on the way to the wedding. He was at war with her father, war with Mitanni. Egypt won the war with Mitanni. So Mitanni king gave up his daughter to sign a peace treaty. But the woman died before she can get to the wedding. So she had to marry the son of the king, this black man, Pharaoh Akhenaten, Amenhotep IV. And together, they began a rule that becomes very significant for our discussion, because this black woman, who is a non-African culturally, like we would be on the continent today, African, but culturally non-African. You understand what I'm saying? Yes. And that would create a conflict if the king married one of our women from North America, because the other sisters in the village would ask the question then, yes, she black, yes, she African, but how could she be the queen mother if she can't carry the culture? All right? Since it's up to the woman to carry culture forward. You're in charge of the culture. Women give culture, we implement it. But we don't create it. Women create the rules and regulations. We implement it for them. So in Africa, that's still the big deal. The woman is in charge of the culture. Okay? She is the one that decides whether this should go left or right. But then we carry it left or right because they give us that authority. Women give the kings in most of Africa and the chiefs authority, and they can take it away. It was the same thing in ancient Egypt because this is an African civilization. You look at the rules. When Hatshepsut, the woman, became pharaoh because her brother was too young, when the father died, because it was up to the women to make sure things stayed on track until they had trained that boy enough to take the seat. But he got caught up in some negative stuff, and once his sister did give him the chair when he got old enough, and he began to do foolish things like abolish and erase her contributions. But see, that's why we came up with religion. Remember the word religion, R-E, means to do something over again, to redo it. Religion, the word itself means to bind back. Now what is it we're trying to bind back to? We're trying to bind back to something. And the something we're trying to bind back to is the notion of God or God itself. Because then that which we call God is all the rules and regulations that we refer to as divine law. So you want to bind back to that gives you all that you are. So the word's not a negative word if you understand what the word means. The problem is the system you're using sufficient to bind you back to God? Yes. Is the system you're using sufficient to bind you to the divine regulations that govern your behavior on this planet so that you can be an ethically moral individual that can keep harmony and balance, what they call in the Yoruba, good character, or iwa pile, to build that good character, to create that harmony, or in ancient Egypt they call ma'at, the balance. Can you become that? Does what you're doing allow for you to do that? Obviously, given our people's situation and given the way we are doing religion, that's not the fact. It's not the fact here, and it's not the fact on the continent of Africa, which is dominated by Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Africa's in a pathetic, sorry state. It is in a self-genocidal process. And is still praying to religions that's not the religions of their mother and their father. They're praying to the innovations on the way of life of their mother and father. Now, when are we going to get enough respect to respect our mother and father? Stop pretending, Socratically talking about how African we are, but we reject the very psyche, the very consciousness of the African we claim to be. How can we deal with this question? And when are we going to deal with this question? Because if I become something, I must be that something both inside and outside. I used to make a joke with the Muslim brothers and sisters when I was in the mosque, because I hate to be publicly the minister. Because after Malcolm was assassinated, Brother Minister James Shabazz became the minister for a few months. And then he left the country, and then I became the minister. But I was only 21. So I had to figure, how am I going to stay alive, because we have war. So I was the minister, the imam, but that wasn't an imam. You came to my mosque, I was washing dishes, mopping the floor, doing everything but imam. You know what I'm saying? I let somebody else get up there who wanted to speak publicly, and we just decided what was going to be said and what was going to say. And for 18 years, nobody even knew who the imam of Muslim mosque was. They didn't even know Muslim mosque existed when I oversaw 17 mosques in America. And nobody in this room even knew, except my close friends, that I was the imam that succeeded Malcolm. I went to Mecca as early as 74 and again in 75 to see about the story, to see what was going on here. What I find as going home after so many trips to the continent is that we have an African man and woman without an African mind or spiritual center running the continent of Africa into the ground. What is wrong with the African American? We have an African in America without an African mind or spiritual center running the race in the ground. It's true for the Caribbean, Central South America, Asia, and Europe, wherever we are. The one missing ingredient in the African is he lacks the culture, the language, and the behavioral construction of his mother and father. If you look at any successful group in this country or in the world, the Chinese, the Japanese, the so-called Jews, what you will find is that they have culture and continuity of culture coupled with language and religion in common. And nobody can beat that. You can't beat it no matter how much land you own or how much money you got. Because nobody's rich as Africa. All the gold and diamond and platinum and tungsten and cobalt on the continent, we can't run a trolley truck to the gold mine. Some little rinky-dink northern imps who have practiced genocide for hundreds of years got us so stupid that they could confess to Stephen Biko's murder, and we're gonna sit down like that backwoods Bishop Tutu talking about granting amnesty, while the Jews are still tracking down anybody who smelled like a Nazi. This Egypt, this man, this Pharaoh, this nice brother, Akhenaten, I like him so much I named my baby boy Akhenaten Malcolm X, and his beautiful wife, Nefertiti. Why are they so important to this discussion? Because prior to his father coming in with others and leading a war of liberation against an invading force that had sat on Egypt for almost 400 years called the Hyksos, translated to mean shepherd kings. Does that sound familiar? These people were talking about they were the shepherd king people. We got to be careful who we identify with. You may identify with the wrong folks. Okay? These shepherd kings invaded Africa in 1700 BC, the first major non-African invasion into any major metropolis in Africa. And they stayed for better than 370-something years. Then this family, coming up from what is now Sudan, then it was called Kush or Ethiopia, came up and drove them out. The father, having died after reigning for 60 years, the son takes over, Brother Akhenaten. He's the bigger brother of Simkara, who was murdered after he was murdered. And him and Simkara are the older brothers of one you call King Tut, who was murdered after they were murdered. Keep that in mind, because even though they won the war, the murderers took control. Who were those people they fought against? Important to understand, because this is your history. This isn't Egyptian history. This is your history. Okay? They fought against some people who had invaded your land. They were white when they invaded your land. But after raping the first generation of African women and then getting absorbed through cultural marriages in the next generation, after 400 years, they became black just like you. Physically black, but culturally corrupted and spiritually non-existent. But they ruled Egypt and called themselves the pharaohs. You don't understand what I'm saying? You better understand, because that's the situation you're in America right now. You got hypocrites masquerading as your spiritual leaders and wonder why you can't get nowhere. Now this is what was going on in Africa. The Hyksos, they are soldiers. They win the war, so they rape our women. So that first generation is the generation of rape. I'm talking now northern Egypt, Palestine, Jordan. These are the areas they've conquered. But for the next 300 years, the synthesis occurred because the war is over, they're in charge. So that means the people who are the priests are the people who go along with their program. The people who run the temples are the people who go along with their program. The educators are the people going along with their program. And then these folks come from the south and say, you got to lead knowledge. Time for you to go. We back. But they're not going to go anywhere. What they're going to do is give up power, but they're black now. They look just like you. They're innovating on your culture, so they stay right there and resist your takeover. So this man couldn't even put the capital back in Thebes. He had to build a brand new city called Tel El Amarna. And he changed the name of the deity from Amun to Aton because he wanted to undercut the priests and priestesses that had been put in place by the invaders who had occupied for 400 years. Are you all understanding what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
You want to get a sense of what occurred here.
That's right.
And then the father died after 60 years, and the son takes over and leads a revolution called the Amarna Revolution. What was the revolution? The revolution was to restore the integrity of the African spiritual system. Now what the white man said is that he came and started monotheism. They give us that now. They said he started a form of monotheism. But Africans were practicing what they confusingly call monotheism from the beginning of time. all right, for millions of years. But what he did, he came in, he wanted to restore the African spiritual integrity, which involved a central focus on the Creator, as well as a plural focus on the Creator's expression into your environment, which we call Arisha, which some of you call the 99 names of God, but won't deal with what you're saying. If Allah only got one name, then what is the 99 doing? If Christ is the man, then what do you need 12 disciples for? You know? If Israel is the appointed one, then what are the 12 tribes about? Those were 12 deity, 12 quality and attributes of God that they understood. They worked their magic with the rule over others.
That's right.
Well, what's wrong with us having a couple of hundred like the voodoo people? They got 200 plus. So all it means is that they have a greater understanding of God's knowledge and how it expresses itself in this ecology than some other group. If you think I'm playing with that, look up the words that make up the 99 names, and look up the word that makes up the 12 tribes, and look up the word that makes up the 12 disciples. Take it back to the Hebrew or Greek or Latin root, and you see you're dealing with quality and attributes that anybody can possess. And everybody should possess. If you're going to be a whole person that say you follow the particular spiritual leader you claim to follow. Are y'all with me? Y'all understand what I'm saying? So now this blood comes aboard, and he realized these folks who Daddy and them has overthrown, who didn't leave town, they're still staying there undermining. And he leads this revolution anyway, because he changed the capital, he built a new city. That will become the prototype for what people will later build and call Jerusalem after it falls. That's Tel El Aman, or the city of Akhenaten. That's where the temple is built long before Solomon looks up to build a temple. So we've got this happening now there's other Africans doing other things, but this is the major metropolis. This is the largest population of Africans in the world. You got a river stretching for 4,000 miles, and most of that 4,000 miles is fertile. And in that fertile river valley, you got black folks hanging out and planting and raising animals and living fat off the land. So you've got one of the largest collection of human beings living in what would become the early urban setting, where they're storing foods and they're beginning to develop crafts and dividing labor taking place. And so it's important when you begin to understand that why Egypt looms to be so central, because so many other things begin to come out of Egypt, because Africans from all over Africa converge and settle in that place. Just like we come to Philly from all over the South and to New York from all over the world and so forth, because there's something happening there. Then those people synthesize and produce a lot of other things that is useful to humanity. Of course, we produce garbage too, but it's not useful to humanity. But this man, having restored, at least for some short period of time, the integrity of our tradition, which he refers to as Aton, and he shows the sun as the symbol of God. Now, no one would ever get angry with the Christians. They got a cross and a man hanging out on it, you know, and that's their symbol of their religion, and it's cool, but nobody say you worship the cross. And the Muslims got a star and a crescent, but nobody say you worship the moon and the star. And the Hebrew Israelites got a star, and no one say you worship the star. So why, when we use the sun, automatically we had to be worshiping the sun, because we didn't have the intelligence to use a symbol. Yet the most symbolically used language in the world is the language of Medunetta, which is called Arabic. It is the greatest notion of how symbols could be used to transfer concepts, ideas, and principles to teach you how to behave in relationship to the rest of nature. But when it got to the sun, we didn't know what we were doing. But what I'm trying to say is that they know exactly what they were doing. But the house was already corrupted. So this corrupted force was led by a man called Haramheb, who became a general. He was a descendant of those Hyksos who had ruled before the Amenhotep's family came in. Haramheb. And he succeeded in assassinating 3 brothers and taking over and making himself the pharaoh. For a while he was content to be behind the throne using King Tut. But we know from his body and his mummy that he was killed at about 18 or 19 years old, and there's a big hole in his head that somebody knocked in there. He didn't get it accidentally. So now Haramheb takes over burns down Akhenaten city and move everything back up to Thebes, where they control. And this goes on until a young blood, about 70, 80 years later, who was an obvious follower of the devotees of this brother's cultural renaissance and revolution. This young blood had an African name. The only place in the world you find this name is in Africa, Musa. You even found pharaohs named the Tutty Musa, Tutty Moses. This Moses, who had an African name, who was born in Africa, reared in the house of the pharaoh, now comes back and leads a civil war against this Horemheb. Of course, the others like to say it's Ramses, because the Ramses follows Horemheb to the throne. But if they take the time period that Ramses is in, I don't want to really go into those historical details, it wouldn't fit right. You see? But at any rate, we get Moses coming back and now fighting a war. Who does Moses have fighting with him? Obviously the people who supported Akhenaten, who has been murdered, who supported King Tut, who supported his brother Semkara, all having been murdered in less than a 20-year period of time. What happens to their followers? That was nearly a whole nation. And I contend that these are the people who are the ones you refer to as the Hebrew Israelite that exodus out of Africa. Exodus out of that part of Africa, because what we call Palestine, Israel, is Africa. Lebanon is Africa. Jordan is Africa. Saudi Arabia is Africa. And it just stopped being Africa when in the 17th century when the so-called Jews and German scholars decided to make it out of Africa. Any kind of geological study will show you today it's still in Africa. So they create some fictitious thing called the Middle East, the middle of which East? That's right. And then you got Europe right above Africa, but that's the West. And if the Europe is West, then Africa's West. So people play little games with your head and you fall for the games because it's comfortable to fall for the games because they make you uncomfortable when you do like me and some others and we don't fall for the game. Right. Now I'm bringing this because this becomes very important because when you go to West Africa, and I was trying to teach this lesson today. When I first went to West Africa, I went very bitter and very angry because I felt that I was sold into slavery by my folks over there, and I want to know why y'all sold me into slavery. Who do you know what you think you are? Blam, 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 blam. But when I stepped into the continent and saw the condition of my people as a result of slavery, they got a worse end of the stick than we got. You ain't seen nobody hurt by slavery until you sojourn in Africa. Those folks ain't recovered yet. They look like it just happened yesterday. You go to some village along the shore, they still won't go in the water because their people was taken. They don't even know how to psychologically deal with swimming in the water. Because that's sacred now because we came into that water. But they haven't been able to organize themselves because after slavery and colonialism, it's a heavy thing. It's a heavy thing. But it gets deeper than that. If you go, like I spent a lot of time in Ghana, so I can speak very well for the Ghanaian people. And I can speak very well for those that I'm a part of, because I have gone down to the priesthood in the Akan tradition. And I do stand before the shrine of Tigre as well as I stand before the shrine of Oya in the Yoruba tradition. But I also hold a stool in the Agogo region of Ashanti, where I'm in a Kasawahini, which is like an ambassador, trying to bring resources back home to help the poor. And what you learn is some things. Like if you take the people that live in the Accra Plains, since I think I'm a historian or trying to be one, I always go there searching, digging, asking questions and things. And the people living in the Accra capital, they'll tell you that they're the Ga and the Adangbe people, and they've combined themselves to be the Ga Adangbe people. And they came to that area when they broke away from the Yoruba. See, because they said they journeyed from the Nile Valley to Ile-Ife. Then they left the Yorubas in Ile-Ife and made their way to what is now Ghana and the capital city of Accra, which was the Accra Plains. And then what they say is that they're the Canaanites. And their structure and their language tell you they're right. And they still are divided into 13 tribes. Not 12, 13 tribes is what they got. And their king is still a king priest, the Gamansi. And then you go to the Ewe, who live up in Togo in the Volta region, the Ewe, or Ewe, depending on how you want to sound it, they broke away from the Fan people. And while the Ebe was still with the Fan people broke away from them same Yoruba people, and they said they all migrated from the Nile Valley and the Middle East together. The Fan is the people that make up the Dahomey of Benin, and that's where the Voodoo come from. And then the Ebe, after that break of the Fan with the Yoruba, then the Ebe broke from the Fan and ended up in the Volta region. Look at the Ebe language, look at the Fan language, and what you'll see is that those languages carry almost 60 to 70% of what you call the Medu Neter or the ancient Egyptian language. The Ebe say they represent an aspect of the priest class of ancient Egypt. Then you go to northern Nigeria to the people called the Fulanis, most of whom are Muslim today. But the Fulanis will tell you that they're the children of Isaac, Esau, and Jacob, and that they're the true Hebrew Israelites. And that they've migrated across North Africa through Libya, down around what is Morocco, Mauritania, and down the coastline, and end up in what is now doing all the push and the fighting in northern Nigeria. And they can provide evidence. In reading Check Out the DF, he gives you linguistic evidence, but there are others that deal with the linguistic evidence for this, as well as the cultural evidence, as well as artifacts and things that they still have, as well as words in their language. I was baffled when I found the Ebe referring to their spiritual system as Hu Yahweh. So I thought they were trying to do a little thing on the Hebrew Israelite, but no. They wear license. Life is Hu Yahweh. Their God is Sogbe Lisa. The Fan God is Lisa. The word for God in Fan, the language of the people who started voodoo, is Lisa. The word voodoo connotes an aspect of God as God deals with nature. But sometimes we say voodoo is God's name, but it refers to God when it deals with a manifestation out of nature. That's why the people who went to voodoo can deal with the plant, the ocean, and all these things coming out of nature, because that's the power that voodoo connotes. But our language system is deep, because the language system, the cultural system, and the spiritual system all works together. You can't separate them. You understand? Mm-hmm. And when you separate them from the biology, which is us, you've caused a trauma. And you've created a pathology that will remain until we make the restoration, until we reconnect again. But take all those people. Who are those people? These are the people that you come out of. When the slave ship came to the West Coast, they brought the Ebe, the Fan, the Yoruba, what's the brothers up in Senegal, in Guinea. And how did most of these people get there? Well, most of them only got there recently. Because when the good Arab brothers under Abu al-As invaded Egypt, of course against the better instructions and advice of the Caliphate, who was then Ali, black folks was happy to see the Muslim warriors come. Why? Because the Roman imperialists and colonialists were sitting on their head at 630s and 640s. So the Muslim came, and Prophet Muhammad said, I come not to bring a new religion, but to restore that which was given in the beginning at creation. So Africans say, yo, brother, come back to bring back the African cultural way. After all, was it not the prophet who said when he got to heaven, he heard the footstep of the African Bilal ahead of him? Was Bilal just an individual, or is he symbolic of a culture of people and what they stood for? But he said more. For those who tend to say the Africans were kafirs and they were polytheists, he said, messengers and prophets were sent to all the peoples of the world with the same message. I don't hear brothers and sisters teaching that. Right. Elijah Muhammad did, and then they condemned him because they didn't understand what the old man was doing. He went deeper in Bukhari. He says, teach the people the religion and the language and the culture they understand. Bukhari is one of the hadith in which you follow the tradition of the prophet. So you got to understand, because it's very important, because I want to tell all my good Muslim brothers and sisters, we've got to be clear and aware that after the death of Prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah, peace be upon him, every one of his rightful followers, except maybe Abu Bakr, was murdered. Murdered by whom? And for what? Was there a coup? Ali was murdered. Umar was murdered. Uthman was murdered. Ali's children was murdered. Who was doing this murdering? what group was doing the murdering, and what did they reap as rewards. Why, when Ali forbid Abdul al-As to invade Egypt, he did it anyway, and then sent a message back to Ali saying, by the time I opened their Khalif, your letter, I had already begun the siege of Heliopolis. Well, he could have stopped. It lasted 10 years. But then who was Abdul al-As? Was he not the man sent to kill the Prophet Muhammad after 5 years into the mission? And was he not the man who chased the Muslims into Ethiopia and asked the king of Ethiopia to give them up when the king says, oh no, these are my brothers and sisters who believe as I do, and you can't have them. And he was working for an assassin named Abu Sufyan who wanted the Prophet and his movement dead. I just raised this for brothers and sisters in the audience who are Muslim. I don't know whether you were there. I see a couple of people who I know who are Muslim. Study the literature and study the history and know what you're doing. Don't just get wrapped up in the ritual of another culture. The principles, the ideas, and the concept of Islam are very powerful because they're very African. They've been here from the beginning of time. And the Prophet says as much. So don't get that confused with the culture of the person who last raised it to your consciousness. So you can know what you're doing if you want to lead a revolution, lead a real revolution. Alter the consciousness of human beings back to humanity. And for those of you who are Christians, the hand of Christianity as an institution is the bloodiest in the history of the world with the genocide of the world. No other institution wears the blood of mankind the way the Christian institution does. And particularly and especially bloody with the blood of Africa. Hundreds of millions slaughtered in the name of a tradition that they didn't even understand. We know that the church, as we know it today, was founded by Constantine, some ruthless little two-bit general in Rome, that they want to call an emperor, when he couldn't even sit on the throne in Rome. He was up in Turkey. He couldn't even go and visit Rome. Somebody else had that throne. And there was another Roman throne off in England. They had 3 thrones at the same time. But his mother, who had converted to the religion or the tradition of a young man, Joshua ben Padira, who we call Jesus the Christ. His mother said, look, if you want to get this thing together, you better get this organizational construct and hook up with it. His mother thought he would convert her little barbarian, but instead he took and messed up the whole thing. Called a conference at Nicaea in 325 AD, killed half of the African bishops that opposed him, and sent the rest into exile. One that stood up against him, his brother named Arius, was assassinated on the step of the church in Alexandria a few years after he went back to Egypt and refused. That aspect of the church that existed in Africa before the Roman church came into being got to be known as the Church of Nubia, and then fused with the Church of Ethiopia, not to be mistaken as the Church of Nubia, because the Church of Ethiopia was formed from the Church of Byzantium. All right? And then it fused with the Church of Kush, or the Church of Nubia. The Emperor of Ethiopia, there was a shipwreck, and this wealthy man's son, who was a Christian from Byzantium, up there where Turkey is, got saved and along with another boy, and he could read and write, so he taught the emperor's son to read and write. So when that son became emperor, he made this dude the spiritual leader. So this dude kept bringing the head of the church from Byzantium. They had to appoint the bishop over the Church of Ethiopia. Now, there was no Ethiopian bishop. Now, a fusion constantly took place between those Christians who, the original African Christians who was forced back south into Sudan, and those Christians who was developing in what we know today as Ethiopia. And that formed the character of the Ethiopian church. Of course, the African character of the church is greater than the Byzantine Eurasian character of the church. But that's why you see these people that look almost white with the African hairdo. Study the history so you understand what the thing is and don't just get caught up in things, you know what I'm saying? So we can straighten the mess out. It's important to be able to straighten it out. Now, when we understand that we started all of this, and for good cause, Christianity occurs when? The same way Judaism occurs, under duress and occupation by a foreign power. We had to innovate on our own tradition in order to carry on revolutionary struggle and resistance for survival's sake. Christianity develops under the same conditions because the Middle East is under the occupation, the colonial and imperial occupation of the Roman army. Those young men and women who resisted this occupation are the people who brought you Christianity. It started out as a revolutionary document doctrine for the liberation of people,
Yeah.
soul and body. And it's right in the book. If you just read it, it tells you a lot. Palm Sunday. Y'all be running around with your little brush in your hand. It ain't got a damn thing to do with the palm leaf. The palm leaf was symbolic of what we call the red carpet. When Christ decided he was going to use the symbol of his ancestors, and the ancestors said that when the Savior, when the Messiah comes, the liberator, because the word Messiah means liberator, people, when the liberator comes, he will go to a particular village, there'll be a particular ass or donkey there, and you send somebody to get this and bring him to, and you will ride him in. When they would call him Hosanna, they were hailing the king having arrived. Because the parable said when the king comes to liberate the Israelite people, this is how they would appear. The throwing the palm leaf down was like throwing a red carpet so the king foot didn't have to touch the ground. They still do that stuff in Africa today. They don't let the king or queen mother walk on no ground, even if you got to lay your robe down there. That's just the deference and respect.
Yes, it's true.
But what did they do when they roll into town on Palm Sunday? Study history better. Palm Sunday is the birthday of Herod. Now what's deep about that? Because Herod was up in Bethlehem boogie woogie woogieing with the other dude, the Roman boy. So Jesus then thought this is the opportune moment to overthrow and take back our holy city, Jerusalem. And Palm Sunday that you play with was an attempt at a coup d'etat in Jerusalem that failed. And Jesus and Mary Magdalene's son, Barabbas, got busted. And Jesus and Judas arranged to have Jesus surrender and let his son go free because Jesus was the master and he knew how to get out of that. But y'all ain't never thought of that. Isn't the word bar, Barabbas, isn't that Hebrew bar, son of Rabbi, from the root word Rabbi, which is Lord, son of the Lord? I wish Mary would come and anoint my feet with oil. I mean, if you actually studying the very rules that make the rest of the universe work. Because one contradiction, a little yarn here and there, because he's a Christian and trying to hold through this thing, but he gets the read and study the commentary and translate the words, and you see that it is the chapter 2 Osiris. And then begin to study and break down what Osiris is. It's right there in the book. And I began to pay more attention to what was going on in Africa. And then I remember after a while, you know, I danced like the origin of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Nobody makes no home about it.
The discussion about voodoo and about Haiti, but more about voodoo than Haiti. And when we say voodoo in Haiti, that simply means traditional African spiritual system or an indigenous African spiritual system. The indigenous African spiritual system, which is common to all of the continent, is called voodoo in Haiti as the manifestation. In other parts of Africa, it's called other things, but what we're talking about is the traditional or indigenous African spiritual system that forms the African world view. And that is what's under attack. One of the last conversations I had with Dr. Asa Hilliard, he told me to teach our people that we're in a cultural war, and that if we don't win the culture war, we will not win the political and economic war, no matter how many battles we win on the political and economic front. If you do not win the culture war, you will lose the whole battle. The cultural battle, you will lose the whole war. And so what we see in Haiti over the last, really, 300 years is an attack on the African psyche, an attack on the African worldview, an attack on the African cosmogony by attacking the African spiritual system, which is at the center of African culture. And the word voodoo comes from the Fon language. Many of the people in Haiti come from the Fon nation. These are the people primarily of the area we now call Benin. In Benin, one of the word for God is voodoo. In its neighboring country, Togo, where the Ewe people, or cousin people to the Fan people, live, their word for God, one of their word for gods, is voodoo. Matter of fact, in Togo, when you want to say the nature of God and man, you say voodoo daha, meaning the God in me. You know, if you want to call on God Almighty, the Fan people, as well as the Haitian people, use the word Lisa. In Togo, the neighboring country, they use the word Sogbe Lisa, which means God is every and all things at once. That God exists alone, and everything else that exists is an expression of an aspect of the divine essence. And that is the nature of voodoo. What voodoo says is that everything that exists is an aspect of God. And thus the essence of God is in all things: plants, animals, earth, water, humans. Mm-hmm. And because the divine essence is in all things, then we should treat all things as though they are an expression or representative of the divine essence. And so in the structure of voodoo, you know, voodoo call them Loas. I'm an Orisha priest, a priest of Oya, from the Yoruba perspective, which is the same system as the Haiti system. And the Yorubas call them Orisha. The Haitians call them Loas. But what we're talking about is the forces of nature that we know about and that we recognize. Africans in the voodoo system and the Orisha system have been able to discern in nature over 240 primary forces and another 500 to probably 1,000 sub-forces that are elements of one of these 240 primary forces. And what I'm talking about when I say forces, we are talking about, if you're talking about a plant, and pick a specific plant, we know that in any specific plant, there is pharmaceutical elements that would allow you to use that plant to help assist in the healing of the human body or the replenishing of the human body. So that element of that plant that will assist in the healing or the replenishing of the human body is called a force, or an orisha, or power of God in this living thing. And the same thing with animals. In all animals, the animal contains the essence of the divine. And so when you do a sacrifice and you kill an animal, the vital energy that was that animal is released. And the African tradition says that you can capture that vital energy and use it for good. Everybody talks about voodoo as being something that could be used for bad. Well, if that's the case, why haven't we defeated the Europeans with it? If we've got this power to do harm and destructive things, why haven't we used this power to destroy the imperialists, to destroy the colonialists, to destroy the oppressors, to destroy those who practice genocide against us? That's not what voodoo is about. Voodoo is about understanding nature, your relationship to nature, nature's relationship to you, and to be able to discern your interdependence on nature and nature interdependence on you, the human family. And that system of organizing, which goes back as far as the first African, it actually goes back to God, the divine itself. Because in the beginning, you know, in our system, ancestry plays a great role. And in Haiti, if you go to any home, even those who say they're Catholic, almost every home in Haiti, whether they proclaim Christianity or not, have shrines to their ancestors. And ancestors is not a big deal. When you tell someone in modern society that you are going to take their DNA, what you're telling them is that I'm going to examine who your ancestors are. Your DNA is your traces of your ancestors. So when someone takes your DNA, they're looking to see what are the trace elements of your ancestors that still remain in your genes, and what ancestors still remain in your genes. And so the ancestors are not dead and gone. The ancestors are actually embedded in us, in our DNA, embedded in every cell and every gene in our body. You know, there's an African way of saying it, that we are the best collections of our ancestral genes, of the most powerful genes of our ancestors. Thus, we are the latest model and the highest tech version of those ancestors. And when we pass these genes on to our children, we not only pass ourselves on, we pass all the ancestors that came before us in that line on. So the ancestors isn't something in the past. The ancestors is embedded in the DNA of your body, the genes, the molecules, the electrons and the protons that are in you are the experiences and the result of those experiences that all your ancestors have had since the divine God itself. Because God is the first ancestor. Out of God came the essence and element that made the first human. And in us are the elements that came from the divine into the first human that has been passed down to us. That is the essence of voodoo. It is the sacred science of African indigenous spiritual system. And that is under attack by the Christian world, primarily, to some degree by the Muslim world, but particularly by the Christian world, because if the African spiritual system and the African indigenous theology begins to govern African social construction, then you will not be able to oppress African peoples. And so what we are seeing is an attack on the culture of African people, because it is understood by our enemies that by attacking our culture, we will attack the spiritual center, and we will attack those people's ability to protect themselves against genocide. I think it is Sister Marimba Ani that says culture protects the people against genocide. And the way culture protects you against genocide, culture is the educational system of a people that instructs and informs the people of the best of the wisdom of their ancestors that can be used to construct the family, to construct the extended family, to construct the neighborhood, to construct the community, and to construct the nation based on principles, concepts, and ideas that have been proven to be sustainable, and that is capable of allowing a society to structure itself around truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, balance, and reciprocity, as our ancestors state in the term we call ma'at. And so when you're talking about voodoo, you're talking about the way of God as understood by the Africans and have passed down through the centuries. The rituals are nothing but ways of teaching that way of life. Rituals and ceremonies are the university for the value system of a people. Do you understand? And a people must be able to teach the concepts, ideas, and principles and embed them in the very psyche of the society. And the way that is taught is through ceremonies, through rituals, through celebrations, through festivals. And those festivals, rituals, and ceremonies is coordinated based on the cycles of nature. You understand? And so when we talk about voodoo, they try to reduce voodoo to European witchcraft. Voodoo is not European witchcraft. Voodoo is the oldest sacred science on the planet. Out of voodoo came Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. They all are elements from fragments from the periphery of the voodoo system, or the African indigenous spiritual system. So when I describe the three major religions of the West, we're talking about innovations on aspects
of fragments from the periphery of African sacred science. And yet they've organized themselves, those three religions, over the last 2,000 to 3,000 years to plunder the earth in the name of their notion of the divine, to murder and commit genocide against hundreds of millions of people, to usurp and steal the resources and raw materials of the land these people live in. And part of their genocidal process is to demonize the people that they're practicing genocide against so they can rationalize their genocide that's carried out for the purpose of stealing the raw material and resources of those African peoples. And so what have sustained us and what have sustained Haiti is the remnants and elements of voodoo that remain in our daily culture and in our habits. It is embedded in the very language of the Haitian people. The Haitian people do not speak French, you know. They speak an African language. They may call it Creole or Patois, but you're talking about speaking an African language using a French vocabulary. Mm-hmm. But the grammar construction of the Haitian language is fundamentally African. And many of the words are African. They have a small amount of Native American vocabulary, but the dominant vocabulary African, using some French vocabulary, but the grammar structure is solely African. And your grammar structure is how messages are translated through sound and vibration, which we call language, into the human mind. And the very vibration of a sound stimulates aspects of the brain as well as other cells in the human body and carry messages beyond just the mundane definition of the word. You understand? Because we're talking about rhythm. We're talking about vibrations, you know? And so we need to back up and study our ancestors and study our history. There has been no friendly relationship of Christianity to Haiti. Christianity came into Haiti as a murderer. It has sustained its relationship in Haiti as a murderer, an oppressor, and a usurper of the resources of Haiti. Haiti's got gold. Haiti's got diamonds. Why isn't the gold and diamond of Haiti being used to help the Haitian people? Why is it ending up in Canada, France, and North America? Haiti's got good land, and Haiti's land, the American agricultural conglomerates are using the Haitian farmland to feed America, but not the people of Haiti, you know? And Haiti has been used as a sweatshop for cheap American textile products and other products without the Haitian people profiting from it. Haiti is located in a place where tourism could be turned into a mega industry if someone wanted to develop the beaches and the shores of Haiti, which they have a lot of, so that Haiti can become as big a tourist center as Brazil or as Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico. But it has not been in the interest of the European American, Canadian, and the French, because they have been acting towards Haiti with vengeance because of the Haitian Revolution, led by not just Toussaint Louverture. Toussaint was one of the leaders. Boukman was another leader. Dessalines was a leader. Christophe was a leader. And Defilé, the priestess, who was probably the most significant of the leaders. She was the voodoo priestess that was the very soul of the Haitian Revolution that gave the impetus and the strength to Dessalines and Toussaint and the others. The man who initiated the revolution was Boukman Dutty, and he initiated that revolution with the prayer that we will get rid of the gods of the white man and that we will call upon the gods of our fathers. We will call upon Ogun. We will call upon Oya. We will call upon Yemoya. We will call upon Olokun. We will call upon Oshun. We will call upon Oshosi. We will call upon Shango. those are the forces in nature that also exist in the body man that you can discern the principles from and use to organize yourself as both a military structure and a civil social structure. And they use that wisdom that they gain from an understanding of these forces and power elements, which others call angels or prophets, and they use those principles to organize themselves to defeat the mightiest army on earth at that time, an army that was defeating all armies in Europe when it came up against not just the black people of Haiti, when it came up against the black people of Haiti being organized around the principles of Voodoo. That mighty army was crushed to the earth.
What mighty army?
The mighty army of French under the leadership of Napoleon Bonaparte. That was the mightiest army on earth at the time. It had crushed Europe. But when it ran into Voodoo, it lost. It lost. What happened was the betrayal of the revolution. You know, after the revolution, after the first phase of the revolution, in the first phase of the Haitian Revolution, where Toussaint was the leader, there were many white Frenchmen and other white settlers in Haiti who fought on the sides of the blacks. What the white slave owners and landowners wanted to do was to be free from France, to run their plantations and handle their slaves at will. But once they had to free the slaves to help fight that, the enslaved Africans said, we're not going back into the plantation. But even Toussaint agreed, after that first phase of the revolution, that the Africans should go back to the plantation. And there was a resistance to that. And when Toussaint was captured by the French, when he went on the French boat to sign the peace treaty and transported to Europe and put in a prison in Bulgaria, where he ended up dying from starvation, Dessalines, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who do not get the credit he deserved. Toussaint was an African mulatto. Jean-Jacques Dessalines was a thoroughbred African. Toussaint, who grew up in the urban setting as a house Negro, was a very strong soldier and great leader, but Dessalines was a field Negro, as Malcolm would put the analogy. And Dessalines then took over the revolution with his sidekick Christophe. And they defeated the mightiest of the French army. That's when the force of France was sent against them. And they crushed them to the earth with voodoo as the primary organizing instrument and the primary spiritual motivation. But after Dessalines had won the battle, and Dessalines created his flag for Haiti, which is not the flag that's being used in Haiti today, Dessalines was assassinated by the mulatto general who made up the Christian elite. Even today, that mulatto Christian elite is more responsible for what has happened in Haiti than even the European oppressors from the outside. And we keep letting them get away. So after assassinating Dessalines, they chopped his body up into 13 pieces and buried them in different places. But his wife, Defile, she got the women together and they found all the pieces and they sewed Dessalines' body back together and buried it appropriately. But those same mulatto generals, led by the bishop of the Catholic Church, went and dug the body up again and cut Dessalines' head off and took it. And they tell us about voodoo, about witchcraft. You know? Mm-hmm. And so the Haitian Revolution was sabotaged from the beginning by those who believed in the European religious way of life and partnered with those Europeans against the Africans who believed in the African spiritual indigenous way of life, which we now call voodoo, that had won the revolution to free them. But even after defeating the French, that army had to go on and defeat the British, and then defeat the Spanish, who came in to help the French. No army in the history of the world under any similar conditions have had the success that Haiti had against the greatest powers in the world, Spain, Britain and France and came out victorious because they were organized around the elements of voodoo daha, the nature of God within man, and used that organizational cycle and system to structure their society, from their military society right down to their agricultural society. And so from day one, led by the Catholic Church and their Protestant children, they have had Haiti under attack, trying to destroy the essence of the African indigenous spiritual system, because if the rest of the African world truly understand what happened in Haiti and begin to adopt and return to the spiritual essence of their ancestors and looking towards our indigenous culture to organize ourselves, we'll all be able to free ourselves of European spiritual domination, cultural domination, and psychological domination. And once you can do that, it becomes easy to free yourself of their economic domination and their political domination. Mm-hmm. So when we think of voodoo, voodoo is a way of life. It is a way of life that is wrapped in a culture. It is a way of life with a spiritual core that goes back to the divine itself at the very beginning of human time. It is a way of life that everybody else have a fragment of and use to organize their theologies around the world, while at the same time denying the parent people that gave them the very foundation for their theology. I'm talking about everything from Buddhism to Islam, from Christianity to Judaism. All of them are nothing more than representatives of fragments from the periphery, innovations on fragments from the periphery of the African spiritual system, which we call voodoo. And anybody that think they want to have a problem with that or challenge me with that, I will debate anybody. I will sit with anybody. I will whatever with anybody to let them know and understand that there is no way you can talk about a voodoo without talking about the way of life of man in its purest form. That is the first manifestation of man's interpretation on earth to represent the divine blueprint of the Creator itself by recognizing the essence of the Creator in all things and respecting that divine essence that manifests in all things.
Is there a similarity or is there an aspect of voodoo God, which also was a part of the Egyptian spirit?
The Egyptian system could be called a voodoo system. It's the same system. The Haitians call the elements of the divine that they recognize loas. The Egyptians call those elements of the divine netches. They're talking about the same thing. The netches or the netcheru of Egypt is the same loas of Haiti and the same orisha of Nigeria. They're all talking about the manifestation of aspect of the divine power and essence in all other living things. And when you think of voodoo, voodoo is not a religion. It is not a theocracy. It is a total way of life that involves the medicine, that involves the spiritual, that involves the pharmacology, that involves the psychology, that involve the sociology. All of these things are interrelated into one system that we call voodoo. And it has many different elements and many different levels of priesthood that do the many different functions. A priest is nothing more than a scientist who's a practitioner and who's a specialist in one area or another. Today in the West, what they're calling scientists is what we once called priests back in the early days. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so you may have, there's an element of voodoo that deals with surgery. There's an element that deals with pharmacology. There's an element that deals with psychology. I'll just give you a sense of understanding. There's three major orishas that everybody in the West know about. They know about Shango, they know about Oya, they know about Ogun. Mm-hmm. And so they'll say, oh, Ogun is the god of war, the god of iron.
and Oya is the goddess of wind, and Shango is the god of lightning and thunder. But those are anthropomorphic symbols with metaphoric labels. If you look at the essence of what they were to symbolize in the human spirit and in nature itself, Shango in the human spirit symbolizes the courage within a human being that recognizes the need for higher spiritual growth. And once that is realized, that you have the courage, which they looked at a king as being the most courageous in society. So the courage to change yourself spiritually requires great courage. And so Shango is to symbolize the courage within any human being to change themselves to a higher spiritual self. But to do that, once you realize the need for change, you got to do something. You've got to marry change in process. Oya, the female symbol, which represents the wind, which is a symbol of metaphoric change, then marries Shango. So now the need for change has married the process of change. But the need for change now married the process of change. The process, the cycle is not complete. So now change, the woman, must take a second husband, which the West called polyandry. But there wasn't no woman actually doing this. This is a metaphor. The second husband becomes Ogun. Ogun, the god of iron, the god of war, represents transformation. Well, transformation follows change. You understand? So when you're talking about the story of Shango and the story of Oya and Ogun, you're talking about the courage to realize the need for change. You're talking about change in the transformation that comes as a result of the change. And so that's voodoo. That's, if you want to call it out theology, that's part of our theology. There's another concept in the voodoo system, it's called awu. And in awu, this concept awu has to do with, it means like you come and you go. It has to do with what the West tends to call reincarnation. But in the African system, reincarnation is not like the Asian system. The Asian system, you can die and come back as a bumblebee or a fly or an animal. But the African system, you can only come back as a human being. And you can only come back in the gene pool and bloodline out of which you left. So you come back in your family, which is in all of our traditions. You know, you from the South Carolina like me, we grew up in the Geechee Gullah culture, which is a voodoo culture for us over here. We call it hoodoo or root, but it's the same African system. And anytime a baby is born, those elders get together to decide what? Who done come back? Who this? Who this boy be? Who this gal be? Who done come back now? Or this is so-and-so ancestor, this is so-and-so. That is embedded in the African traditional system. So in the system of voodoo, it says you get a chance to come and to go into this world and out of this world to perfect yourself so you can then integrate back with the divine and become one with the divine, what the West call heaven. Okay? And in each of those 8 coming and going cycles, you have 12 steps of perfection to fulfill in terms of ethical, moral, principle growth in your character. And once you've completed the 8 and you've perfected it, then you go back to become one with God again and a part of the divine essence, expressing yourself on all of the other aspects of the divine essence. That's our theology. That's voodoo, you know. And that's why the West is afraid of it. Because if that system is practiced, this system of genocide that's called Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and those who want to get angry because I say that, look at the history. Africa did not invade your land. You've invaded our land from day one, murdering our people, raping our women, stealing our resources, and for centuries you still occupy our land and call it yours. You still impose your way of life on mine. You still try to destroy mine and peripheralize it and try to make it and to demonize it. And in doing so, you end up committing genocide psychologically, spiritually, culturally, and then physically against my African peoples.
voodoo is the saving grace of the African world. And until we return to the indigenous African spiritual system and win the culture war against the European and his bastardized mulatto children, we will not be free to live on this earth in truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, and balance as our ancestors prescribe and set up a system to allow us to do. So when we think of voodoo, think of the God within, the God in me. That's all voodoo means. It means the God in me. Okay? So
I want to come back to this in a minute, but I want to, something is terribly disturbing when you see how our children, after the earthquake in Haiti, and I'm not sure that the earthquake was not man-made, but thousands and thousands and thousands of African children, Haitian children, are being distributed to white folk around the world. What is that about?
That was going on before the earthquake. The earthquake simply pulled the cover off of it. You had 54,000 Americans in Haiti. What were they doing there? What was 54,000 white Americans doing in Haiti? We would not even know they were there had this earthquake not come. They were mostly running orphans in school, stealing African children, bringing them to raise in the West, because those are the people who they will put in the leadership position over black folks, both here and in Haiti. They're hedging their bet on their future. They got black bodies with white souls and white value systems and white belief systems, so that the whites won't have to push their system, because the black people will perpetuate that system for them. We are not the bodies we are in, we are what we believe. And so if you can put your belief and your values in another body that's healthy enough to live even when you're gone, then you live on, because that's who you are. You are those beliefs. You are that value. But this thing of stealing Haitian children had been going on. They're not only doing it in Haiti, they were doing it in the Philippines. You remember the Chad government 2 years ago stopped a plane load with hundreds of black children from Chad being smuggled out to France. This is going on all over the world. So it just became one of those things that was uncovered by this earthquake. And like you said, the earthquake could be man-made. They have the capability to cause an earthquake, but let's assume it's natural. It is a very destructive and a very terrible thing our people are going through. And we have to do everything we can to help them with the material needs and the reconstruction of a society along the lines that is appropriate for them. That's where the real question is going to come in. When the reconstruction of Haiti begins, what Haiti will be constructed? Will it be Haiti constructed or America, France, and Canada constructed in terms of the social construction, the political construction, the economic construction of the society? What we see going on in Haiti, I watch the television news, and every network is trying to look for something negative. Yet the dignity with which these people have handled themselves under the duress that they're under has been extraordinary. 7 days with barely no water, no food, but you're still trying to conduct yourself with dignity in order to receive this stuff. They're looking for riots, and they're looking for this. Any little group of kids. Now, if you've been 5 days without food and you find a store with some food in and you go and get it, why is that called rioting? But that's the kind of, the white Christian mindset is fundamentally anti-African. And it has never changed from the days of enslavement of Africans by them. They still are the same people. And so we have to wake up, and the only way to wake up is to turn back to the instructions of our ancestors and to begin to adapt and adopt to the ways of our ancestors, because our very DNA is programmed to those ways. And so when we assume another people's ways, we are actually in violation of our very DNA. We are causing conflict and confusion in our very DNA, because our DNA was constructed and formed by our ancient people, and the few hundred years it's been tampered with cannot equal the millions of years that it was constructed to be what it is.
Let me ask you a deeply spiritual question. African worldview is that the living, the dead, and the yet unborn all share the same space.
Mm-hmm.
The Haitian Revolution was brought about by some of the most committed, bravest souls. Now, it had already happened. A tragedy has happened. There are hundreds, maybe a couple 100,000 people, maybe more, we don't know, who have lost their lives, but they are transformed because death is not what we believe death to be in the West. So what does that say to you? The living, the dead, the yet unborn all share the same space. What values can we draw in this time of tragedy to understand this process and what it can mean, because these are the children of those who brought about?
Unless we return to the way of the ancestors, what was the ancestors doing when they were so victorious? Now, if you want to study a ball team that won the championship, you look to see what plays they were using and what strategies they were using at the time they won that championship. And if we want to understand how Haiti can restore itself and how the African world outside of Haiti can learn from that restoration, then we must go back and say, okay, what was it that the people were doing under the leadership of Boukman, Dessalines, Toussaint, Defilé, and Christophe that allowed them to be so successful? And when they stopped doing that, they lost their success edge. The degree to which we moved away from voodoo is the degree to which we have suffered over the last few hundred years in Haiti. The degree to which we abandoned the way of our mothers and fathers who were victorious against the most evil military force on the planet. The degree to which we backed away from the tools and the belief they used that brought them that victory is the degree to which we have sunk back into the oppression that they fought against. Dessalines said when the victory was won that he did not want the smell of the stench of the French language in Haiti. What is the French language doing there? He did not want the Catholic Church in Haiti. What is it doing there? Because we turned away from the victors, from our victorious ancestors, and we went back to the way of the enslavers of our ancestors. And so the consequences of abandoning your primal essence to return to the way of the essence of those who practice genocide against you, then puts you in position to be in partnership with your own genocide. That's not just true for Haiti. That's true here in North America, and that's true on the continent of Africa. And until we abandon the way and the practices of our oppressors and those who practice genocide against us, and return to the way of our ancestors, those who love and wanted to preserve us, we will be victims of our own genocide that we carry out using the belief system, the practices, and the way of life of our enemies and the enemies of our ancestors. That's the simplest way to put it, because it ain't really nothing complicated about this. You know, there's a fear. Fear has been used to make our people walk away from themselves. Malcolm X said the secret to life is to have no fear. Because every human body we know will recycle back in nature, just as it came out of nature. But every human body that we know, when they have deposited their seed in their children and their grandchildren, is eternal. Okay? And even those who you didn't deposit into biologically, if you deposit your seed into them intellectually, spiritually, and culturally, you are still eternal. Okay? I think, I'll take one more question.
Well,
because I gotta go.
Professor Small, I think it is so important that we look at the connection between ancient Kemet, Egypt, as it has come down and it is expressed very well in the Haitian culture. And that's what I wanted to focus a little more on. Can you?
Yeah, well, I'm not that big to make. Egypt is not our genesis. Egypt itself is a child of Africa. Egypt is not our genesis. It is just one of those places, because of the ecology where so much have been preserved, because of the dryness of the desert, because of the access to stone to build, we preserve so much of the works our ancestors did. And remember, the work to build a building, it isn't the building that is important. It is the principle upon which the building was constructed. It is the science and knowledge used to construct that edifice. That same science that you use to construct the edifice is the same science you use to construct the human character. And so Egypt becomes a very good example. But there's a book coming out in 2 months called Black Genesis. It's based on the study of a place called Tapvideo, which is in the south west corner of Egypt, where there's an archaeological find in caves of paintings of African men and women that's 3 to 4, maybe 5,000 years before the first dynasty in Egypt. But they've got already all of the religious system and all of the pharaonic elements of Egypt. There is more. The American satellites from above have taken photographs of 2 rivers running from the Atlantic to the Nile in ancient times. That changed the whole discussion of Egypt, because the very people that peopled Egypt came from the south and the west to begin with. Okay? And when they're driven out by the invaders, they take the culture the unified culture that they had created back and fused it with the ancient culture of the south and the west and the central parts of Africa. So the culture of Egypt is simply a glaring manifestation of the unification of African indigenous culture and spiritual system. So in that sense, Egypt becomes very important, but it isn't the genesis of anything African. It isn't even the highest level of African civilization. We confuse materiality with high because we live in the West, so we see all the beautiful buildings, and so that makes it a high civilization. No, the Twa people, who the West called pygmies, living in the jungles or the rainforests of Congo, who have no buildings, may be living at the highest level of African civilization because of their integration and interrelationship with the rest of nature. But we don't have the physical, tangible things to look at to really understand their society. So we can look at Egypt, where they left the tangible things, the buildings and the roads and the temples and the paintings, and we learned so much from that because the way we learned, that made it easy for us. Egypt simply represents a zenith in African civilization when we look at the unity of the different elements of the African civilizing process. But that process had been millions of years in formation all over Africa prior to them building that civilization along the Nile. A lot of what would leave the Nile when the invasions of the Hyksos and the Greeks and the Romans and the Arabs would come and drive the people out into Sudan and into Chad and into Uganda and over to West Africa, then a lot of those elements that was developed in the Nile Valley would now be reintegrated in the indigenous communities in other parts of Africa. And so when we see voodoo, one may be tempted to say, structurally, it came from Egypt. I say, structurally, Egypt got it from them. Okay? And what we saw was a reintegration of a modernization of the early African social structure. Egypt represented a modernization for that time. And those modernizations, a lot of it was reintegrated into the indigenous structure that was left when people migrated into the Nile Valley. Similar to the way we come from the South and the Caribbean and Africa to come to New York
and to come to North America to deal in this new high-tech development, fast economics. Well, that's the same way we went to the Nile Valley. It was the cosmopolitan environment of that day. And so the best went there to ply their trade and to make a living and to gain wealth. At some point, they got dispersed back to the lands they came from, but they took in their minds the wealth of that society with them, and they reintegrated that to a great degree. So the Yorubas will tell you that 75% of the Yoruba language is Meduneta, or the language of the ancient Egyptians. The Ewe people of Togo says their language is Meduneta, okay? And you can go to the Bakongo people of Uganda, and they'll tell you they're the royal family of Kemet. Or you can go to Ethiopia, who celebrates their New Year on the 11th of September, and the New Year is called Ekatria. And what it is a celebration of the resurrection of Osiris. Okay? So the integration of Africa and the interrelationship of African culture has always gone on. And so no difference with those of us who were brought to Haiti. We didn't just come from Benin, and a lot of people say we came from Guinea. No, the word Guinea was a word used for all of West Africa by West Africans. We came from the area we call Benin. We came from the area we call Togo. We came from the area called Senegal. We are Manding. We are many different peoples, but in terms of ethnic nation. But the unifications of Africa, as check1 has said, has to do with the fact that the culture of Africa is a homogeneous culture. Though it manifests itself differently in different places, the fundamental principle of all African culture is the same. It is based on an understanding of the ancient knowledge of the divine and the aspects and the essence of the divine being a manifestation of everything else that we see. So we and the plants and the animals and everything else that we call nature, in terms of all African systems that I've studied, is nothing but an expression of an aspect of the one divine having the experience that they have. It's just like I look at your body, I see skin cells, I see hair. If I just took the hair by itself growing on your body, that's not you. If I took a skin cell, that's not you. If I took your eyes, that's not you. It's all of it that's you. Well, it is all of us that is the divine. We are nothing but an expression of aspects of the divine having these peculiar experience. That is African culture. It does not see itself here and the divine here. It sees itself as being an aspect of the divine itself, and thus it treats everything as though it is the divine. So you respect the tree. That is my brother. That is my sister. Oh, tree, how are you today? I've come to pick your fruit, to nourish myself. I have not come to hurt you, for you, my brother, or you're my sister. And I hope that you bear more fruits. And what can I bring to feed you? Do you need water? Because that's my family. We're both a part of the divine essence. We are aspects of God's body. You know, I go to fish, I say, oh, fish, I must catch you because I need protein. I need the vitamin D that you will give me, your brother. Because if we follow the logic of the West, then in order for me to replenish myself, I should kill another human being and eat it. But I don't do that. I eat everything else out of nature, plant, animal, fowl, and fish. And it replaces me. That means I am all of those things, and all of those things are me. That's all voodoo is saying. And that I eat that fish to get the power of the fish, and I eat the chicken to get the power of the chicken, and I eat the rice to get the power of the rice, and I eat the collard greens to get the power of the collard greens, to keep me functioning and living as a powerful organism in nature. So if I can eat all of these things in nature and replace me, then I and they are the same. That's all voodoo is saying. And what voodoo is saying, respect then all of the rest of nature and reverence and honor them in the same way you honor the total divine, because they're all aspects of the divine, and they're all aspects of you, and you are aspects of them.
Final question. Hey, voodoo is demonized through the images of slaughtering pigs and chickens and so forth, but a bloodletting. How do you deal with that?
I don't have to. When the Muslims celebrate the pilgrimage to Mecca, when they return from Mecca on the last day, they slaughter millions upon millions of sheep and goats and lamb. Nobody find that a contradiction. When the Jews celebrate Yom Kippur and their other holidays, that's what they call kosher. Slaughterhouses across the world kill millions and millions of chickens and lamb. And nobody considers that a contradiction. All over the world, you got Kentucky Fried Chicken. Ain't nobody going in there eating live chicken. Every chicken served in the Kentucky Fried was killed. And they didn't even pray over them. They just killed them with no respect for their life. And you go and eat them. So when in our tradition, before we take a life, we say a prayer over them. That's considered wrong. But Kentucky Fried or Burger King can kill all the cows and goats and chicken they want with no prayer. And there's blood in every piece of meat you eat. There's blood in every piece of meat you eat. And blood is used to make medicine and all kinds of things that we ingest all the time. If you go to Yom Kippur, one thing you'll see in the Jewish community right here in Brooklyn, they'll take a chicken and use that live chicken to cleanse their body and then kill it and throw it at the roadside, just like we do in voodoo and other Orisha tradition. No one criticizes that. Only when they're looking for a way to talk about Africa. When in voodoo or any of the other traditions, we kill the pigs or the lamb, we do not throw that meat away. That meat is cooked and served to people just like any other meat is cooked and served when anybody killed them. Mm-hmm. So what are they talking about? The only reason people are demonizing African indigenous system, and especially voodoo, because we're talking about this hemisphere, because they're trying to destroy the Africans' ability to have an organizational tool that will allow them to combat the social, the political, the economic, and the cultural genocide of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And if you're not clear on that, you will be a slave for the rest of your days. I am the divine having a human experience called Brother Small, like you are the divine having a human experience called Clemson Brown. And if people are uncomfortable with that, then we say I'm an expression of aspects of the divine essence having this experience, and so is everything else in life. And no one can prove that not to be true, because the very string theory they talk about, it prove exactly that. So there is not a science in America, physics or otherwise, that can disprove that statement. And that is the definition of voodoo. The definition of voodoo is I am an expression of an aspect of the divine essence having the human experience, and so is everything else in nature. That's the definition of voodoo. That is what they're trying to call the string theory and other things. So let them, the reason for the attack is so that African people will not have an instrument to protect themselves and their children against genocide. They will not have an organizational tool that would allow them to provide food, clothing, shelter, safety, and security for themselves. They will not have a spiritual tool that will allow them to meditate on the essence of the ethical, moral principles necessary to create a society that practices truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, and balance. That's what's under attack. That's what's being demonized. That's what's being vilified. And what's being given in return for your abandoning that is some clothes, some cars, or some money, or some alcohol, or some drugs, or for you to go fornicate and have carnal pleasure to your physical body. That's what you're accepting in return for throwing your divine God to the wind? No. I am an expression of the aspect of the divine having this experience, and no one on planet Earth can prove to the contrary. And when we practice that, as our ancestors did, as our culture, no one on the planet Earth can oppress us. Period.
Mm-hmm. Brother Smalls, I want to thank you, and it's been marvelous as always.
All right, Brother Brown. Now I've got to run to another meeting. Brother Mbadiwe, it's an honor to meet you and have you at my home.
Thank you.
Because your father is a legend in America, especially at City College where I come from.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
for having me.
You're welcome. So we're going to talk a little bit about our history, you know, pre-USA. You know. And you are Igbo man.
That's correct.
That's a powerful nation. I'm from a place in South Carolina, and so some of our ancestors are also Igbos. They call us Geechee and Gullah people, and we live along the coast. It starts really in North Carolina and goes all the way down the coast of Florida, halfway down Florida. The Gullah Geechee Nation is a people who are mixed from Angola, Congo, Igbos, Yoruba, Akans, you know, and some Egyptian people who were driven out by the Turks in the 10th century and made it to the west by the 15th century, and the British captured us and brought us there. But one of the big nations that came to that area was the Igbo nation, because in the wars that the British had in Nigeria, they conquered everybody. They even defeated the Yoruba, because the Yoruba was in that civil war with themselves, and they really helped defeat it themselves. But when it came to the Igbo, they couldn't get a handle on the Igbo people because you didn't have a centralized administration. So they couldn't kill the chief and sack the capital, and you didn't have a centralized theocracy. The spiritual system of the Igbo, of course, you had your sacred groves. And so they didn't know where to find the gods until eventually somebody did inform, and they began to burn the sacred groves, burn them down. And it was only then they were able to get a handle on the Igbo wars and captured many of the Igbo people. But then when they brought them to America, hundreds of them with the chains on just turned around and walked back in the water and committed suicide. So they called that place Igbo Landing, you know, to remember that. Because they said, we will not be slaves to you. We die first. Go back to the ancestors and go back home. And so that's what they did. So our history is if you look at the system that they've offered us as democracy, it doesn't even come close to the systems that we have. You know that even in your language, when there's a man who you have to address that's older than you, but not your father, he's automatically your uncle. The language makes it such.
That's correct.
And the language is the key part of the culture. If there's a woman old enough to be your mother, but not your mother, that's your auntie. If the woman is young enough to be your sister, but not your blood, she's automatic in the language, your sister. So our language carried the culture. You know, when people say, oh, we've lost our culture, no, we haven't. The language carries the culture. And we need to realize that if you go deep into the history of the Igbos, they will tell you about the great migration from the east, which I'm sure you may have heard from your elders. And in the great migration from the east, they're saying we are part of those peoples who built the Egyptian civilization. But when all of the invasions began to come, starting with the Hyksos invasion, then the Hittite, then the Assyrians, and then from the Assyrians we get the Persians, then the Greeks, then the Romans, and then finally we get the Arabs and the Turks and the Muslims. They drove us out of those lands over centuries. And a big part of our community, though we merged with the indigenous population, which is in Nigeria, the larger population had migrated in from the east. And they brought with them those same cultural tools that they used to build ancient Egypt. A civilization that reigned for over at least 50,000 years. People say, oh, no, it's only 9,000 years. Well, the Egyptians created astrology. In order to create astrology, you must have studied astronomy for 25,000 years, because it takes that long for each of the constellations to move through time and come back to its original location. And no one can say something is a constant unless you've seen it at least twice. So that's like the minimum has to be 50,000 years. Minimum. Because you've had to see it twice to say, that works. That might be Dr. J. So what we've got to begin to understand about our religion.
Shall we get it?
Yes, I think that's Dr. Jeffries. is that our religion is so profound because you come from an old people. The Igbo people is the old people. You know why they adopted Christianity so easily? Because Christianity looked like the original system. It didn't look like an alien. It looked like our ancestors' thing. It had all of the parts that our ancient system had. So we need to understand, in our system it says that we came from God. And when we left heaven, we made a deal with God that we would come to earth and we would do certain things. And many of us run into trouble on earth because we didn't do what we made a deal to do. We created a destiny which we have unfulfilled. The other thing we know that we believe in reincarnation. But we don't believe in coming back as a snake or a tree or a bird. We come back in the same family we were originally born in. This is your tradition. And we come back as our grandfather or grandmother or uncle or auntie. And that's why the child is not outdoored immediately. We have to wait to see who has come before we can give a name to this child. And we need to know who has come so we can make them safe with our rituals before we present them to the world.
I came as my mother's uncle.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
And that's the title I go by. That's what everybody knows me.
I came as my grandfather's brother. So
Okay.
that's why I'm James. That's Uncle James.
That's wonderful.
And so a lot of those traditions we actually kept here in America, but the people don't know where they came from. They think we created them here, but we didn't. So we even have this thing, and the Igbo have it too, where you have the second name. And we call it nicknames. I was just talking a little bit about the spiritual system of the Igbo, and he was concurring to me. We were talking when BrotherRonn says he's ready.
Because I think it's very important just to know, a lot of people don't understand how Egypt and how contemporary Egypt is related to Africa, to the central part of Africa or to the western part of that or of the continent. They just think that Egyptians have always been and they've always been white.
Those Turks who invaded our land, that's Northeast Africa. Those people are Turks and Eastern European Greeks and Romans. They never went back home once we defeated them in each rush. They lose the war, but where are they going to go back to? They left there and invaded us because they didn't want to stay home. So they're not going to go back. So when we think of the Igbo people, a part of their tradition is the migrations from the east to the west. And at the point that I'd stopped discussing, we were talking about a part of the theocracy of the Igbo, where they say that we go and we come, that reincarnation is a centerpiece of Igbo tradition. But you come back in the same family you originally came into the earth in. And when you come back, as Brother Ibadawe was telling me, he is his mother's uncle, So he knows the system. I'm my grandfather's brother, So we practice the tradition over here, but most of us don't realize where the tradition comes from. And so we do this. We even have what we call nicknames, which is a name that is your character, which is different from the name you get when you are born. And so we thought it was something out of Europe. No. You get a name when you're born. You're named for the ancestor who has returned. But then you get a name that is, and that's sometimes the ancestor's name is kind of like your secret name. Nobody really calls you that except the elders in the house. You have another name that you would develop based on what your character is like, that your friends and all the others call you. That's what we call over here the nickname. So, but it's really an African tradition. It's an Igbo tradition that came in through the communities that we're from. And the other thing that's so extraordinary about the Igbo tradition, which is a lot like many of the other West African traditions, it doesn't just say you come back, but you have a certain amount of going and coming to perfect yourself before you join God again. And if you don't complete your task, then you go sit with your ancestors and they will work on you for some time, and then maybe you start the journey all over again. That's our theocracy. But many people don't teach it because
they don't understand the essence of our spiritual systems. And we have some of the most beautiful spiritual systems in the world. There's a story that people tell about the British when they came to Igbo land. And they were building a church. So they were working hard, these white men, chopping down trees and cutting them. And the Igbo men were sitting on a tree laughing at them. So the British man says, oh, those dumb Africans, they're lazy. They don't want to help build a house for God. The Igbo man says, oh, such stupid white man to think they can build a building big enough to hold God. You see? So when you think of the mind and where the mind is located in terms of how it's perceiving its reality, it depends on the culture of the ancestry. You know, your ancestral wisdom. That's what guides you through the world. If you lose that, you've lost your way. And what the Europeans have done in so many of our countries is block the flow of information intergenerationally. And if you can do that for 1 or 2 generations, then the people are in a deep conflict. You know? And so that's where we find ourselves now. So they can bring a system like Christianity, which was created in Africa. We didn't call it Christianity, but the model of regeneration and redemption. You see it in ancient Egypt, you see it in ancient Ethiopia, where a child is born to a woman by a god, and the child comes as the savior of the world. In Egypt, the child is called Heru, and the mother is called Aset, and God is called Asar. And this baby is born of an immaculate conception. There is no Christianity yet. Matter of fact, on the 11th of September every year, this is celebrated as the oldest new year in the world by the Ethiopian peoples, who are many of the peoples who migrated from Egypt when the invasion started coming. So when we begin to look at our common cultures, you see variations, but the variations is usually ecological. If you're in the desert, you got to use a different tool to make your point than if you're in the rainforest. If you're in the savannah, you got to use a different tool to make your point than you're in the desert or the rainforest, but you're making the same point, just a different tool. And we get confused and think the tool makes us different when we don't see the commonality of the idea that the tools represent. So Dr. J, what we were saying, we were talking about our great legacy before leaving Africa, before colonialism, before slavery. And so maybe you want to elaborate on that legacy. I was just talking finitely about the Igbo people before the British started burning their sacred groves to try and get an advantage over them. And I talked about those that landed in South Carolina and Georgia, where the area is now called Igbo landing because they rather commit suicide than be enslaved, just to come close to his home. But you can give us a general view of African history before the enslavers came, before the Turks and the Arabs came, before the Western European came. We created civilizations. And all their great writers will tell you this. In ancient Egypt, if you read the Odyssey and the Iliad by Homer out of Greece, he says all of the gods of Greece have to return to Egypt every season to renew themselves at the feet of the gods of Africa. Herodotus, when he writes his book 2 on history, he says that 2 blackbirds, meaning female priestess from Africa, took the oracle system or the religious system from Africa to Greece and taught them that system. You know? And it goes on and on and on. Plato wrote a piece called Phaedrus, a dialogue he called Phaedrus. And in Phaedrus, Plato says that the Africans gave the world all of the sciences. And he talked about Druze, arithmetic, geometry, medicine. But he said the greatest science of all that the Africans gave to the world was the science of writing itself. This is their big boy. This is Plato. And they don't even put this in the schools to tell me anything, you see. So when you think of just your ancestors, they were a part of those peoples that create that enormous civilization that lasted for at least 50,000 years. Just to account for astrology, you need 50,000 years. But think of all the other sciences we created.
Okay.
50,000 years.
So, well, taking up from where Dr. Small just, stopped. Regarding the Igbo people, as as a representative of the African continent and African people. It is true that the British found it difficult to overrun the Igbo land or to take over the Igbo land. As a matter of fact, they camped out for a very long time because they looked at the Igbo people, especially the Aro people, who were dominant in controlling of the vast resources of the land and the people, the trade in the area, because they thought that they would have had a very great army in order to be in control of a very vast area, not knowing that they were just in control with basically high intellect. You know, they had no army, so to speak. And eventually, when they summoned the courage and reinforcement of, you know, warships, gunships, and then came in, they found out that there wasn't any army, and it took them maybe a week to overcome it, but they had stayed they had laid siege for years and never moved in, okay? And so that's part of that culture and that history, you know, where people, like, in order to buttress, to support what you have said, demonstrated high intellect. And people with such high intellect, no doubt, would have had a whole lot of advancement in what we probably call technologies today, but technologies of those years, okay? And a lot of things have happened, I've noticed, like you talked about Jesus Christ, the religion, the current religion, and how people in Nigeria believe they're very religious. So many people say, oh, you are not a believer. They turn to me and they say you're not a believer, because I just simply, without saying too much, I just tell them, please, you know, I look at people based on how well you can keep the commandments of God. And that also the commandments of God is also the laws of man. Because if you look at the laws of the land, maybe the laws in America and the laws in Nigeria, they mirror the laws of God. And so being religious to me is more of keeping the law. If you're able to keep the law, be your neighbor's keeper, be a good friend to, you know, those such things, you would have maybe achieved 60% of what is required of one. So I keep
the moral laws.
The moral laws, yes. So I keep telling them, like, that you don't do away with culture, you don't do away with tradition, you don't go and take the oracles and bring them out and give them to the priest and say, burn it up. You understand? Because, okay, you talk about Jesus Christ, it's also an image. They tell you you're worshiping an image. You're worshiping, you know, this and that. And you have a statue. It's almost the same thing.
It is the same.
It's the same thing. So why are you going to get yours? Because all you have done is to represent God, to depict God in a way that, you know, you can relate to. And so why do away with one to embrace another one? And one of my grand uncles was a very, very powerful man. He's called the Gwebodum Omenukako. Omenukako is a performer. Somebody translates literally to a performer in lean times, austere times. Somebody who is able to, that, you know, has the means to do things when the economy is so difficult. Bad, very difficult, you know. And he was a trader across the entire Igbo land in those days. So what I learned from him, because this is written history, it was documented, is that at a time when he was trading, he was going towards the port, the sea, you know, Bonny area. You know, he had gotten his wares, he was going to the sea, and he would trade, you know. He would trade potassium and stuff like that, raw materials for goods with the British people that are anchored at the sea. Because the Igbos refused to allow the Europeans to take over and trade and control and tax. They refused. They said, you stay. You stay in your ship and we'll give you whatever you want, and we, you know, they never allowed them to come in. And so as he was traveling, the bridge on the mission, the bridge on his route collapsed. And he landed in the river with all his wares and all the people, you know, the caravan, everybody carrying stuff for him, and they all went in there. So the book documented that he cried out. He said, alas, my God, the God and our forefathers, why have you allowed me to live a life of a life that is death is better than, you know, something of that nature, to live a life of despondency because he felt he has lost everything. And what I picked out from there, which is what I keep telling people, you don't have to do away with your heritage and tradition, is that he cried out and he said, our forefathers, he cried to our forefathers. But today, the church, as it is, they come and they tell you, you must not pour libation, you must not call upon your forefathers, that is, it's anti-Christian and all that and that. So, but I'm lucky enough to have read that book and that it was documented, and it is my own grandfather and granduncle who called on to our forefathers. So I'm hanging on to that.
Yes.
And I say, I'm not going to let that go. You understand? And I try to use that to educate the others that it's not wrong. You know?
Yes, you're on cue, Doc.
Yeah.
And what we show them sometimes is, when you go into the Bible, you talk about Abraham. He's dead. Isaac, he's dead. Esau, he's dead. Jacob, he's dead. Noah, he's dead. Lot. So they're worshiping ancestors in the Bible. All these people in the Bible are dead people. So they tell me, don't worship my ancestors, but I'm going to worship a stranger's ancestors. And so when you come at them through that door, they have to think real deep. Even Jesus is dead.
Yeah.
You know? So the Bible is all about ancestral worship. But they don't want you to worship your ancestor, your family line. And so you are right on it. Your grandfather left you that message to keep you strong, to understand. Like just around the corner, I'll introduce you to them. You will see all of my elders and grand people going back in the shrine I have for them right there. They go back to my great-great-grandfather, great-great-grandmother. Great-great-grandfather is from Uganda. Great-great-grandmother is from here, Native people and African people. And then on the other side, they're from West Africa. We don't know exactly where, but I assume the area we call Nigeria and Ghana from the way we all look. And I have all of them there. All the children in the house know how to come and ring the bell. Even the little one who's only 2, he knows to ring the bell and wake up the ancestors in the morning. When he wakes up the ancestors. And when it's time to give them fresh water and to set some rum for them, or like this was just Malcolm X Day, and we put some food for them. Everybody in the house, including the littlest one, understand that's what we have to do. And when they go to bed to sleep at night, they make prayers to their ancestors, so that they know, that this is a part of who they are all the time.
Language is also very important. Yesterday I was on the phone with a Nigerian friend of mine. I called him up, but he happened to have moved from New York area to Nebraska. And so we started talking, and he was now talking about his kids and speaking of the Igbo language to them, and their mom not wanting them to learn or more, speaking English to them, and all that. So I told them language is very important, because in language you get to, it's better to translate things from your language to the English language than from the English language to your language, because in language you learn a whole lot that you didn't even know. You understand? When you give thoughts to certain things in the language, like in Igbo, when people have discord or differences, a person will say, they'll tell you, oh, if I'm greater than you, I'm greater than your God. And that's chi. There's something called chi. We have Chukwu, God, and we have chi. Chi is a personal God, which is more like what you call your destiny, or whatever you probably can make of your life is your chi. So if I'm greater than you, I'm greater than whatever is moving you in the path or direction that you're going, which is your personal God, and that you can get from language, you understand, because that is chi, is different from Chukwu. And also, there are so many things, like you talked about the title or the nickname that you have. We say that the name, that people tend to be their name. They kind of, yes, they get to, like I'm Eziokwu Ebunam, okay, and that it means the truth shall not kill me. And that makes me at all times, almost to my own detriment, want to tell the truth at all given time. And that is the name, the person becoming the name. Over time, you tend towards your name.
Yes.
And so in those nicknames, you'll see, I was telling him, I was trying to illustrate for him so that he can understand the reasons why he has to teach his children to speak the language. I told him, we have people whose nickname are, when the time is right, things happen naturally. In God's time, more, you can say, some people will say in God's time or this or that, but we say when it is complete, it happens. You understand? Naturally, when it's complete. And you might find out that the person who took this name, you call the name, but you wouldn't understand why he took the name. But when you start to observe the person's attitude in life, you probably find out that it is somebody who will give a little more, you understand, so that things will happen. He would not force issues. There are so many little things like that, and these are all parts of language, because these names come out of language, and they kind of try to, they're a store of values in a way.
It's the language becomes one of the main vehicles that carries culture into generations.
Yes.
It's like a tractor trailer truck or a cargo train. In those containers is the culture, all of the pieces of the culture. And so in the West, they've taught us that culture is dancing, it's music, it's theater. But in Africa, you're taught that these are tools of culture. They're not culture itself. These are cultural tools. The culture is the ideas by which the people live. And then you have the tools that express the ideas. And so language is one of those.
If I may, just because we're talking about an aspect of the history that I get a question from all the time. And in particular, my grandson was saying that in his school, they're teaching him that Africans sold themselves into slavery. And he focuses particularly on Nigeria because he's saying that the Nigerians were the ones who worked for the British to capture other Africans. because he know I go to Nigeria all the time, and he said, you know, Grandpa, I don't want to have nothing to do with the Nigerians because they're the ones who sold us into slavery. So I, for him, want to get some clarification and understanding.
It's a good question, but it's not quite.
Accurate.
No, it's not quite in the right time. I was just trying to frame my thought to take what Professor Small has said, what my brother Mbadwe has said, so it can complement what they said. And then you brought in ISFET. That's the opposite. And so we're not ready for that yet.
Okay.
But we'll take it on because it's important. When we have bits and pieces or even large information flows, we have to understand that it all needs to fit within what I would call a systems analysis. And so these brothers were trying to deal with the system flow coming out of African peoples, how they try to live their lives at the highest possible level. Slavery, no matter who was involved, is the negative component. And so we need to hold that into abeyance. Our great minds, we're not going to deny it, but our great minds, we're trying to get us to focus on our ancestral history. Even those that were so progressive that they were top world scientists, or they were so political that they were Marxist-Leninists. But they knew that culture was the key component of understanding our history. So I raise this because one of our great scholars and great thinkers, Dr. Check1, he tried to let us have a larger framework where we could understand the development of the various groups that found themselves in Nigeria, the development of the groups that found themselves in other parts of West Africa, development of groups in East Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa, as well as Northern Africa. So you have such an enormous continent and such an important continent that you need a framework of analysis. And so what he provided us with was that everything has to be approached in terms of systems understanding and systems analysis. And so we were trying to deal with the cultural component, which was key. But the fundamental component is the economic aspect. All societies revolve around their creativity and their productivity. And that's what economics is all about. And you have to have a capacity for enhancing that economics and that politics. And that leads you to deeper cultural and political dimensions. So what Diep and others, and what I learned was that you got to link up the three components of systems: economics, your creative capacity, your productive capacity, politics, your management capability. Because if you are productive economically, it has to be managed, and if you're doing it over periods of time with large groups of people, it has to have a deep organizational structure. So politics is not what politicians do, it's what societies do to manage their economics. But your economics and your politics, your productive capability, and your management, administrative capability, cannot serve the people unless, and cannot be fully understood, unless culture is the key component for understanding what type of economics you should have and who to do your politics with. So I would like people, when they get into these deep issues like we're discussing, to have that framework of analysis so that we won't have just what I call a paralysis of analysis, focusing on one thing, and we're not looking at the larger picture. We need to look at the larger picture. Slavery is a large picture. I don't want to start with Africans selling Africans. because that wasn't a slave system. It might have been slave historical incidents. But the slave system that you're talking about is a universal process. So it doesn't start with Europeans on the coast of Africa trying to induce Africans to have wars, to suck people down to the coast and put them into ships. You miss the systems component. In fact, people always talk about slave trade. No, it was a slave trade system. And so that's why I'm saying we're trying to deal with culture now to establish the foundation of the human family as having its deep African cultural understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the beauty of a check1. This man was a Marxist. He was a Marxist-Leninist. He was a Pan-Africanist. He came out of a deep Muslim tradition of the Morids. And then he got the best education that you could get out of Europe. But he put that all together with his previous formations, and he was able to take on the flow of history of the world. And the first 100 pages of his great master work deals with the African origin of humanity. That's a deep issue that has to be resolved. That no matter who's human on this planet, if you go back to the deep root, it's an African root. First 100 pages, he takes on world science and shows that over the last 175, 50 years, the scientific explosions have all established the African origin of humanity. Then for the next 100 pages, he deals with how humanity spread out of Africa to the world, and you had different manifestations of it taking place. He describes it as a southern cradle phenomenon and a northern cradle phenomenon, because they were responding to the ecological dimensions. And the great Wormian Ice Age, which we are in now, is something that has lasted 100,000 years. And so the environment affects how people react to it and create their economics and their political systems and their cultural systems. And the mysteries of the universe are the basis for deep cultural manifestation. What is this creation? Who is involved in this creation? Are there invisible forces in this creation? Does this creation of the universe have form and structure so that we can appreciate and understand it? So many of the cultural manifestations that we want to destroy each other on and have great fights have to come out of these mysteries that have not been fully understood. African peoples were the first to deal with the mysteries and the first to begin to try to understand them. And you can see that environment, as Professor Small was saying, played an important role. Because if you were along the Nile Valley or the river valleys of Africa, and those rivers overflowed, then in order for you to maintain your economics and your political structure and your culture, you had to go into these mysteries. Why are these rivers rising? And then why are they overflowing, destroying what we built? And then going back into the banks of the river, the cycle continues. So the cycle of change, transformation, rebirth, regeneration, renaissance comes out of understanding the cultural environment that you're trying to establish yourself in. And so that's why I say we need a framework of analysis before we deal with these great issues. 100 pages of the African origin establishes this great work. The next 100 pages deals with the northern cradle and the southern cradle. So Africans who caught up in the northern cradle and didn't get back into the southern cradle, it appears, evolved and manifested themselves into another aspect of humanity. And he lays that out very brilliantly. And then the final 100 pages, he deals with this scientific, spiritual, philosophical contribution in the Nile Valley. And so that's the end of the ball game. African origin, African evolution, African cradle of civilization. We've established who we are. And then if we want to go deeper into the aspect that developed in Nigeria, southern Nigeria, Western Nigeria, Northern Nigeria, the aspect that developed in the Cameroon, aspect that developed in other parts of West Africa. Brother Small has spent a lot of time dealing with the migrations and the movements. And he's touched on a very important thing, but he needs to get a National Geographic revelation called The Skeletons of the Sahara.
Hmm.
And it's an unbelievable dimension of our cultural linkages. So, and I'll get into that, but to put the framework of Diop saying, first and foremost, economics, your productive capability, politics, your management capability, and culture, the cement that keeps things together. So he felt that culture was so important that he had a small little chapter dealing with culture and what it means. So for this scientist to go deep as he has, it has opened up a whole view that we can use. As I said, Professor Small has been working diligently and seeing the movements out of the Nile valleys and across Africa. And as we begin to get into that, we come into not just the discovery of the temples and the pyramids and the literature that comes out, but as you move out of it toward West Africa, you find Netaplio, a system of relating to the universe that has been laid out by Africans before the Nile Valley cultures. And so just most recently, they discovered the skeletons of the Sahara. And they're dealing with the time before the Sahara became a desert. And they're dealing with it in its watering period. And so these scientists from the University of Chicago who specialize in dinosaur bones were looking for dinosaurs in the Sahara. And what did they discover? Them dry bones of African people. Layers of dry bones. Thousands of bones. And along with the African bones were hippopotamus bones. So this was during the period where this area was
watery.
Yes. Then they found two large segments of different bones. One a dark type and one a whiter type that had been bleached. But it has nothing to do with color. It has to do with the impact of the environment. But they found both sets of these thousands of bones showed the civilization of the Nile has its deep root in the Sahara.
Francis Botchway, who was an airway brother who was close to your father, close to Elias's father, matter of fact, worked with Malcolm, and he became Dr. Jeffrey's deputy director of Black Studies Department in the 70s at City College. And he was a good teacher of mine of Islam. He was a Muslim. Before he left City, when he left City, he went to teach in Indonesia, and he sent me some documents, which I can't find. It's in my papers.
Indonesia and Malaysia.
Malaysia, But Dr. Botchway, who's an ancestor now, sent me some documents that showed that the American satellites have not only see the great aquafet, there's a massive underground sea in the Sahara.
Yes.
And Muammar Gaddafi had tapped into that aquafet, and that's how he was providing fresh water to Libya. It's a whole sea down there that was once higher. But the thing that was really critical that Francis wanted me to see, that there was two rivers that ran from the Atlantic Ocean, one coming through what is now Nigeria, the other to what is Ghana, and going all the way over to Lake Chad, which then provided the obvious that many of the proponents of the civilization in the Nile Valley came from West Africa to begin with.
Right.
Because during the monsoon season, even now, you can almost navigate the rivers from the west into Lake Chad, even in a shrunken state, where it's shrunk by hundreds of miles over the decades, and then get into other tributaries and end up in the Nile.
So imagine when Lake Chad was hundreds and hundreds of miles wider, and those tributaries, those rivers were above ground. One could see someone moving between what is now Lagos and Abydos in a season to visit family and to buy and exchange goods as your father was doing, and to bring those goods back all by river. And so those underground rivers that the satellites have discovered would change the whole dynamics of how we look at the development of Nile Valley civilization, which wasn't just in the Egypt that we know of today, but that civilization then ran all the way down into Uganda, through Sudan, into Uganda, such that you have one of the kings, I think it's the Ntoro kingdom, where he still wears the crown with the uraeus on his head, the young boy. He's in his 20s now. He's the king of the, I think, the Ntoro people in Uganda. The key thing is that there's only one human race. Everything else is a mutation off of the African gene pool. It is a known fact that only the African woman has the mitochondrial DNA to produce all other human species. No other woman has the mitochondria that can produce all other human except the African woman. Those are scientific facts now. And so when we look at our civilization, as our brother was talking about the laws of God, well, before there was a 10th commandment, there was the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, the 47 laws that our ancestors had put together. Out of those laws comes the 10. In the Nile Valley, Egypt, where Moses studied, and as even the Bible says, he was learned in all of the ways of the Egyptians. He had to master those 42. So he didn't have to go to the mountain to get the 10. The 10 was in the 42. But the mountain is a metaphor for the human mind, okay? The human consciousness. So, but if you don't understand metaphor, you will think mountain. But if you understand the metaphor, he had to go to a higher consciousness and then take 42 and shrink them to 10, because the population he was dealing with didn't have the capacity to master the 42. So how do you simplify it and make it basic? Then you'll understand the magic of Moses. You see? So, and then at the same time, you understand the magic of our ancestors to have built such an enormous institution that he could learn from, and then use that body of knowledge to help other people in the world. But then you would get a much more primitive people coming from Europe, seeing our system, not understanding what it is, taking it over, recasting it, and through their military dominance for economic purposes of Africa, reintroducing the system to us from their cultural perspective and their intellectual limitations. And thus we have Christianity and Islam as a result of that. And even Islam, which is a big factor in Nigeria in these days, and even for the long days, since the early days of the 1800s, when we had the great jihads with Shehu and the others who were fighting for good causes. They were not proselytizing in the way people are doing today. And so when they led the great jihads, they were trying to reintroduce certain principles. So if you look at Islam, and they will say in the Yoruba tradition, in the Igbo tradition, and the Yoruba tradition, you have gods. And people say, oh, in Islam, you don't have gods, you have Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala, only the one. And they give you a whole prayer, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Kul huwallahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalad, lam yalid, lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Know that God is one, he begets, none knows he begotten. But nobody accounts for the 99 names, the pearls of faith, which is 99 qualities that make up Allah's divinity. They're the deities. But they won't call them deities. They said they're the 99 pearls of faith. But they're the 99 deities. And all societies realize that your capacity to comprehend the totality of divinity is beyond you. So the way you understand divinity is to understand its aspects
and its essence as expressed in the different aspects. It is these aspects and essence we call our gods, our deities. And if we master them to the degree we can comprehend and master them, is the degree to which we have embraced aspects of the divine essence as a part of our being in a daily basis, in a daily way. So our culture is so fantastic, it is so wonderful, just to be simple. If we could only find a new way to teach it to our young people, they will abandon the other ways. Because none of them will really make sense once they see something that really makes sense, you know. And so, and the history, when we talk about history, just day to day, looking at the conflicts around things economic, things politics, and things cultural, it all comes back down to the human aspirations for providing food, clothing, shelter, and security for yourself and your family.
Yes, please.
And how do you, then I'll come back to you.
Yes, at this juncture, I think I would like to make a comment. And in doing so, I'll first of all would like to say, you know, Dr. Jeffries, that naturally I have to defer to you for age, because that represents wisdom and knowledge. You had said that we shouldn't broach certain issues, you understand, and I know that there is some wisdom behind that. But also, having said that, I would like to draw on the philosophy of my dad,
Yes.
and that of Malcolm X, you know, who today lives on because he took on a challenge that still has outlived him.
Right.
And that's why we talk of him today. And so long as those things he fought for have not been, you know, actualized, he will live on. His name will go on and on and on. And that's the situation we find ourselves in today. And, you know, tying that to my father also had that type of philosophy. He always said that the most difficult we do right away, and the impossible takes a little longer. Okay. And Malcolm has embraced almost the impossible, and is still on and is still going. Therefore, I would like to return to the question that he asked, you know, regardless of, you know, it might be a bit digressive or not, you know, but I would like to go back to that point, because I believe that I haven't studied history, but I can draw inferences, you know. Part of the last things you said was that human nature has always tended towards sustenance. Everything we do depended much on survival. And I think we can draw inferences of today. History always repeats itself. In trying to answer that question, I'll probably say that nothing much has changed from those days till today. Okay? Those people, it was not much of maybe the Africans wanting to benefit from the selling or doing away of their kith and kin into slavery. But I think it is more the other way around. The Europeans wanting so badly to advance their own economic ends, because it is like today. They probably saw, you know, the human resource then, like the way they see oil of today. And we know that they've had things that were called gunboat diplomacy, you understand? And as of today, it is coded. Everybody knows that America will go in and take the oil if they have to. If you don't give it to them, they're going to take it by force. And that's why they have a fleet, a flotilla of ships all over the world, guarding every oil deposits all around the world, keeping the channels of the flow of oil. Okay? And in those days, they were the ones who they have maintained. Today, okay, today the ability to wage war in all parts of the world is only a continuum of their ability in the past. They have only worked hard to sustain it. And therefore, I believe that they simply came in and took what they wanted.
When we're talking about people moving out of necessity, in the 1440s, when the Portuguese would first come down the coast of West Africa, what was first come down the coast of West Africa? What was happening in Europe? Europe had been into something that was called the Dark Ages. And it had been in the Dark Ages since the 6th century AD. What caused the Dark Ages? The Muslim empires had taken control of the entire Mediterranean basin from the Atlantic to the Black Sea, which cut Europe off completely from international trade and caused one of the world's first Great Depression to occur, which they refer to as the Dark Ages. But it was an economic depression that lasted from the 6th century until the 14th century. And so when Europe broke out, after getting certain knowledge about the wealth of Africa, Mansa Musa, the king of Mali, really, when he went on a pilgrimage to Mecca, the gold that he was giving and distributing to pay his way caused the entire economic system of Egypt to collapse because he introduced so much gold into the system. And when the Europeans learned that that kind of wealth was in Africa, the attempt was, how do we outflank these Muslims who had defeated all of our crusades and forced us into retreat? And they learned a story, it was a mythical story, of this great king, of this great nation. Remember, they don't know the extent of Africa at this point. But they learned that there's one great Christian nation in the world that the Muslims had never defeated, the nation of Ethiopia. And there was a mythical king of Ethiopia in their metaphor called Prestigion. So the Portuguese was sailing west of Africa to get to the east, to make an alliance with Prestigion, to outflank the Muslims militarily from the rear. That was what they were thinking. This is in their literature. For the purpose of trying to open up the trade routes back to China and India in the east. Because spice in those days was worth what oil and gold is worth today. Because Europe was a meat-eating culture. And to preserve your meat, you needed the cloves and the peppers and the other spices of the east, just to keep your food chain from rotting on you and causing disease. You needed salt for the preservation of this food. All of this was blocked off by a Muslim empire that was in control of international trade. And so in coming down the West Coast, they discovered the rest of us, living our life without any militaries. We didn't have armies. We didn't need armies. But they came out of a war culture, a survival war culture. And they met a people that were basically practicing husbandry. These were fishermen, farmers, and herdsmen. The best weapon we had was some little bow for shooting small prey for dinner. We had no standing armies. We did not have a culture, a war culture, except in North Africa, where the Muslim culture, the Arab Turk culture, had created a war culture among the Gudamas people and others who we call the Moors today. And so we were at a disadvantage even in our introduction. But what must be understood, once they made that incursion, and the first thing they do, the first Portuguese ship records that they kidnapped Africans and took them back to Portugal. This is their own records. But once the discovery of America occurs, and they find that there's land, they came looking for gold and silver, anything to develop their wealth, but when they discovered land where they could grow and carry out agriculture, but did not have the agricultural scientific knowledge to do so, that's when they came for us. The greatest husbandry and agrarian people on the planet Earth, they have become acquainted with us for some 50 years now. And so they didn't have to create a slave trade system, as Dr. Jeffries talked about. The Arabs and the Turks for 1,500 years was already running a slave trade system in Africa. And you can read, it's in Check1 when he talks about the Borneo Kingdom, where on one occasion the Emir of Borneo writes to the Turkish Emir of Egypt and says, I thought we were both Muslims. I thought we were brothers. Why are you sending your armies down here to raid and kidnap my people and capture them and put them into slavery? This is an African Muslim now talking to a Turkish Muslim. Okay? And so the system of slavery in the Indian Ocean and the Sahara Desert has been going on for 1,500 years. So the West simply taps into the system. Okay? They tap into the system. We're being captured and marched across the continent to the Atlantic. And to the degree, there was a big conference at Princeton about 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. And thanks to Dr. Brown, I had a chance to go to Princeton and become a part of that conference. All of the presenters, except Dr. Brown and myself, and then one of the brothers, were from the continent. Many of them were Igbos, and there was one Igbo sister, professor, who presented the most fantastic case from the records on how this thing worked. The Brits and the others would come with their armies, and even their Arab surrogates, Turkish surrogates by this time, to our villages. And they would go for months. And they would come to your village and say, I need 50 men and 20 women. I will be back in 30 days. Have them or I will take what I wish. They would go to Dr. Jeffries' village and says, I need this many persons. And they would go down the line. Then they would come back in due season. If you didn't have those people, then your village got raided, burned, and you and whoever your family was gone. So now you're caught in a contradiction. And what ended up happening in most cases, there's a major war at this time in history. It begins in the 10th century, really in the 8th century when the Turks take over the Islamic system. By the 10th century, the Turk is in full control of the Islamic system, and they're going through, if you read the history and the literature, an ethnic cleansing of the Nile Valley, driving millions upon millions of people out, replacing them with the Serbs from Eastern Europe. And so you've got this massive, massive migration coming from the east into the west of refugees. We would call them refugees today. And believe it or not, they passed through Darfur as the main corridor to the west. Now, if you had to make a decision on who was going to be in shackles when the slave traders got there, was it going to be your auntie or your uncle, or was it going to be this camp of refugees who had no attachment to you, who was down the road or down in the bush? And so that began to happen, but not as often as one would think. Yes, and the other big resource was in the major Yoruba wars, because the Yoruba was a massive people. In the Yoruba wars, they had begun to sell their prisoners of war to the foreigners. But none of them had any idea of what chattel slavery was all about, or that it even existed as such in the context. Because what we saw as bondage in our societies, someone who was in bondage to us because of something, a debt or something else, had the opportunity to marry our daughters, had the opportunity to become the chief in the village, had the opportunity to become the king over that society. We didn't take away, and Dr. Jeffries taught us this, we did not take away the person's humanity. You know, we allowed that person to remain a human being. What we took away from is you have been taking from your society. You are now a member of our society. But you still have your humanity to grow in this society to the same extent that we can grow in this society if you prove yourself. What chattel slavery did was to take away our humanity. And so when we really look at the system and their own records, they left so much records. The one thing about that European money, he had to account for money. He left records. That Arab left records. They even drew paintings and pictures showing you how they capture us. And they made sure to paint themselves wearing their turbans and their white robes while we were without shirts and so forth. When they shackled us and laid our bellies, they made these lithographs and these drawings themselves. So we have the history to look upon. So don't tell me I sold myself into slavery. That doesn't even fit my culture. It doesn't fit my value. It doesn't fit my morals. I was in a war, and we had to make decisions on many occasions who would go. There were even occasions when there were those who volunteered to go rather than have the village destroyed. And so we must study our whole history and how we kept the cultural and spiritual humanity as we went forth into the world with the hope that we would make it back home eventually. So you really, when you look at the system of slavery, we had no part in running any part of the system. We were an unwilling adjunct forced by military and weaponry to participate to whatever degree we were participating. Dr. Jeffries had even showed us once, I think if you can remember, when you were telling us about the cargo and the ships that was coming in the so-called triangle trade, the ships coming from Africa from Europe going to Africa, they had the barrels of rum, but in the manifest was also opium. So what they were doing was putting opium in the rum. So the African leaders may have thought they were drinking rum, but they were getting a form of crack back in the day. So we got to look at all of these things to see the diabolical mind. And they were doing it for the purpose of getting agricultural workers and miners and laborers to build in this new land they had conquered from the native people called the Americas. And they went to where they found the people who had the most skill. My family come from a place in South Carolina where we live on the rivers, where the rice fields, and we worked, part of my family worked during slavery in these rice fields. And to this day, most people don't realize that the rice that made America wealthy before tobacco and before indigo, that rice was an African rice, not a Chinese rice, not an Asian rice. This is African rice. When we talk about Carolina rice, we're talking about an African rice. We had 2 dry land rice and 1 wetland rice. You know? And so they knew nothing about rice. They saw us, we had smuggled them, the women smuggled them in their dresses and apron. And they saw us eating this white starchy thing, you know, giving ourselves the carbohydrates we needed. And they didn't know what it was. When they figured out what it was, my God, they went crazy. And so rice was called in America white gold. But to make rice work, you had to go to West Africa for the rice scientists, the rice architect, and the rice specialist. And you had to capture them and bring them to the Americas. So when we look at the slavery thing, it isn't just, it's not some work program that we signed up for. You know, this was war.
It was war.
But it was war but it was a system that had been in place for thousands of years, but had now been perfected in the last 1,500 years by the groups we call the Turkish Muslim Empire, under the Umayyads and the Abbas Caliphates. And then you would have the West come in with the Portuguese first and then followed by all the other European nations. So when we put it in that kind of context, you see when they make foolish statements like that, you laugh at them, you know, and push them away.
And one of the interesting contradictions in the slave trade system history is that the Jewish population has always been caught in between these great forces. And there is a period of the history where you had the slave trade was centered in Eastern Europe among the Slavic peoples. And you actually have the term slavery coming out of Slavic people.
Yeah, this is Bosnia, Herzegovina.
That's right. Yugoslavia.
Yugoslavia. You know.
Russia, Poland, Czechoslovakia, that whole Central and Eastern European landmass.
Just hold your thought. One of the greatest leaders of the Islamic world that end up defeating the English king and turning back the Crusades was a grandchild of the Slavic people mixed with the African people. His name was Salahuddin.
Okay.
Is it?
Yes. And so most people don't understand that before you were talking about the transatlantic slave trade in reference to Africa, you got to deal with the north, the Saharan trade slave, and the east, the Indian Ocean slave trade. But even before that, the great struggle between Islam and Christianity and Crusades involved enslavement. And this is really ironic, that as the Western European converted to Christianity in France and Italy and Spain and Portugal, the Slavic peoples were pagan. And Jewish merchants who had been dealing in the Mediterranean slave and the Asians, the Mediterranean trade and the Asian trade, Jewish merchants became the managers for Christian Europeans selling other Europeans that are non-Christian into Arab slavery. So there's a triangle of European Christians selling other European non-Christians into slavery, and this was facilitated by Jewish trade merchants to Islam. Now see, once you unravel that, you've got a much deeper thing than Africans bringing some people down to be waiting. And I say that if we just focused on, because James knows, Professor Small knows that I deal with slavery as a forward creation of the House of Rothschild, right? And the Habsburg Empire. Slavery as a four-way profit system, and the four-way profit system involved Europeans coming out of their dark ages in the age of chaos and confusion, where their economics, their politics, and their culture had been fractured. Economics had collapsed after the fall of the Roman Empire. And so it took them hundreds of years to get an economic foundation back into place. And then the conflict over ruling this economics was tied to a stifling economic political system called feudalism. So it didn't have the dynamics that would later come to change this feudal system, which tied everything to the land. It even tied sex to the land. That the feudal lord owned everything, and his manor was the static economic base of the society. And so he even had the right of first night. That if a maiden in the southern part of his manor fell in love with a young man in the northern part of his manor, and their families agreed that they should marry, the lord of the manor had the right of first night. So they even took the virginity of marriage and put it in the hands of a lord. So this structure, economically, politically, and culture, was a stagnation. And that's when you had the Dark Ages. And then the dynamic relationship of Islam emerging, and then that structure now having to move out of its static position. So you had 500 years of wars back and forth from 1096 to 1492. Before there was a transatlantic slave, you have this process of feudal Europe and a dynamic Islam clashing, producing enslaved folks. So we do not deal at all in our history with the white slave trade.
Right.
Hundreds of years this slavery existed before we came into contact with the European slave trade. Now, in order for the slave trade to be, it had to have an economic dimension, a political dimension, and a cultural dimension. And so that economic, political, culture dimension becomes the joint chartered companies that were set up to manage enslavement.
Mm-hmm.
So I say that slavery did not start in an African village up north, and people were brought down to the southern, the south, and they waited for ships that's not slavery, that's captivity. Slavery was conceived in the boardrooms of the Europeans that we think of the transatlantic slavery. And so initially the Portuguese and Spanish, because they had this enormous fight with Islam, were the founders of the slave trade system, with the popes giving them the blessing to do it. Dr. Van always cited those Pope something something the sixth, Pope something something the fourth, that issued decrees that the non-Christian population, infidels, could be enslaved. So the system gets its foundation from the Catholic Church and the popes. And that's in the 1400s. And then it emerges and expands as it reaches into Northern Europe and other parts. And you get the Christian system fracturing itself, and it becomes Roman Christianity and Northern European Protestantism. So that's the 1600s. So the Portuguese and the Spanish set up the joint stock companies in the 14 and 1500s. But the Northern European, the English, the Dutch, and the Germans, the Danes, the Swedes, perfected this economic system by producing the Dutch East Indian Company as the first model in 1601 of this new economics and this new exploitation. And you're talking about the Dutch all the way in Indonesia and in China, Gao, and the Portuguese were there and the Dutch took that over, and they had greater technology in the sea and greater ability to handle arms. So you have to look at that dynamic before you can even begin to look at the transatlantic slave trade. So I'm saying it starts in the minds of the European in Spain and Portugal. It expands into Northern Europe, so it goes into Amsterdam, Rotterdam, England, London, Bristol. It goes into Hamburg in Germany. It goes into Copenhagen. And each of these entities that were emerging wanted a joint stock company. Now, a joint stock company is not just an economic enterprise. It has a charter that they can take lands and steal people's wealth. They also had a military component, that these fleets of boats also had their military component. And it had a cultural component that this was a manifestation of the emerging consciousness of what we call white supremacy. And so until you can see some of that, you can't understand what the system meant. Profits made in fitting out the companies in the boardrooms and setting up the prototype, the Dutch West Indian Company, East Indian Company, 1601. Then in 1621, they set up the Dutch West Indian Company when they began to move on West Africa. They were so successful that the Danes said in 1637, I need a company. So the Jews and Dutch, you all come up here to Copenhagen and help me set up a company. Swedes wanted to get a part of it. In 1649, set the Swedish African country. Johnny-come-latelys in the thing are always the Germans. But before the Germans, 1651, the British wanted their company. Then they transformed that company. It wasn't as efficient as they wanted. They set up in 1672 the Royal African Company. And then in the 1682s, the Brandenburg Germans said, we want a part of the pie. Just as Bismarck came in late to call the people, I want a part of the colonial empire. Before that, the Germans had to get a part of the pie, and as they set up the Brandenburg slaving system. So unless you put in the slaving system that were paramilitary structures, parapolitical structures, and had their own cultural dominance, you can't understand the system. And we refuse to deal with Europe. So the Africans would still be standing on the shores of Africa if this component was not there.
Well,
They had no plantations in the New World, and so we're talking about fitting out the ships, that's the first profit, and putting in, as you mentioned, guns and ammunition so you can encourage Africans to fight each other. Rum was a big product, as Brother Snow says. The Dutch mastered how you could take sugar and rum and create the beginning of crack.
So I would like for Dr. Jeffries at this point to come from where you just came and bring it right into the Berlin Conference, if you could do that for us.
Okay, this is just like illustration of what he has said regarding, because the key thing here is that the Europeans had the army, okay? And they've had this army, they've done what they wanted to do with the armies for many centuries, plundered Africa, took the Africans away and every sort of thing like that. And in so doing, demonstrated their might, military might. And part of that, to illustrate this and what they have done and their power and their ruthlessness will be the case of when, after having done everything they wanted to do from their own shores, sending in armies and ships and everything, they decided with the trading companies to establish in Africa directly. They now had representatives, a base in Africa. Okay, then they set up. Some powerful kings resisted, like King Jaja, and they set up protectorates. Okay, eventually, with the greed that they've always exhibited, one of the people there decided, oh, I want to start taking taxes. I want to establish a system and lord it over these people. And they started to wage war, starting from the north all the way down to the south. Benin, the Yoruba, and came into Igbo land, which by extension is the Bonny area, the oil rivers and everything. And when they got there, King Jaja said, wait a minute, I thought I was an independent entity, and that I only signed a treaty of you protecting me because you have the warships and everything, And they said, oh yeah, he wrote the Queen, because the guy of the let's say the president of the Royal Trading Company, Royal India Trading Company, African Trading Company, had turned, metamorphosed from being a trading company into a government.
Right.
Yes.
You understand? They had turned into a government, and they said, and so King Jaja said, no. You can't. I'm the king here, and I'm in control of this place. You stay out there, and we trade. Okay, we are not going to pay you taxes and everything. So what I'm trying to do is to buttress the fact that they take whatever they want. Is a conquest. It was basically a military conquest that took place. King Jaja was called to a meeting on a warship. He was called to a meeting, and when he was going there, he didn't know it was a warship. He went, as he was approaching the ship, he saw guns turned on him. Artilleries were turned on him, and he couldn't go back. They took him on the ship and took him straight to the Caribbean. He was exiled, and he never came back to Nigeria. He died in Ghana after the end of the slave trade, when he was released. You understand? And he was on his way back, and he died. He caught some ailment and died. And so this illustrates their methodology. You understand? You either give it to them or they take it. So that's that particular case, which is documented also, illustrates how the modus operandi of the Europeans and the Western world at that time. The Queen sent a warship, said, "Come in, let's negotiate, let's talk this thing over." As soon as he arrived there, he was bounded in and taken. I think he was taken to, it wasn't Jamaica, but somewhere.
Barbados.
Barbados, here. He was exiled by force, and then that was how they got in and took over that area, the eastern oil rivers and the Igbo land.
We have another female comrade here. You should at least peek in and say hello and wave to the people of Birmingham. This is Sister Eliasa Shabazz. Would you like to make some comment? She's not just Sister Eliasa Shabazz. She's the daughter of Sister Betty Shabazz and Brother Malcolm X. She's a prolific author in her own right, an extraordinary lecturer. Makes me very proud of her, by the way, because she learned to be like really powerful lecturer, and a great teacher. You know, and a great teacher. So I feel like she's one of my daughters, and so we want to say hello to Birmingham and just tell the people of Birmingham, we hope you have an enormous African Liberation Day and that you enjoy this African Liberation Day and teach the people.
That's right. It's absolutely important. The liberation, the re-liberation of our people. Absolutely important. And I have to say, when I was a child, I always said, "Mommy, I want to be this, I want to be that." And then I wanted to be 4 or 5 different things, and I saw Dr. Jeffrey's program on Like It Is, and I said, "Oh, Mommy, I want to be a philanthropist." She said, I'm sorry, an anthropologist. And my mother said, "Oh, Lord." So just an absolute profound impact, you know, to the re-liberation of everything about us.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, your mother was a special spirit that moved among us with the great obstacles she faced and the burden she faced. We really appreciate. We really appreciate her. And she never hesitated to grab me by the collar and say, "Dr. J, find the good and praise it."
Amen.
That was
and nobody can shut me down. Dr. J tries to shut me down sometimes. But Dr. Shabazz, we went to Grenada to celebrate your grandma's birthday once. And she and I went into St. George's, I think the area was called, where your grandma was born. And we went to the square. So I decided I'm with Sister Betty Shabazz, so I'm going to act like her husband. I'm going to like Malcolm X. And I went to Raven and tugged her. And afterwards she said, "Come in." She said, "Look, I didn't bring you down to get you and me killed." She said, "You better learn how to do this. Give the people the message without antagonizing an enemy that you're not strong enough to go up against." That changed my whole, just that last sentence, that you're not antagonizing an enemy that you're not strong enough to go up against. I was like, whoa. Because at first I was going to say she's a scaredy cat, but once you threw that last sentence in there, I was like, okay, that makes sense. And I got it. You know, I really got it. But Dr. Betty Shabazz was the most extraordinary teacher. People don't know how extraordinary. I tell people, but when Study Carson told me, Colin says, this is a Bubadika. They're marching in Brooklyn to create Malcolm X, that's the Malcolm X Street. The cops are blocking the street. They're coming past Medgar Evers. Your mother was in the window watching this, and the cop stops everybody. It was going to be a clash. She walks down and gets at the head of the march, and everything just, oh God, that's Dr. Betty Shabazz. And they moved out of the way and allowed that to happen. A lot of people don't even understand the work your mother did. Like at the end of every May 19th, we would meet at Charles Memorial. That was the last stop before she came home to you guys. But she would have already traveled to Detroit, to Newark, wherever there was a Malcolm X school, she would have been there helping to fundraise.
That's right.
And she would culminate it at Charles Memorial School. And Ozzy would come, Ozzy Davis would be there sometime, Ruby would come sometime, and other celebrities would come to help her raise money for that school. And at the end of the day, that's when she would go home. And by then she would be tired because she would have been on the road for about a week or so. People don't understand how extraordinary those people who dedicate themselves to African liberation really are about. And so for me, for the people of Birmingham, my brothers and sisters, Beanie, and all of you over there who I'm going to miss very much, and the good food, Dee, that your wife made every night, and, you know, sitting around the table talking about how well the program went or how well it didn't go that day. I think we've given you enough information that you should be able to teach the people well. And introduce you again to Brother Ibadaway. And if you want to make some comment on African Liberation Day for the people of Birmingham, England, my brother, too.
Well, I would like to say that I hope you all have a dedicated and a very important day. I would say keep hope alive. It's a struggle. It's now a struggle for humanity, not just us alone, the Africans. The entire world is almost in bondage, and it's important that we all are free because we are born free, and therefore, what you're doing is very important, and I want you to do it with all your heart and might and mind, and work hard to being free and stay free. God bless you all.
Thank you, brother. And Bini and the community and all my brothers and sisters and my favorite roommates and everyone. I like staying at your house. You got the most comfortable couch. But the food is impeccable. And that's a part of celebrating African Liberation Day, being with brothers and sisters from all around the world. But also let you know that we still believe in freedom or death. We believe in the mantra of Dessalines. But he says it's liberty or death. We have no other choice. And my great master teacher, Hajj Malik Al-Shabazz, whose birthday we celebrated yesterday on May 19th, Malcolm was very clear to us that education was an essential part of how we would liberate our people. And when he said any means necessary, he didn't reduce it to one means of violence. He said any means, and we must learn how to explore all means for African liberation, especially to get our kids tooled and skilled and trained to bring those tooling and the skill and the training back home to our communities in medicine, in science, and other technical skills, and communication skills, so that we can build our societies, so that we can control the economic and politics and culture where we live, whether we are on the continent or off of the continent. And so some of the history we've given you today, we hope that history lets you understand that we are people who have never, ever give up. We've always fought. You know, we've always fought. And even Robespierre, when he was there in the UK, having a good life, it was the Zulu nation under Secheweya that destroyed the British Army then in South Africa, that caused the fall of the British government in London, because the Africans so defeated them, you know. And remember again, if we look right after the Berlin Conference, when they send General Gordon into Sudan to destroy the army of Muhammad Ahmed, in 3 days, Ahmed removed 10,000 British and Egyptian Turkish troops, and almost again caused the collapse of the British government because they killed their favorite general, Gordon. So we've always fought for African liberation. We've never capitulated. Our war of resistance for the integrity of our ancestors has always existed and will always exist. And it will always be freedom or death. That is our mantra as a people, as an African nation. We have never tried to imperialize or imprison any other people, but we resist imperialism, colonialism, neo-colonialism, and imprisonment of our people in the past and now. And so I hope we work well, work hard, teach well, teach hard, teach the children the history, teach the children the culture. We must know our ancestors. We must never ever forget those ancestors, because they have deposited themselves in us. Not as us, they have deposited themselves in us. And then as we grow, they deposit themselves as us. We are our ancestors. We are those ancestors. And it is our duty to make sure the next generation have more freedom and more opportunity than the generation that we live in.
So African Liberation Day isn't a fantasy time. African Liberation Day isn't about a complete model. African Liberation Day is the aspiration that the whole world one day, because Africans live in every corner of the planet, that the entire world will be free for humanity to exercise their right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness on this planet. So thank you, brothers and sisters in Birmingham. And I think I want Ilyasa to come take Dr. Jeffrey's seat for a quick minute. I want Sister Ilyasa, she's your surprise guest today. Even God surprised me because I didn't know she was coming to visit. So Sister Ilyasa Shabazz, the daughter of Malcolm X, Betty Shabazz, you can make a closing statement to the brothers and sisters of Birmingham, England. Sister Shabazz.
I just think it's very important that we honor our ancestors by being the best that we can possibly be. As Brother Jeffrey said, by any means necessary, which is not reduced to one means, but every means that we have the capacity to do. And that, right?
That's correct. Very much so. And so that's what it is. At the end of the day, we know that our existence on earth is for a day-to-day living, and what matters the most is how we live on a day-to-day basis, and the strength and the power that we have is to see that we put out our best in order to achieve our aims and objectives. Like Dr. Small had already said, is for us to work hard, be good, put out our best foot at all times, and have very strong moral and fortitude, or what, you know.
That's right.
At all given times, you know, we do our best, because that is actually the objective. The objective is for us to be free to do all that is necessary for us to have a good life. And so education, commerce, industry, what have you, these are the goals that we should focus on. It is not about a physical fight, it is not about carrying arms, it is about
self-love,
yeah.
Self-love, strong leadership.
That's what it is.
And to make sure that we let our people know, in order to provide the essentials, food, clothing, shelter, safety, we must control land, we must control resources, and we must reintroduce our culture as our ethical moral guide. So Birmingham, enjoy your weekend, enjoy African Liberation Day. We love you very much. We wish we were there with you, but we're happy that we can send you this short message. Peace and blessings, you know, aluta continua.